Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλημέρα. Καλώς ορίσατε.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 8th Conference for the Development of Greek Agriculture. Just a few months before the new CAP enters into force, starting as of January 2023, this year's conference, of course, focuses on the National Strategic Plan of the CAP, and it focuses more specifically on the priorities for green and digital transition of the food systems. This is the major goal of this new era that opens up ahead of us. We talk about the times of the New Green Deal, as well as the Farm to Fork strategy. Every year, our constant pursuit is to update the production representatives of the country, as well as all stakeholders, regarding the latest updates and developments that are relevant to Greek and European agriculture. And we try to promote a creative and constructive dialogue about the future. Now, this year, we have the 8th organization, and let us now watch a flashback video.
Επτά επιτυχημένες εκδηλώσεις. Περισσότεροι από 4.000 συμμετέχοντες. 175 διακεκριμένοι ομιλητές. 7 ενημερωτικές εκδόσεις. 6 σημαντικές συνεργασίες. Πανελλήνιο Συνέδριο για την Ανάπτυξη της Ελληνικής Γεωργίας της ΓΑΙΑ EPICHEIREIN. 8 χρόνια δίνουμε το παρόν στην ανάπτυξη πρωτοβουλειών και υπηρεσιών, αλλά και στον δημόσιο διάλογο για τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη της ελληνικής γεωργίας, έχοντας ως επίκεντρο τη γνώση, την καινοτομία, την επιχειρηματικότητα και τη συνεργασία.
Σε εθνικό επίπεδο, αρρωγός σε αυτή την προσπάθεια είναι πρωτοβουλίες όπως της ΓΑΙΑ EPICHEIREIN, η οποία λειτουργεί ως πρότυπο που αναδεικνύει τη σημασία των συνεργειών και των συμμαχιών πέρα από ιδεολειψίες, στεγανά και προκαταλήψεις του παρελθόντος για την επίτευξη κοινών αναπτυξιακών στόχων στο δύσκολο περιβάλλον της μεταμνημονιακής Ελλάδας που δεν είναι μακριά.
8 χρόνια συνδιαλεγόμαστε με κορυφαίους θεσμικούς και επιχειρηματικούς εκπροσώπους του αγροδιατροφικού τομέα σε Ελλάδα και Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, συνεισφέροντας ενεργά στη διαβούλευση για το παρόν και το μέλλον της αγροδιατροφής.
Intanto voglio ricordare che molti passi avanti sono stati fatti sulla proposta di riforma che abbiamo sul tavolo. Passi avanti che insieme proprio a GAIA.
And indeed, without you, we wouldn't have had the possibility to enrich our work and to be able today to propose a new CAP.
8 χρόνια βασιζόμαστε στη δύναμη της γνώσης και της καινοτομίας, συμβάλλοντας στον πράσινο και ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό της ελληνικής γεωργίας, αλλά και στην ανάδειξή του σε κορυφαία προτεραιότητα για τον εθνικό αγροτικό τομέα.
Estoy convencido que la innovación y la digitalización es la clave para avanzar en esta transición verde. También somos conocedores de los grandes avances realizados en Grecia gracias a la cultura innovadora de GAIA EPICHEIREIN.
Et je vous félicite de placer le numérique au cœur des débats agricoles dans votre pays.
Peut être maintenant un exemple, un modèle pour l'Europe, et j'espère que nous allons être en mesure d'utiliser cette expérience dans les perspectives que nous allons.
8 χρόνια παρακολουθούμε συστηματικά την πορεία της ελληνικής και της ευρωπαϊκής γεωργίας και σας ενημερώνουμε συνεχώς για τις εξελίξεις της αγροτικής πολιτικής σε Ελλάδα και Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Συνεχίζουμε δυναμικά και σας καλωσορίζουμε στο 8ο Πανελλήνιο Συνέδριο για την Ανάπτυξη της Ελληνικής Γεωργίας. ΓΑΙΑ EPICHEIREIN. Διαμορφώνουμε το αύριο του αγροτικού τομέα.
φορά θα ήθελα...
Thank you. And now I'd like to give the floor to the president of GAIA EPICHEIREIN, Christodoulos Antoniadis, in order to welcome you. President, this is a video marking very important moments, and I believe that this has paved the way for the new challenges lying ahead of us. I'm sure that you're going to talk about all those things. Yes, it's true, and all the thematic sessions will try to address those issues. Good morning, happy July, everyone. Dear members of the Greek Parliament, Mr. Ligeridou, Mr. Konstantinopoulos, former President and friend Alexandros Skodos, dear head of regions, dear speakers, dear members of the board and shareholders of GAIA EPICHEIREIN, dear friends, dear participants, I would like to welcome you to the 8th Panhellenic Conference for the Development of Greek Agriculture. Let me say that this video has indeed reminded us of what we know. The GAIA conference is a key component of our operation. It is an established event in order to inform the agricultural world and let them know what new has happened or emerged both in Greece and the European Union. We know that the high level of the content, the European orientation, as well as the selection of the topics to be discussed, are things that are going to be addressed by our speakers and all the participants both in Greece and the European Union. Our goal is for this conference to be an established event that is much awaited every year. More than 1,500 participants have registered on the online platform of this conference. This is self-explanatory of the magnitude and the status of this event. This year, two things have changed compared to the previous years. Now, when it comes to the timing of this conference, last fall, the conference was not organized as it normally should have been organized, and this happened because our topic this year is the new National Strategic Plan that was submitted in December 2021. It was published in February 2022, and the war in Ukraine, as well as other developments, further modified the community calendar regarding the national strategic plans of the new CAP. Right now, our national strategic plan that has received more than 300 remarks and observations by the European Commission is under assessment and evaluation. So I believe that right now no one is safe to explain the form of this top-ranking policy in our country. This is something that we will know next fall. Of course, this does not mean that up to that point we're not able to discuss about it. On the contrary, we should discuss it. We should listen to the perspectives and opinions of all stakeholders, farmers and cooperatives of this country, and they will be given the floor throughout this conference. At the same time, we have political and institutional representatives from Greece and the European Union, members of the academia and experts who will share valuable information and share their perspectives and ideas regarding the new CAP and the strategic plan. This will help us provide a comprehensive overview and information to our participants. At the same time, in the context of various studies and reviews and surveys that we're running this year, we have drafted a valuable edition measuring on 140 pages in order to present the funding framework of the new CAP in the new programming period, our annual analysis regarding the numbers of Greek agriculture, and we have also added some very important annexes, including the recommendations of the European Commission for our country for the preparation and the drafting of the strategic plan of CAP. This is an addition that has been graced by introductory remarks and messages of prominent European Union stakeholders. 3 of them are gracing this conference with their presence. I'm talking about the president of COPA, Ms. Lambert, the head of the DG Agri, Mr. Bascu, as well as the president of Farm Europe, Mr. Madre. I would like to warmly thank them for their valuable support. A second point of differentiation compared to the previous conferences has to do with an event that was held yesterday afternoon. Last November, we undertook an important initiative that was implemented in collaboration with the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki and the professor, Mr. Panayiotou, as well as Kappa Research Company. Of course, I am talking about the drafting of a Panhellenic study that is reflecting the perspective of Greek farmers regarding the green and digital transition of Greek agriculture. And that's the main topic addressed in the new CAP, a CAP that will be implemented in the times of the new Green Deal. So we wanted to add an additional footprint in Greek agriculture, providing data, providing evidence, because this is what we do, this is how we work. All those data will trigger today's discussions, and we hope that they will also have an influence and an impact on the political decisions that will be made shortly. Dear friends, the 8th Panhellenic Conference for the Development of the Greek Agriculture, as the case with our conference, is also supported by DG Agri in the context of CAP to fork, moving towards a sustainable food system from farmer to consumer, running from 2021 to 2022. I would like to thank DG Agri for their constant support and trust. I believe that this is something based on the systematic and restless work undertaken by us in order to organize all the various campaigns, events, conferences, reviews, research, etc. GAIA EPICHEIREIN, ladies and gentlemen, is actually an endeavor that is founded on knowledge. I'm talking about an in-depth knowledge of the agricultural sector. I'm not only talking about the topics that are of concern that are shared by shareholders and representatives of cooperatives. I'm also talking about the technical know-how that we share with shareholders and our associates and partners. Secondly, it's founded on the technological knowledge that is provided abundantly by our strategic stakeholders in the IT department sector. I'm talking about Europublic. Thanks to this collaboration, we have ensured digital transition for numerous collective schemes in our countries and cooperatives. We have also entered the smart farming with the YES system implementation since late 2016, far before it became a community priority. Thirdly, knowledge of banking tools and the increase in support of the banking sector to the representatives of the Agri-Food sector. This is something achieved through our strategic partnership with Piraeus Bank. It's also founded on knowledge added by our new strategic partners, the most important officers for the provision of agricultural consulting and advice in our country. They joined our shareholder scheme recently, and we try to make the most out of the new CAP, a CAP that lays the foundation for the future. And lastly, it's also founded on the knowledge that we aspire to derive and share in the context of this conference. Dear participants, I would like to conclude by saying that in today's conjuncture, with a strong impact of the war in Ukraine on the agricultural sector of our country, with prices of inputs that had already increased dangerously during the second semester of 2021. As you will read in our edition in this conference, those prices have skyrocketed. So, with the all-time classic failures and inefficiencies that are still tantalizing for our sector, we hope that the new CAP that celebrates the 60th anniversary this year is necessary more than ever. We hope that the decisions that will be made will be wise, targeted, evidence-based, and meet the needs and demands of our farmers and the cooperatives of our country. I would like to thank all the important sponsors and supporters, as well as the distinguished speakers that grace this conference with their presence. I would like to thank Ms. Dora Bakoyani, the honorary speaker of this event, because she will come to share her own perspective, an important perspective. And I would also like to thank Apostolos Tzitzikostas, who is the President of the European Committee of the Regions and President of the Association of Greek Regions, the Governor of the region of Central Macedonia, because he willingly offered the auspices under which this event is organized. And the same applies to all the information events and the awareness events that will be organized further to this two-day conference. I truly hope that this will be a successful conference with constructive and fruitful discussions. Thank you for your attention.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ τον πρόεδρο μας.
Thank you, President, Mr. Adoniadis. Just some practical information before we move on. The publication mentioned by the President is available on the platform of the conference. You can download it and read through it. Let's start now the conference with the welcome addresses of representatives from Greece and the European Union that have honored us with their presence and messages. I would suggest to start with a recorded message sent by Christian Lambert, the President of the Committee of Professional Agricultural Organizations, COPA, the organization that represents 22 million EU farmers before the EU institutions.
Nous avons une exploitation d'élevage de porcs. Ces dernières années ont été assez difficiles pour la communauté agricole de l'Union européenne. La guerre actuelle en Ukraine, résultant de l'invasion russe, a contribué à multiplier les impacts. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers amis, au nom du COPA, je tiens à vous remercier de votre invitation et bien que je sois ravi de m'adresser à vous par ce message, je suis vraiment désolé de ne pouvoir me joindre à vous physiquement aujourd'hui à Athènes. En plus d'être présidente du COPA, je suis également présidente de la FNSEA, mais avant tout, avec mon mari, agricultrice dans le département du Maine-et-Loire, où nous avons une exploitation d'élevage de porcs. Ces dernières années ont été assez difficiles pour la communauté agricole de l'Union européenne. La guerre actuelle en Ukraine, résultant de l'invasion russe, a contribué à multiplier les impacts auxquels nous nous étions déjà confrontés en raison de la pandémie de Covid-19 et de la crise énergétique. À cela s'ajoute la réapparition de l'inflation qui a atteint des niveaux que l'on ne peut retrouver qu'au milieu ou à la fin des années 80. Il s'agit d'une situation grave et qui contribuera encore plus négativement à la durabilité économique du secteur agricole. Alors que les agriculteurs de l'Union européenne sont incités à adopter des pratiques agricoles plus durables et s'inscrivent donc dans les objectifs du Green Deal européen et de ses stratégies et initiatives connexes, la guerre actuelle en Ukraine nous a tous forcés à réfléchir au rôle de la production agricole, non seulement dans l'Union européenne, mais aussi ailleurs dans le monde, pour contribuer à réduire la pauvreté et la malnutrition. L'Union européenne doit sérieusement considérer l'importance stratégique de contribuer à minimiser les tensions sociales qui pourraient découler d'un approvisionnement insuffisant en nourriture et ou de prix élevés de la nourriture causés par les perturbations commerciales qui suivent la guerre en Ukraine. En outre, l'accessibilité financière de ces denrées, si elles sont disponibles, risque d'être hors de portée de nombreux pays pauvres du Maghreb, d'Afrique ou du Moyen-Orient. Dans ce contexte, l'Union européenne doit assumer ses responsabilités et apporter sa part d'effort, non seulement en matière d'aide humanitaire et de reconstruction de l'Ukraine, mais aussi pour améliorer la production alimentaire. Mais malheureusement, nous ne voyons pas de signes indiquant que cette guerre va se terminer bientôt. On peut donc craindre que ces impacts persisteront pendant de nombreuses années. Nos collègues agriculteurs ukrainiens nous ont rapporté des informations effroyables sur la destruction de leurs exploitations, de leurs cheptels, de leurs cultures, de leurs bâtiments, de leurs habitations, mais aussi et surtout de leurs familles. Nous sommes engagés avec les services de la Commission dans des campagnes de solidarité pour leur fournir des intrants et d'autres équipements nécessaires à la poursuite de leur activité. J'invite tous les agriculteurs européens à la générosité et à la solidarité. Agriculteurs de l'Union européenne, nous avons besoin que les décideurs politiques comprennent les spécificités du secteur agricole et prennent des mesures rapides pour soulager les conséquences de cette situation. Nous avons salué les mesures prises le 23 mars par le Conseil et la Commission, mais elles ne sont pas suffisantes dans le contexte actuel. L'année prochaine, au 1er janvier 2023, commencera la mise en œuvre d'une nouvelle PAC et compte tenu de tout cela, nous avons demandé à la Commission de proposer des dérogations à la prochaine PAC dont les PSN sont en cours de finalisation après les avis de la Commission à chaque État membre. Les agriculteurs doivent savoir quelles règles suivre dans la conduite de leur exploitation pour contribuer à augmenter tant la disponibilité que l'accessibilité financière de l'alimentation dans l'Union européenne et dans les pays dépendants d'importation, tout en s'orientant bien sûr vers des méthodes de production plus durables. Nous le ferons. À cet égard, le COPA a demandé au commissaire Wojciechowski de présenter des propositions concrètes pour alléger les règles de conditionnalité renforcées, en particulier sur les BCAE 7, la rotation des cultures, et BCAE 8, les jachères, afin d'offrir une certaine souplesse aux agriculteurs. Nous avons également demandé des assouplissements concernant l'aide aux investissements dans le cadre du deuxième pilier de la PAC, notamment en tenant compte de la hausse des coûts des intrants qui sont dépassés dans les budgets soumis dans les plans d'investissement. C'est extrêmement important et nous avons besoin que ces décisions interviennent dans les semaines à venir. Mais tout cela doit être fait pendant que la Commission poursuit son processus d'approbation des plans stratégiques nationaux de la PAC, je le répète. Nous devons également mieux suivre l'évolution des marchés et être mieux préparés à répondre aux crises. Nous sommes vigilants sur les accords commerciaux en cours de négociation, notamment avec la Nouvelle-Zélande, et exigeons que les mesures de réciprocité ou mesures miroirs qui ont été actées pendant la présidence française soient appliquées aux frontières. Il faut de la cohérence entre les politiques européennes et les importations de pays tiers, sinon nous, les agriculteurs européens, seront victimes de distorsions sur les importations qui mettront en péril nos exploitations et donc la souveraineté alimentaire européenne. Je suis sûre que certains des éléments que j'ai évoqués dans mon court message seront discutés au cours de votre congrès aujourd'hui et je vous souhaite des discussions fructueuses et animées. Je vous remercie de m'avoir donné l'occasion de partager avec vous certaines de mes réflexions et je vous souhaite un très bon congrès. Bonne journée à tous.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ την
We would like to thank the President of COPA. In brief, she sent an important message. She talked, of course, about the war in Ukraine, the major issue of our era. She talked about the prices of inputs, the increase of inflation. She talked about the role of the primary sector, which provides food not only within the EU but in other countries. She talked about the important help provided by the Commission to Ukraine and to EU farmers, but she highlighted that this is not enough. Through the implementation of the next CAP, we need flexibility. And of course, she talked about the bilateral agreements concluded between the EU and third countries. And she talked about mutuality, meaning the same terms and conditions for EU farmers and third country farmers. We would like to thank her. We are looking forward to seeing her in person in our next conference. Let's now watch a recorded message by Apostolos Tizikostas, President of the European Committee of the Regions, President of the Association of Greek Regions, and Governor of the region of Central Macedonia. Dear President of GAIA EPICHEIREIN, Christodoulos Antoniadis, ladies and gentlemen, shareholders of the company, dear speakers, dear participants, it is a pleasure and an honor to address you in this 8th Panhellenic Congress on the Development of Greek Agriculture. It is one of the most important conferences for the agri-food and primary sector, which welcomes every year distinguished speakers. As Governor of Central Macedonia, where 26% of the GDP of the primary sector of our country, and also a region that is at the top when it comes to food export, I would like to welcome the initiative to focus this year's conference on the new CAP. Within this ever-changing geopolitical environment, there is one constant, and it is very important that this constant, the CAP, and the investment on knowledge and green and digital transition is at the heart of this conference. As I have stated quite often, and the products of our country and the Greek agri-food sector is our national wealth. It is our big competitive advantage, the main pole for growth and openness for our region and the country in general. Nevertheless, because of the impact of the war in Ukraine, the energy crisis, the skyrocketing of prices, it is more than certain that the primary sector has been influenced. This is why the green and digital transition of the primary sector is more necessary than ever. The answer to the challenge of green transition and food security clearly is given by smart farming. So on the one hand, we have to find out how we will tap onto the rich toolkit provided by CAP, and at the same time encourage our farmers to become more competitive, more resilient, and more sustainable for the future by adopting environmentally friendly production methods and techniques. We should not forget that one of the biggest sectors that has been influenced by the climate crisis is the primary sector. The regions of this country fight an everyday war with local farmers, local businesses in order to meet these modern challenges, to tackle them. We support farmers through targeted actions and synergies. We support their efforts to promote our products, their products and services in Greece and throughout the globe. So it becomes clear that we have entered a critical era. Each single euro counts. Each funding instrument, such as the funds from the new CAP, must be utilized immediately in a targeted way and effectively. And that's the big bet the big challenge. And everybody, all of us together, the central and the local governments, the relevant bodies and the farmers need to win this bet. We are looking forward to the conclusions of your conference, and we are looking forward to welcoming you in the regional events that we will organize on the occasion of the new CAP, which will be organized under our auspices. Thank you for your attention, and I wish the best for your conference.
Ευχαριστήσουμε και εμείς με τη σειρά μας τον κύριο.
I would also like to thank Mr. Tzitzikostas. The president mentioned how generous he was to put this event under their auspices. The same applies for all the follow-up events organized after the end of this conference. We know that all those initiatives play a key role in the development of the primary sector. Now, I would like to give the floor to Olivia Telligeridou. She is a member of the Greek Parliament for Kastoria. She is the Deputy Head of Rural Development and Food for Syriza Progressive Alliance Parliamentary Group. Welcome, Ms. Telligeridou. It is a great pleasure to welcome you here today. We are closely following your work, and we're looking forward to listening to you. Thank you so much. I'm so honored to have been invited here. And on behalf of the Syriza Progressive Alliance Parliamentary Group and Alexis Tsipras, I'd like to thank you for this invitation. I'm wishing every success to this conference. Today, we know that farmers are being faced with a multifaceted crisis. The pandemic on the one hand, climate change, the rise of the prices and the war in Ukraine, all those things have substantially affected the agri-food sector, particularly the processing, distribution, and restoration. However, we know that the demand for food is not flexible, because we know that food ranks on the first places of human needs. According to international trends, by 2050, the food demand percentages will have increased by 80%, and the same applies to the requirements regarding their protected identity and quality. So this multifaceted crisis needs to be tackled as soon as possible, and we hope that it will also trigger the development of a new model that is free from the distortions of the past. It is in this context that the conference organized by GAIA EPICHEIREIN and the topic discussed today will be of extreme interest, because the new CAP is the policy that will have an impact on the agricultural economy and the national economy as a whole in the upcoming year. The new CAP lays the foundation for the next 5 years. We should mention that the new CAP 2023-2027 is to a large extent a drill to identify the right balance and make the right compromise between the Council of Ministers for Agriculture, the European Commission, the European Parliament, and hopes through a joint toolkit and an equitable and comprehensive set of markers that will allow the evaluation of the goals to ensure the following: the creation of a sustainable and competitive agricultural sector through the farm-to-fork policies and the biodiversity policy 2030. I would like to say that the goals of the new CAP to this direction include the implementation of environmental and climate projects, the management of landscapes and biodiversity, the support of farmers, ensuring their livelihood with dignity, improvement and modernization of agricultural productivity, the steady provision of high-quality and affordable agricultural products, the increase and boosting of the principles of subsidiarity compliance with a system that will advocate the achievement of all the goals and milestones for every state. And all that through the modernization of primary sector with know-how transfer and the use of new technologies. So, in practical terms, this means that there are some important challenges. I would like to indicatively talk about the redistributive support in order to ensure the equitable allocation of direct aids, limiting at the same time any distortions occurring from the implementation of internal convergence, especially for SMEs. The introduction of eco schemes for the protection of the environment and the management of climate change in the context of Pillar 1. I'm talking about the direct aids in the new greening. And this new greening framework includes a bundle of actions where every producer will select on a voluntary basis and on the basis of the specifics of their exploitations to implement this or the other thing. Increase of resources in order to ensure high liquidity of all those businesses, and this is a result, an outcome of direct aids and payments and everything that will be given through the coupled payments. Increase of funding, especially for young farmers, is something that will be calculated as a percentage of the direct payments made under Pillar 1. The effective upgrade of the know-how and innovation transfer system, I'm talking about the IKIS system, and the goal is to ensure that new technologies, new agricultural and farming practices will be adopted. There are other issues that have to do with social conditionality, but I don't want to take more of your time. In this context, and on the basis of the fact that agricultural production is relying on the CAP in combination with the standing characteristics of the Greek production, talking about a small, highly fragmented land plot, high cost of production, focus on certain crops, the aging of the farming population as well as that low level of education, the absence of collective actions to the right degree, the low incorporation of knowledge and low investment on research are the issues that need to be addressed. And this is why we believe the 19.3 billion euro provided under the new CAP need to be capitalized in order for the Greek agriculture to move from the massive production of similar products towards high quality, unique identity, healthy and safe products model. I'm afraid that the National Strategic Plan that has been submitted to the Commission does not meet these requirements and needs, and maybe has been the outcome of a non-comprehensive and strict or essential consultation. And this means that those failures have been identified by the European Commission. They expressed 260 remarks and observations, and they also forwarded 29 key remarks and comments that highlight issues where no sufficient or adequate justification has been provided. We at Syriza have a sense of the responsibility. We're asking from the current government to run, even now, through a comprehensive democratic and participatory process, or the consultation processes with all stakeholders and institutions in an organized way so that we can have a holistic approach to this subject. And let's hope that this will give us a comprehensive single strategy to the benefit of the primary production, where we'll make everything in our capacity to ensure that the problems of today will be overcome. We will rally our forces and join our forces in order to protect the consumers, and we will rally forces with all the stakeholders working towards the same direction. It is in this context I would like to congratulate GAIA EPICHEIREIN once more, both for this conference and their overall contribution in the sector. And I would like to inform you that what we want is to ensure a mutually beneficial relationship to the benefit of the Greek farmers. Thank you very much. We wish the same, Mr. Ligurida. Thank you so much for these important messages, and thank you for giving us this message of unity and collaboration. I would like now to give the floor to Mr. Odysseas Konstantinopoulos. He is the Vice President of the Greek Parliament, member of the Greek Parliament for Arcadia with PASOK, Movement for Change, parliamentary group. Mr. Konstantinopoulos, you recently organized a conference at Larissa focusing on the primary sector, and let's hope that you can also share with us some of the conclusions of this conference. Thank you for being here. I would also like to thank you for today's invitation, although I'm not the most competent person to talk about those things. However, I believe that we have a common goal. Your goal is the green and digital transition. Our goal is the green political transition. And green is the color of hope. What unites us all beyond all the political beliefs or differences or disagreements, we are all rallied under a common goal. We want our country to move forward and advance. Allow me to say something that is open for discussion. Europe and common European and Greek policies have not met their goals. That's a key issue that needs to be addressed by everyone. Upon the pandemic, Europe realized that it didn't have any masks, and they needed airplanes that were flying from China to get the masks, and we saw a continuous argument and conflict between the countries for who is going to procure more masks. When the war in Ukraine was declared, we realized that we don't have an independence in terms of energy, in terms of army, in terms of food. So, one of the major issues that need to be addressed, both at the level of Greece and at the level of Europe, because this important thing, Europe needs to become independent, needs to become self-sufficient in terms of its food, because the food crisis is one of the major crises of the upcoming century. Now, if I can say one thing, is that Europe needs to revisit its relevant policies. I have close ties with GAIA EPICHEIREIN, meaning that many people who work at my office, many friends of mine, are in direct communication with you. Cooperatives as the cooperatives at Arcadia, Kalamata, Corinth are in direct relation with you, and they share the good work that is being undertaken in terms of innovation and new ideas. What the state should do at this particular difficult conjuncture is to make the most out of the knowledge of GAIA EPICHEIREIN and other similar companies in order to prevent mistakes in the plans that are submitted to the European Commission, in order for them to be implementable. And many of you, farmers, you are businessmen, you're entrepreneurs. What I'm saying is relevant to all governments, not only the current one. The way in which the new CAP is going to be used in order to reduce the cost of production and increase our competitiveness has been one of the topics of this conference. This was discussed with Nikos Androulakis at Larissa. This conference hosted many representatives of farmers and businesses. And I believe that this will be very helpful because it was the first time that people all around Greece with different starting points and policies were gathered around the same table. And I would like to conclude by saying the following. In Greece, there are opportunities thanks to the Recovery Fund. Our country needs to deal with objective issues regarding the way in which they should use smaller or larger plots. However, our country can make the most out of the long surfaces that are available in remote areas, in other regions. In Spain and Italy, they adopted some policies that enabled those surfaces not to be sold, but to be conceded through tax incentives. And I believe that this is something that should be done by all political parties, because Greek people are in direct contact with the land, the soil, the earth. But they need to be given an incentive in order for those surfaces to be used by the people who can make the most out of them to the benefit of us all. This is something that needs to be agreed upon by all political parties in order to prevent having those large, extensive plots being abandoned and unexploited. So incentives for work, incentives for exploitation, incentives to address the food crisis. That's what we need. Thank you.
Thank you for your very important messages, for sharing your thoughts and reflections with us. Even though we have a European orientation, we're also here in order to understand how we can become better, especially when it comes to agricultural policies. Let me now give the floor to Alexandros Skodos. No need for further introductions. He is the Director General of the Cooperative Union of the Tobacco Growers of Greece, SEKE, and President and Synergistic Insurance. He has been also an MP for Xanthi constituency. He has been a Minister of Agriculture in the past, and he knows a lot about the primary sector. The floor to you, Mr. Skodos. Thank you. Dear MPs, President of GAIA EPICHEIREIN, ladies and gentlemen, the 8th Congress of GAIA is organized in difficult times for our primary sector. The increase of the production cost, which is of course coincidental due to the current circumstances, but also it is partly structural. The adverse effects of climate change on the quantity and quality of agricultural products, and the impact of the climate crisis on the everyday lives of farmers, the refusal of young people to work in the primary sector, and the non-renewal of the active farming population, since just 17% of farmers are below 30 years old, the risk of food security crisis and the difficulty in preparing and implementing the new CAP, all these factors create a very difficult and explosive mix for our primary sector. Therefore, it is an imperative to now design carefully the new agricultural policy in our country to tackle the major issues and lay the foundation for the future of the primary sector in Greece. At the same time, it is necessary for this policy to be accepted by all parties and to be implemented in a uniform way by any government, and it should be a long-term one. Talking about policy making, the strategic plan for Thrace that we have recently prepared together with Elitsyforu. In the context of the Inter-Party Committee of the Greek Parliament, it has been recently prepared, and Dora Bakoyanni, the MP for New Democracy, gave me the honor to coordinate the works of this committee. It is a comprehensive plan that includes all relevant sectors. It also includes awareness raising among EU farmers, and I really wish that it is utilized by the relevant bodies in our country. A decisive role in implementing the new CAP, advisory services play a major role. GAIA EPICHEIREIN is practically the only useful tool. It provided an order and a harmony for the payment of EU subsidies. At the same time, it utilizes EU funds in the most effective way. It provides information to farmers, cooperatives, and agribusinesses so that they become more productive and more effective. I have to admit that when GAIA was established, I had a few concerns when it came to its effectiveness, but now I'm convinced on its necessity. Dear President, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for giving me the chance to address you in this conference. I wish all the best for the works of the conference, and of course, I invite you to continue your efforts because the Greek primary sector needs you. Thank you. Thank you. A big thanks for the always useful thoughts you share with us, for your encouraging words. It is a pleasure to be welcoming you here in our conference. Now, let's move to the Honorary Congress Speaker. Of course, there is no need for further introductions. We have the honor and pleasure to welcome Dora Bakoyanni, member of the Greek Parliament for the New Democracy Party. Is she online?
Κυρία Μπακογιάννη, καλημέρα. Σας καλωσορίζω.
Welcome, Ms. Bakoyanni. We cannot hear you just yet. Just give us a second to resolve all the technical issues. Can you hear me? Yes, we can perfectly hear you now. Welcome. Good morning from the city of Chania. Dear President, dear friends, dear participants, it is a great pleasure to address this conference, a conference about the primary sector. And for 8 years, it has been providing information to our country's farmers on the developments of the CAP. It is a greater pleasure for me personally because I come from a region with rich farming activity, with the strong agricultural identity. The new CAP is the expression of the EU idea, and it is very important for the EU construct, since it has been the only jointly shaped and implemented EU policy for 60 years. One might criticize CAP as to whether its objectives have been achieved, but under no circumstances can we doubt about its flexibility, its resilience, its adaptability to the ever-changing circumstances and to the fact that it has always enriched its toolkit, and it's up to us to use it every time a new programming period begins. We are now at this landmark. In the beginning of 2023, the new CAP, the reformed CAP, is going to be implemented. And if I have to use a title for it, it would be the CAP of the era of European Green New Deal and geopolitical turbulence. And that is because we cannot ignore the impact of the war in Ukraine on the primary and the agri-food sector of the European Union and Greece. Food security and the need to support EU and Greek producers in order to tackle the high cost of production, in order to find alternative markets for their inputs, but also for their exports, the export of their products. This has come to the forefront. Currently, in Brussels, there is a lively debate about to what extent the ambitious environmental objectives set by the European Green Deal and served by the new CAP should be moderated and more flexible in order to accommodate these new circumstances. In any case, it is undoubted that the European agenda and the global agenda have set sustainability as their priority. But this is not something relevant only to the climate and environmental dimension and aspect. It also includes the economic and social dimension and aspect. For the Greek and EU farming, this means that it should become a competitive sector that ensures fair income for farmers, but also sufficient, healthy and safe food for the consumers. At the same time, it should also safeguard and protect our valuable natural resources such as biodiversity, soil, water, and it should be flexible in order to adapt to climate change and contribute to the fight against it. The primary sector should also be resilient to crisis. It should be able to attract young farmers, give birth to new collective schemes, and contribute to the growth in the countryside. But how are these complex and seemingly conflicting objectives, how can they be achieved? How to combine environmental care with competitiveness? Innovation and all knowledge-based approaches are an effective method to ensure this. And the digital transition is able indeed to reconcile these social, economic, and environmental aspects of the farming activity. This is why knowledge and technological innovation are at the heart of the reformed Common Agricultural Policy. They are a transversal target objective that is included in all individual objectives. And I congratulate you because this is precisely your focus in this conference. When it comes to our country, for the programming period 2023-2027, we managed to ensure a total funding of more than 19 billion euros for the two CAP pillars. The first pillar is about direct payments and market measures. We managed to ensure the same funding with the previous programming period, which is almost 15 billion euros. When it comes to the second pillar of agricultural development, we ensured a funding which is by 4% bigger increased compared to the previous programming period, now totaling 4 billion euros. There are also complementary funds. 5 projects of the Recovery and Resilience Fund have already been included and utilized within the second CAP pillar. These big 5 projects support sustainable development of the primary sector of the country. These projects there are already invitations to tender for these 5 projects that concern green transition, manufacturing, restructuring of cultivations, genetic improvement, and green agritourism. At the same time, there is a project related to the green transformation of the primary sector, within which a technological platform will be developed, a national platform to support the modernization of the primary sector. It is in fact a project that will turn into reality this leap to the new era of digital primary sector. It will help Greek farmers to receive data and advice that will allow them to reduce the big production costs, to effectively protect their holdings against extreme weather phenomena, pests and diseases, but also reduce the environmental impact of their activities. It is well known that digital transformation is a horizontal government priority for the entire economy, society, and public administration. Nevertheless, I would like to conclude this short message with 2 points that are of high priority to us, that can be found in all EU support frameworks, including, of course, CAP. First point, the tackling of climate change. We are fully aware of how much farmers are exposed to extreme weather conditions that become more frequent, and we are aware of their need in relation to the availability and use of water resources. Our strategic plan for the future CAP includes important funds and investments for land improvements, for the protection of agricultural holdings. Let me add to that, as already mentioned, the digital platform that will be developed, as I explained before, will contribute effectively to the most effective management on the behalf of farmers. It will allow them to shield their holdings. Second point, the enhancement of collective schemes and cooperation. The Pissarides report reached that conclusion, that collective schemes are the only way forward if we want our production and producers to be more resilient and claim their position in the market within and outside our frontiers. This is why we have taken important initiatives, such as a recent provision according to which, starting from next year, the income tax for farmers that participate in cooperatives or use contract farming will be reduced by 50%. Dear President, dear BOD members, dear shareholders of GAIA EPICHEIREIN, dear friends, dear farmers, dear participants, yes, we live in times of challenges, but also big opportunities for the Greek primary sector. I'm very well aware of your concerns, of the problems, of your fair claims in these difficult times. I'm well aware of your concern to remain competitive and sustainable in the future. I would like to assure you that you are our priority, And through our planned interventions, we have already laid the foundations, and we will, through the new CAP and the Recovery Resilience Fund, the Greek agri-food sector will enhance its resilience and it will make this leap towards the future. Of course, taking advantage of all its competitive edges. I wish all the best for your conference. Congratulations for your work. And I'm really interested in listening to your proposals and conclusions. Thank you.
We would like to thank you, Ms. Bakoyanni, for this honorary introduction, for all the important things that you shared. I'm sure that you offered us extensive food for thought and discussion, of course. Again, thank you so much. It has been an honor. I wish you every success for your conference. And now, let's start with the opening session of this conference entitled Strategic Priorities for the Greek Agriculture and Food Sector. And I would like to invite the panelists to join me. Mr. Kinzios, he's the Director of the Agricultural University of Athens. Ms. Vasso Papadimitriou, she's the Director General of the Federation of Hellenic Food Industries. Mr. Alkiviadis Alexandrou, he's the General Manager of Agricultural Banking from the Piraeus Bank. And our Vice President, Mr. Christos Barlias, and the President of the Association of Agricultural Cooperatives of Corinth.
Και νομίζω ότι έχουμε και σε...
I believe that we also have Mr. Chaniotis, who's connected remotely, right? We will give a second to Mr. Chaniotis in order for him to connect. Well, traditionally, our conference, after the opening ceremony, we have an opening session where we will have statements on strategy issues. And those statements are being made by top-ranking business and institutional representatives of the agri-food sector. I would like to give the floor first to the Rector of the Agricultural University of Athens. And we know that the Agricultural University of Athens is a university that has bloomed during your mandate. We see numerous initiatives that ensure the university is closer to farmers, to people, to society. You have the floor. First of all, I would like to thank you for this honorary invitation in this emblematic flagship event. And of course, I'd like to thank you for your kind words. It is true that we try to do our best in order to be close to the Greek farmers. The Agricultural University of Athens is the third oldest university in our country, and it is a university that has special ties to our country. It has special ties to the agricultural production. And let's not forget that Greece is a farming country, an agricultural country. And this is very important to remember. In general, we try to share the importance of the agri-food sector for the economy and the society. I believe that no other sector of the Greek economy is equally important when we talk about the impact across various levels that it has. We have approximately 600,000 families involved in the agricultural sector. So you do realize how important this sector is. Like I said, and I would like to thank you for your remark, it is true that we have undertaken numerous initiatives. I would like to highlight two of the more recent ones. Last year, we had an initiative in the context of the Greeks of 2021 initiative, and we ran a survey regarding the future of the Greek agriculture by the year 2040. I had also sent my PowerPoint presentation. Can we please have that on screen? Well, we are well aware of the conclusions. Okay, now let's have the PowerPoint of Mr. Kinzius. And now that's the pointer that you can use. Okay. I will deviate, of course, from the PowerPoint because live discussion is, of course, more important and interesting. One thing that I would like to highlight is that today we talk about the need to transform Greek agriculture. And the Greek agriculture has always been faced with this critical issue of transformation. However, this transformation has not been self-explanatory. And there's also another term that is more or less international, the food sovereignty term. It's very important to look into that. And you can see that the Greek agriculture delayed in terms of its modernization course. Talking about the modernization of the means of production. So, up to 1920, no progress had been made whatsoever. We were following the practices that the Greeks were following during the Ottoman Empire. Now, ever since, we also had the creation of the Agricultural University of Athens, we had the creation of the relevant ministries, and we came to realize that we had a vast country with a vast population due to the Asia Minor destruction and the people who came from Turkey. So we saw that it was not until late 30s that the Greek agriculture started to make some steps forward. And so we try to ensure our food sufficiency. This was ensured late 1950s. It was thanks to that that we were able to achieve our urban transformation. So there is a key prerequisite for every society. And this is the prerequisite. Okay, so in the 50s and 60s, we went through a transformation with new varieties, new crops, etc. I'm afraid that ever since, not much progress has been made. We entered the European Community, the later European Union, and we had some aids addressed to meet the needs of plant protection products, fertilizers, and equipment. However, the radical change that the Greek agriculture needed never came. So today we are being faced with the problems that are relevant to all around the world. We'll know that. We have the congestion of the logistics, disruption of commercial and trade flows, sharp increase of the cost, and that's a major problem here. And I believe that we focus on the farmer. So we need to ensure that we can support the production by reducing the cost. So competitiveness can be achieved only through the streamlining of the use of inputs. What is more, Greece, and this is where the food sovereignty term steps in, Greece is being faced with problems due to its size. We have a small scale. Exploitations usually are not larger than 50 or 100 stremas. Sometimes we talk about borderline soils, meaning that soils that have some problems. And we know that the Greek agriculture is the best to make the most out of those soils. We have a population that is old, that has not received adequate education and training, and of course there's a shortage of manpower. But there's something that is not national, it's something that's relevant all around the world. Now, the consequences. This means that investment is low. No sector can advance unless investments are being made. There's no investment, competitiveness is low, the income is even lower. This is not an attractive profession, so that's a vicious circle. However, today the Greek agriculture has tremendous possibilities, but I don't want to bore you with numbers. We saw that throughout the pandemic and when it comes to the employment terms, you saw the impact and how important this sector is. It's equally important with tourism, etc. I would like to ask you to hold your microphone closer to your mouth, please. So we see that there is a positive increasing trend regarding the balance of our export capacity. And over the past years, we see a positive outcome of this balance, but we need to improve that. The important thing is that domestic production is largely absorbed by the domestic industrial sectors. I'm talking about tourism, I'm talking about the Greek industry in general, etc. There are two main challenges lying ahead of us. Climate change, that's the first one. Okay, we know that. It's relevant everywhere. And I'm not only talking about climate change in the sense that it affects production in absolute numbers. It also affects the prematurity of the crops, their susceptibility to diseases and germs. So those are uncharted waters. And we don't know what the upcoming decades hold for us. On the other hand, we also have the European Green Deal. I would like to say that no one can question the fact that the only sustainable agriculture is the environmental friendly agriculture. But this means that if we reduce the inputs, maybe the production will drop as well. So we need to find the best compromise among all those challenges. The Greek Agriculture University, among the numerous initiatives that we have undertaken, has been a very detailed survey that will be presented next Tuesday at the Standing Production and Trade Committee of the European Parliament regarding the projections and estimates for the Greek agriculture in 2040. This is something that was carried out prior to the recent war in Ukraine, but I believe that the conclusions do not change. We have another interesting initiative where we initiated political debate with the government, all the other political parties. They were invited to share their opinions regarding the decision-making policy in terms of how we can form and shape the agriculture of tomorrow. To make the long story short, let me jump to the conclusions and the advantages of those initiatives. Now, the advantages of the Greek agriculture. Previous speakers have already talked about them. We are an agricultural country, meaning that we have a wonderful know-how. We know how to operate, because the Greek agriculture is not something in paper, it's not something that runs in theory. It requires people with in-depth knowledge and know-how who are able to adopt their production models depending on the region. Let's not forget that we have vast geomorphological discrepancies throughout the territory. The agriculture makes a significant contribution to GDP and the employment. Our geographic location is important, meaning that we can export to numerous countries. We have substantial research potential, meaning that all those things can be absorbed by production. We have amazing biodiversity, something that needs to be further supported, not only in order to add a new character to our products, but in order to be ready to tackle the challenges of climate change. And we see that with all the varieties of crops and their resilience against numerous diseases. We see that with the livestock and their resilience towards numerous phenomena. It's not random that Greece is very resilient to the incoming zoonotic diseases, pathogens, and other types of bacteria. And we also have flagship products. Maybe we don't acknowledge that enough. Feta cheese, olive oil, those things are the steamboats of the Greek economy. Threats, okay? Maybe we will not be able to adapt to climate change because things move at a pace that cannot be predicted, anticipated, or properly addressed. That we have an international competitive environment, and another important thing, there are gaps in the value chain. What does it mean? It means that we have not managed to maximize the value of our products across all the positions of the economy. Take tourism, for example. In the Greek tourism, they have tried to promote the Greek breakfast. I'm afraid that we have not integrated Greek products to the Greek breakfast project. I don't know if this is up to the farmers or the hotel owners, but maybe we can introduce another mechanism to better absorb our agricultural products. Now, let me talk about the food sovereignty issue I mentioned before. That's a new term, but it's very important for Greece. It is a new term that tries to address how we can lay emphasis on the locality. What does it mean? Because I don't want to be blamed as being a nationalist. What happens with the supply chain when you wait for the animal feed to be imported by Ukraine or any other place around the globe? There are problems in terms of cost, but if we lay emphasis on the local, short supply chains, and we see that in the creation of silos and storage systems, there is not a comprehensive system for storage. We don't have a new mechanism in place that will alert us in the case of shortage of food. All those things need to be addressed at a local level, always considering the international practices. That's the first problem. Secondly, and this brings us to the heart of today's event, when it comes to the digital transformation is the top access in order to reduce and streamline inputs. That's the only way to go. Digital agriculture can ensure that in combination with other technologies that run complementary to that. We preserve, protect the environment, and we address the cost issues. And of course, we also need to safeguard the biodiversity. That's a tremendous advantage of our country that needs to be preserved. All those things considered in the context of a country where agriculture holds such a major role mean that we need to convert the agricultural production model into a model that will ensure the accessibility of the lowest, most vulnerable social groups to sufficient and high quality food. That's not the rule. The biggest part of the world, all around the globe, is that the production of high quality food is addressed only to the elite groups, meaning that the cost is so high that will prevent the broad population from having access to that. This also includes the agricultural population, because due to the cost, agricultural population will seek other solutions rather than enjoy what they deserve. So the new model of the digital transformation needs to target the production of high quality products accessible by everyone. So the transformation of the Greek agricultural production needs to eradicate social inequalities. Food should be affordable to all, but in order to achieve that, we need to ensure four main conditions. Resilience, this has to do with the environment, and of course digital transformation is important. Accessibility to all technologies and inputs. Food safety and security, and that's very important. And this brings me a couple more slides to some practical tips. I believe that some of those things have already been mentioned. Some technical issues. First of all, it's important to talk about the agricultural advisory services. Those are important. Collective investments, collective schemes. That's very important, and we see progress being made. We need to support cooperatives in all their forms because we won't be able to move forward. And I believe that legal interventions that develop are important, and they are the only way to increase the scale in which we are moving. Right now, we have agricultural population that has no access to land, so the lease of agricultural land should be an option. Digital agriculture. There are other technologies that can use. The biostimulants is an important category of things, and they ensure the nutrition of the crops. Traceability and food safety is very important. I believe that Ms. Papadimitriou will talk about that. And we need to provide incentives to bring on board new people and renew our human capital. The strategic goals, and I will conclude with that, include the connection of agriculture with process. And I think we have not made the most out of that. Maybe this is also due to the fact that the production has needs to develop, but we need to substitute and replace the inputs of agriculture and processed products with our own products. We need to increase and boost the flagship products, olive oil, tobacco, feta cheese, and we need to make a system for the management of stocks. If we lay emphasis on all those things, and if the state considers this issue under a new perspective, not just a managerial perspective, but a comprehensive perspective with all stakeholders in this production chain, we will be able to see the Greek agriculture develop. Thank you so much.
Thank you for sharing these valuable thoughts with us. I believe that these 4 keywords, resilience, accessibility, security, should be engraved in the minds of all people. I would like now to give the floor to Tassos Haniotis, Director at the Directorate for Strategy and Policy Analysis at the Directorate General for Agriculture and Rural Development, the European Commission, who has joined us online from Toledo. Mr. Haniotis, you have been serving DG Agri for many years, and you are always present in our conferences and generally in the Greek public debate on the agricultural policy. Your contribution has been recognized, and you have been at the forefront of certain major reforms of CAP. We are glad to be welcoming you in this conference, and you will talk to us about the new CAP through the perspective of priorities for the Greek primary sector. The floor to you. Hello from Toledo. I'm sorry for the background, but I'm in a hotel room. They were kind enough to let me use it. This is my last speech as representative of the European Commission, because I'm going to retire in a month. So allow me to talk about the strategic priorities for the Greek primary sector under a double perspective, the perspective of somebody who has experienced 6 CAP reforms. In 3 out of them I was actively involved, and the perspective of the challenges that the EU farming sector is faced with. My friend and colleague Pierre Bascou will also address the conference. I have seen his speech, and I believe that he will be very thorough when it comes to the strategic plans and the new CAP. So allow me to mention 3 key issues in this short speech. I will talk about certain more general challenges for the EU farming. Secondly, an aspect of the Greek farming sector. As the rector said, a series of chronic diseases, let's say, and problems. And a third aspect, much more hopeful for the Greek farming sector, which gives us hope for the future. Hope that some of these structural challenges will be addressed. Now, when it comes to challenges for the farming sector, as the rector said, it's no surprising to hear that yesterday, in the first day of the conference here in Spain, they talked about the two major challenges for EU farming: food security and climate change. Double challenge, complex challenges that are also relevant to the Greek farming sector. First of all, they create challenges for productivity. If you look at the wider context, food security is a global challenge. Food security can be ensured even if some food security might be a problem, even if in certain areas this problem has been solved. In the European Union, now deals with this problem. The climate change is also a global challenge, and the progress made in certain areas of the planet is not enough unless we're all together in this effort. When it comes to innovation, knowledge production, transfer of knowledge, all these factors are very important, and they are the key that can help tackle the first big problem for producers, meaning the increase of the production cost. The increase of the production cost is due to a series of environmental regulations and national policies related to the need to tackle climate crisis. There is no other way to handle the challenges of the climate crisis than raising our ambition when it comes to our objectives, our environmental objectives. In the short term, this will have an impact on the production cost. This does not mean, of course, that productivity cannot help us reduce the production cost. This is what the primary sector has always been doing. Secondly, the production cost is also closely linked to the asymmetric exit from the pandemic. The pandemic is not fully behind us, and various parts of the planet have different speeds when it comes to overcoming the pandemic, created many problems in the food supply chain. And third, as if there weren't enough challenges and problems already, even before the Russian invasion, there were a series of geopolitical challenges also related to the way in which Russia chose to use food and energy as a mechanism to put pressure, with the consequences that are already known to all of us. Also, we should take into account the consumer's stance. A series of changes in production standards will not be able to be achieved unless consumer behaviors change as well. I'm talking about energy consumption, food consumption, transport choices, and there is a clear difference between among what consumers want and the way in which they express their preferences when they pay for agricultural products. There is a gap there, and that gap needs to be bridged, needs to be overcome in some way. Now, about the Greek farming sector. Allow me to look at these issues with the perspective of someone who has been living outside Greece for 40 years but keeps track of the developments. In the Greek farming sector, we tend to focus on the small holdings, fragmented holdings. Yes, that's a fact. We all know that. Let me share with you two or three comments that really impressed me when I heard some interviews in the Greek TV. Some farmers said that I will stop producing because I cannot afford it. In the debate yesterday in Toledo, all these issues of inflation, increase of the production cost, we have been debating all this issue and there was no reference in reducing production. The entire debate was about making the necessary adjustments so that producers are able to handle the short-term problems and then increase in the long term their productivity. And in Greece, we talk about reduction of production because a series of chronic issues have not been dealt with, even though great support has been provided all throughout these 4 decades by the CAP. There is a series of chronic issues that need to be tackled through CAP, but this hasn't been the case. First of all, the redistribution. Secondly, pastures. Are they part of the system and how are they linked to the support of livestock breeding, especially when it comes to products that are very important in terms of quality. A third point is coupled support. Coupled support is provided to products with competitiveness issues, but we have come to realize that coupled support that didn't increase the competitiveness of these products. This doesn't mean that coupled support is not necessary, but it should be provided in those areas in which negative consequences, both environmental and social, will appear unless there is this coupled support. But we need to clarify where this coupled support is linked to social and environmental criteria or it is an impediment. And thirdly, as the rector pointed out, this system of advisory services. A system must link knowledge, innovation, in a way that will help the Greek farming sector overcome its problems. So there is this aspect of the Greek farming sector that focuses on the problems, but there is another aspect as well that has appeared over the recent years and gives us hope for further improvements in the future. The rector already talked about the fact that in the midst of the financial crisis, Greece managed to have a surplus when it comes to agri-food products, and this means something. This means something as to our potential for innovation and openness, and it has been underestimated. This potential has been underestimated. Those of us that see the Greek farming sector from the outside, we can see the signs of innovation, the signs of participation in international research products, and the signs of diversity of Greek products. And there are signs of regeneration that can be seen everywhere, starting from the participation of young people in the primary sector, going to the way in which the agri-food business and industry innovates, and how consumers receive a diversity and a big variety of Greek products. But a question is raised: where does CAP stand among all these practical matters? the entire logic behind the strategic plan was precisely this, to provide flexibility to member states, not only to take a look at their weaknesses and analyze their weaknesses, because the Commission more or less agreed on this analysis of weaknesses, but also it allows the member states to choose the areas in which advantages and priorities go hand in hand. And at this point, I believe that one should take advantage of the fact that the European Commission and member states are allies in a joint effort. And to conclude with, I would like to talk about three false dilemmas, in my opinion. The first false dilemma is about whether there is a contradiction between the food security priority and climate change priority. As I mentioned in the Economic Forum of Delphi, it is as if choosing between lungs and stomach. We need both to survive. So these two problems are global, and the solutions provided should combine a synergy between economic and environmental effectiveness. And this is also related to the second false dilemma. Do we need to support through CAP just the production of public goods or also private goods? In other words, is there a need to support the farmers' income or just environmental measures? My opinion, as you probably know, is that we need both, and find the right balance in the way in which income support will also handle the unfair distribution, support distribution issues. But also it should tackle the environmental issues as well. And that's the big challenge for national strategic plans. And there is also another false dilemma, local or global, international. We need both as well. Excuse me, it is more than clear that in the current redistribution of alliances and the way in which trade will exit the current circumstances after the end of the war, whenever that might be, new alliances, new inputs, new dependencies will develop and will influence the primary sector policies. So we need to decide what we should support in terms of local societies, local initiatives for the better connection between producers and consumers, but also how to support the necessary openness of the Greek primary sector and the EU primary sector as well. Thank you very much.
Εμείς ευχαριστούμε πολύ τον Τάσο.
I would like to thank Tassos Chaniotis because, as always, he is very clear and honest, sincere and open opinion is a message that emits optimism and shows how we can reconcile those two bipoles. This is an important message for today's conference. We will get back to a discussion later on. Now, I would like to give the floor to Ms. Vasso Papadimitriou. She is the Director General of the Federation of the Hellenic Food Industries. Ms. Papadimitriou, thank you so much for joining us today. A few days ago, I was lucky enough to attend your general meeting and see how focused and to the point all presentations were. And we know that FEFT, the Federation of Hellenic Food Industries, is on the forefront of all the developments in the sector. We know that the agri-food sector in this country involves numerous sizes and aspects and is an inextricable link of the primary sector. You have the floor. Thank you so much, Rector, President, Vice President. Good morning. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this event. And I'm really glad to participate in a conference that promotes information, exchange of ideas, and discussions about the new CAP and its contribution to the green and digital transition of food systems. The Hellenic food and beverages industry is the most competitive and open sector, laying special emphasis on the lives of citizens and having a huge impact on the society and the economy. It has a 16 billion euro turnover and accounts for a substantial percentage of the Greek processing. Our industry remains the most important employer, maybe the biggest employer on local processing, and ranks first in terms of the number of businesses, something that adds a special gravity to its position. The Hellenic Federation of Food Industries represents those businesses at the national and international level, is the main stakeholders discussing with the state about all the problems and points of concern of this sector, and contributes to the formation of an environment where all businesses, regardless of their size, can develop and compete. And this federation is a member of the Food Ring Europe, and among the other member states associations, we have the opportunity to participate in the European status quo. We have first-hand knowledge of the European decisions and positions, and we have the opportunity to promote the Greek positions in the European institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, and as we have already heard by the previous speakers, over the past 2 years we experienced an unprecedented pandemic, a crisis that had a strong impact on our businesses, on our economy, on our society. The food industry, despite all the problems, had a positive reaction. It exhibited resilience. It managed to rise on the occasion and live up to the expectations of the consumers. It ensured the food sovereignty and sufficiency and met the demands of the market with a view to creating a more sustainable business environment. Of course, the sector is still being faced with challenges at a European, national and international level. I would like to talk about the key challenges. Those challenges stem from the unprecedented crisis, the pandemic, the geopolitical and the energy crisis that affect economies, business activities, as well as the purchase power of consumers all around the world. On the other hand, the challenges that we're faced with are due to the various environmental aspects all around the world. I would like to indicatively mention the transition to more sustainable and resilient food systems, ensuring our food security, tackling and addressing food waste, new food trends, as well as the digital transformation. We have already heard many things about it by the previous speakers. At this point, I would like to focus on the sustainable growth. Over the past years, this has been a top priority for everyone. It is one of the topics addressed by this conference. The European Green Deal, according to which Europe should be the first climate-neutral continent until 2050, and with the Farms Reform strategy, a strategy that lies at the heart of the European Green Deal and is relevant the agri-food sector across with the deal on biodiversity, we see how we can move towards more sustainable, more resilient food systems. So a new development model is provided for a human-centered and environment-centered approach. And this is something that has already affected the financial and regulatory framework where we operate. It has also affected the habits of consumers, and of course processing and transportation. The food and beverage industry has developed some actions towards this direction with a view to moving towards more resilient and sustainable food systems. The Federation of Hellenic Food Industries welcomes this new strategy. This is not something new to us, and we keep a close eye on its development, and we hope that we'll be able to follow all the developments and the materialization of the goals. The issues that have been a major topic of concern, issues that are a priority for the food industry, are at the same time the goals of the Farm to Fork strategy. I would like to talk about the most important goals that are our priorities. I'm talking about the reduction of our environmental footprint from the food products production process, something that will further boost the sustainability of the system. The reconstitution of the food products, meaning what? Gradual decrease of added sugars, salt, saturated fats, and energy value. We're all aware of the fact that there are new products on the market, and in this effort to reshape our nutritional habits, we have snacks, beverages, soft drinks, and packaged food that try to move towards this direction. Food security is another important topic. That's another priority, and that's another goal of the Farm to Fork strategy. Industry offers consumers safe products of high nutritional value at affordable prices. At the same time, the industry is doing everything it can in order to reduce food waste and distribute food to our fellow citizens who are in need. The optimization of the food labeling at the front part of the packages is another priority and another goal of the Farm to Fork strategy. We believe that proper information and education of consumers is of paramount importance because we want to move to more balanced and healthy nutritional habits. For this reason, we advocate the creation of a single, common, harmonized food labeling system at the front of the packages, a system that will highlight the overall nutritional value of food and will allow consumers to make informed choices among a variety of products that will ensure traditional products and products of single ingredient that are linked to Mediterranean diet and the export activity of our sector. And another important initiative has to do with the encouragement of local production through contract farming and precision farming, with a view to producing high-quality products that will be a top-quality raw material for the processing industry and will promote the Greek nutrition and the Greek diet. The fourth industrial revolution has arrived. As we all know, the pandemic has contributed to unprecedented changes and has been able to offer some solutions and generate opportunities that stem from the development of technology. Digital transformation affects at a rapid pace businesses, economies, human behaviors, and societies. It contributes to reducing red tape. It has a positive impact on the daily lives of everyone, offering big opportunities for development and expansion of the agri-food businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, it's well known that the Greek agri-food sector has shown that it is resilient, that it can develop, but in the context of all those crises, it is difficult to make an accurate estimate of its stamina. Structural failures and insufficiencies are always on the agenda. I'm talking about the small and fragmented land plots. Mr. Haniotis talked about that before. Low productivity, ineffective organization, and low integration of new technologies. In the new reality that we experience, one should also add the various problems in international transportation, the war, as well as the sanctions that affect liquidity all around the world, sufficiency in energy and raw material, exports, and access to international markets. We believe, therefore, that the following interventions are necessary in order to shield and transform the agri-food sector in Greece. We need to find alternative forms for the supply of raw materials and energy, the development of a new national strategy that will determine a new framework to link the primary production to the market. The green and digital transition transformation of exploitations is of the essence. We need to incentivize farmers in order to adopt environmental friendly practices. We need to train human resources. We need to hone their skills and attract new producers. And we know that the collaboration between proper business, proper entrepreneurship, good entrepreneurship, and the academia, further promotion of openness and the promotion of the multidimensional cultural aspect of our country, as well as the use and absorption of all the available financing tools, as well as the investment programs that are developed by the Ministry of Development, Rural Development and Food, always with a view to further developing the sector. We believe that the transition to more resilient value chains and the response to modern challenges requires a holistic approach, requires that we all collaborate in order to ensure that the primary sector, primary production, food, state, tourism, social partners, all stakeholders move towards the same direction. The Greek food industry is part of the agri-food chain. We said that before. It's a key pillar of the national economy and an inextricable part of people's lives. The agri-food sector, the agri-food chain needs to remain strong, competitive and sustainable in order to continue providing food security, enjoyment, pleasure, top quality and safety through its products. In order to meet the new needs, we believe that it needs to be flexible in terms of the measures adopted for the implementation and agility in terms of the time frame for the implementation of those measures. Thank you so much for your attention.
Εμείς σας ευχαριστούμε, κυρία Παπαδημητρίου, για τα...
Thank you, Ms. Papadimitriou. Thank you for your messages, the data that you share with us. It's the first time that labeling is mentioned in this conference, and you mentioned it. It is a debate, a whole debate in Brussels as well. It is a very important issue, and thank you for raising it. Let me now give the floor to Mr. Arkiviadis Alexandrou, General Manager of Agricultural Banking at Piraeus Bank. Thank you for being here. Piraeus Bank is very important for us, not only because it is our shareholder and strategic partner, but it is also the most important banking institution for the primary sector, offering products, services, and organizing initiatives. The floor to you. Dear President of GAIA EPICHEIREIN, dear shareholders of GAIA, dear partners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of Piraeus Bank, I would like to thank GAIA EPICHEIREIN for the invitation and for the opportunity offered to us to be here amongst you once again in this conference, having chosen us not because of our shareholder status, but because we are the financial institution that specialized, the only financial institution specialized in the primary sector in Greece. And of course, this is a huge responsibility for us. Having heard, having listened to the research and presented by the rector, allow me, the rector, to talk about the findings and the results of a research undertaken by Piraeus Bank in collaboration with Ernst & Young. It was presented in the Delphi Economic Forum. The topic was the future of agri-food in Greece, and the reason why we conducted this research was because we wanted to take advantage in the good sense of our relationship with our clients. We chose 450 clients from the agri-food sector, starting from farmers, producer groups, agri-cooperatives, small and larger ones, private businesses, manufacturing industries, and big also export companies, and also retailers. We wanted to include all the links of the agri-food chain, and we wanted them to answer specific questions. So what is the future of agri-food, challenges and problems? They talked about the ever-growing global population, and by 2050 the agri-food sector should ensure food for 40% more people, which means increased production by more than 60%. They mentioned climate crisis, no need to repeat everything already said, irrational use of water resources, harmful gas emissions. The third area of challenges is, of course, the topic of today's conference: innovation and knowledge in the agri-food business. So within this context, last year, the Piraeus Bank made an important decision. We acquired 5% of New Republic, and we considered that through this partnership, we would be able to resolve some of the problems faced by our clients, to provide them ready-made solutions through the perspective of a bank, of course, which will allow us to have more healthy balance sheets in agri-cooperatives and producer groups, etc. This will lead, better balance sheets means better credit behavior and more funding from us. What were the suggestions, the proposals brought forward by our clients? The development of sustainable value chains for Greek products, the facilitation of and the development of contract farming practices. Contract farming is interpreted in a different way by each body. In our view, contract farming is this three and the new CAP in figures, in numbers, so there are funds available for the primary sector for the 5 sub-measures mentioned by Ms. Bakoyanni. The first pillar of innovation and green technology is already being implemented. 90 million euros will be allocated to the primary sector. So far, the Piraeus Bank has been involved in 20 projects that account for 55 million euros in subsidies. 55 million euros will be available until the middle of September. So we have to find the investment projects that are fit for green transition of the primary sector. Otherwise, these funds will disappear. and of course the organization and operational and digital transformation, which has already been mentioned. In Piraeus Bank, we understand that the provision of liquidity and excellent banking, who is the president of the Union of Agricultural Cooperatives of Corinthia. He is one of the most experienced cooperative members in the country, and in this session, he is the voice of farmers and producers. The floor to you, Mr. Barlias.
Thank you. I would like to thank everyone who takes part in this 8th conference of GAIA EPICHEIREIN. I am very proud that I contributed to the creation of GAIA, and I attended all the conferences that led to highly interesting conclusions. Better. Anyway, we keep going, and they know that we are better than them. We have a very high level, and we know that it is up to the history to see whether this has been successful or not. Now, let me get to the new CAP. We know that the new CAP, something will be imposed by the democratic aspect of this country rather than the current government. I am convinced about it, so I'm sure that the proposals will be better. Before sharing my opinions, I need to complain, to share my complaints, because I am a farmer, I am a member of a cooperative. Farmers are a roofless building. The pandemic has not ended. After the pandemic, we had the glaciers, we had the droughts, we had the fires. And once we said that, okay, everything has ended, things will go on better only, we had the war in Ukraine. Costs skyrocketed. And 96%, according to Hellenic Statistical Authority, of the produced livestock product is given to cover the costs. Meaning that if the state does not come up with a plan to support livestock breeding, we won't have livestock breeding in a few years. Everyone wants to enjoy lamb with a meal. Okay, if you're under this category, start looking for alternatives, start exploring other options. Now, what do we expect from the new CAP? We expect it to be fair and equitable. What does it mean? Our key priority is to see what happens in the case of young farmers. Yesterday, we saw the presentation of the research. The results were disheartening. Okay, we might have in the new CAP candidates for aids and payments that will do nothing. If the CAP aims at giving financial aid, let's start with the young farmers, giving them land, giving them tools, in collaboration with Piraeus Bank, of course, because the money that they take in order to enter this field are not enough for anything. And they're not enough for them to buy even a 5-strema long land plot. And we cannot talk about a farmer when we talk about farmers with so small land plots. You also talked about safe, high-quality products at a low cost. I'm afraid those things are incompatible. considering today's situation. Of course, we had predicted that at the year, and the money that we had remaining from the past years, thanks to the proper management of the President and all the employees, we invested. We invested in order to reduce the cost of production. Yesterday, we talked about Sense and all the models that we have developed, and which, in collaboration with Europublic, are welcomed by the Europeans. Everyone has integrated those tools apart from us. And I'm talking about the current government. I'm afraid that the current government does not want us, does not like our model. Okay, they're welcome not to like it, but let them show what they propose as an alternative. Anyway. And I would like to say that apart from the new farmers and the equitable distribution, I would like to make a few more points. To my point of view, those are points that should be a strategic priority. Those things need to be developed in order to address the essence of today's conference. We need to invest in green and digital transition of the primary sector. Yesterday we saw the results, we saw the proposals, we listened to Mr. Maravella. But we had a ready-made proposal. That's what we submitted. We had and Europublic. So what should the government do? Okay, if they don't have any other proposal to make, why not adopt our proposal? Because when the journalist asked Mr. Mavrodis, how much do those machines cost? We are still financing them, this cost, but this cannot be done, because if this starts growing, and it's necessary, it will happen, then we need to have the state to include the various advisors that the professor talked about before. And in Greece, since 2003, the relevant order had been given. It ended yesterday. It was extended by July 23rd in order to do what? Okay, we had this money. We will see what there is left. And why am I mentioning that? Because in order for you to enjoy high-quality, safe, affordable products, that's the only way to go. And this happens with all the land plots, etc. If this is not the case, the products will gradually disappear. And at the end, this country will be left with nothing in terms of self-sufficiency. Let's not forget that Greece has not created a program about its inputs, its needs. Now we are scared and terrified due to the war in Ukraine, and now we have the Minister of Development saying, okay, take a stock of your stocks, write them down and see what we will be able to do. And then we also have farmers who are exposed to all those weather conditions. And at the same time, we also have the state. We have a state that does not do much. We have a state that only has 65 million in income, the OPEX is 35 million, and they want to give out 135 million. How are they going to do that? You do realize that such a state is unable to support farmers in order to cover their production costs. So why not do what Italy and France did? What did they do? They said that in the case of the first pillar, 3% will be saved. We will save that through the state, but we will take the initiative to do that in order to be able to finance the risks. But there are too many risks. And collective schemes. Okay, we have already mentioned that. It's true, we need it. In order for all those things to be implemented, apart from the institutional framework, and all the ministers that take office start by changing the law on cooperatives without checking to see whether this is in accordance with the decision made by the European Union. Why not change the law on industry, on trade, on many more? All the ministers, in order to say that they did something, they revisit or review this law. But this law is based on some key principles and the Constitution. Okay, they add an extra touch. Okay, that's all they do. I agree with what Ms. Panayiotou said before. If we don't see the end value of the high nutritional value products, if we don't apply all these things, we won't be able to make a living. And let me give you now an example. And I'd like to share with you a motto I had a few years ago when we were trying to export olive oil. The Greek olive oil died due to sale in bulk. So we, as a state, did not make an initiative in order to prevent that. And another thing that I would like to say, something that the professor also said, we cannot go to Crete and not having Riviera cheese on their restaurants without having oregano, without having sage or other products. Not only in order for them to consume them, but also to buy. Because if those consumers buy those things and take them abroad, take them home, then those things will further develop. Okay. I don't want to bore you with many more things, but I'm desperate with the ministry. I'm desperate because we have statements, and the conclusion of those statements is that those payments are at risk. I don't know whether they're going to be paid on time. And since we have Mr. Kargalakos here, I would like to say that all those conferences maybe are not what we need. In the past, we didn't organize so many conferences, but in the past we had European and Greek visionaries, De Gaulle, Mitterrand, and Andreas Papandreou. Thank you so much. Take care. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. Now, I believe that we have some time for discussion. President, you want to make a point or at the end of the day? Oh, now. Okay, could you please give a microphone to Mr. Adoniadis? Of course you're going to make your comments, and I don't want to take your job to steal your thunder, but I must say that the level of the presentations, and I'd like to thank you all. I'm sure that you all have the same conclusion, how necessary it is to modernize through digital transformation. That's the only cure. And I believe that this is not an option, that's a one-way street. Okay, the professor wanted to say the following: I am aware of the past, I correct the mistakes of the past, or I replicate the good practice of the past. Back in the 50s and 60s, we had a good decade, we had the Marshall Project. In the 70s, we didn't have a trade policy whatsoever. In the 70s, we had migration outgoing the country. So all those things are historic. And why did Professor mention all those things before? First of all, because those things don't exist today and they need to be looked at under a different perspective. And secondly, because innovation, development, and the in-depth knowledge that is necessary for innovation is already in our hands. It's already on the table, and there are resources to finance it. So your conclusion is the exact same that Ms. Papadimitriou said. This is the way in which her own federation approaches things. And I would like to congratulate you for your resilience, for your stamina, about the crisis that threatens the country. And in my previous capacity, I was aware of some things. I can say that all the resources that you have drawn are being used in a highly centralized and proper way. I would also like to congratulate Alkis, my associate, because he was very modest and prudent when presenting the bank's intervention in the agricultural sector from his institution's standpoint. All the steps are good and well. I fully agree with you that this should be the lesson learned. You should constantly focus, because this is something that develops and grows. Well done. Keep going. Because right now, our country will need a different policy, a different banking policy, not only more focused, more extensive, I'd say. I would also like to congratulate Christos, because he said in his own personal way that if you want to eat well, you know what you should do. The tool is there. We have YesSense. Join us. And everyone will know that this is the only solution in order for you to produce more, eat more. What you produce should be more productive. And I would like to congratulate this panel, because he said this panel gave another conclusion, that digital transformation is a one-way street. We need to correct the costs, we need to correct all those things through a specific approach. And given that we already have those tools, and given that we already have the associates and the organizations, yes, I believe that we should look into that. I don't want to overlook the well-documented statement made by Tassos Chaniotis, because he is always speaking about the main topics and very focused. And we also need to talk about the parameters that shape the production costs of all these things. And we need to listen to those people. We need to listen to them carefully. Thank you all for your interventions. Thank you for demonstrating how important this sort of digital transition is. Thank you.
Thank you, President, for your fruitful comments. There are a few minutes left There are a few minutes left. So yesterday we presented a survey we ran together with Kappa Research and the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. The aim of the survey was to record the beginning point, what Greek producers think in relation to the green and digital transition, which is the topic of the conference. So let's take a look and comment two charts out of this survey. The first chart is about a question asked to them. What, in your opinion, is the driver for green and digital transition? The first most popular answer is the state. The second most popular answer is the European Union and the CAP, and the third answer is collective schemes. And let's take a look at a second chart as well, and I welcome you to comment on it. The second chart, what was the question? Can you please, okay. What would make you use more new technologies in your production? So the first most popular answer is financing. The second most popular answer is support policies by the state and the European Union. And third most popular answer is better information. Ms. Papadimitriou, in your case, the answer could be rephrased as, what about your members, the agri-food industry? What would encourage the agri-food industry? What would your members need in order to ride the wave of the green and digital transition? Let's start with Mr. Chaniotis because he has to go. Mr. Chaniotis, the floor to you. Thank you. I'm running low on battery as well. Anyway, I'm not surprised by the role of the state. Even if we ask the same questions in other sectors of the economy, the answer would be the same. It is a characteristic of the Greek society that we demand a lot from the state. This is partly valid because the state has a role to play. But secondly, let me make the difference between your conference and the conference I'm in today. I have experienced the transformation of the Greek and Spanish farming sector over the past 40 years. The same EU framework applies to both countries. There are joint problems, there are joint issues among the two countries. Why was the development so different? The answer, to a large degree, is found in the power of collective schemes and cooperatives in Spain, which allowed them not to solve all problems, because of course they are faced with problems, but they have managed to increase their competitiveness. Its positive characteristics were developed precisely because of the power of the collective schemes, because of the development of these collective schemes that allowed the farming sector to transform itself. The same applies to other countries as well, such as Poland, which was faced with other problems, but they used the same EU framework to go forward. In Greece, we tend to focus on our weaknesses rather than our strengths. And now I'm not speaking with the hat of the EU public servant, but as a Greek living abroad, we have the tendency to underestimate our ability to predict some developments and adjust ourselves quicker. There are a series of sectors in the Greek society that precisely prove this characteristic, and that's true in the farming sector as well. And it is more evident in the recent years, but it's not evident in the institutional sector of implementation of the new CAP. That's precisely the problem that needs to be solved, and that's proven by the answers. That's the problem. I would expect that the most popular answer would be that what's missing is knowledge and experience on how to implement these technologies. Let's say that the funding is ensured, and it is ensured. It is ensured. Is the problem solved of how to implement these new technologies? No. This is where we should focus, and I'm sure that if we do focus on that, then we will be able to highlight the advantages and the competitive edges of the Greek farming sector. We will be able to look at the opportunities for the future instead of focusing on our weaknesses. Thank you. Thank you for this last comment and for your participation. You are free to go. Let's renew our appointment for our new conference. No matter what your role will be, next year your opinion is always of value. Thank you. Let's continue with the comment by Mr. Kinzios. The comment is off the microphone.
Όχι, δεν νομίζω.
Τώρα νομίζω με ακούτε. Ναι, ευχαριστώ πολύ. Έχω μία λίγο...
I have a slightly different, not different, but complementary opinion. To answer to what the President said before, in a crucial sector, as the primary sector is, unless there is a holistic and integrated approach, then it's better doing nothing. It's as if buying a new car without buying the engine or the tires or the fuel. Digital transformation, we all agree that it is necessary, but in order to support it, funding is needed. Because unless you invest on the long term, with a long-term horizon, no results will come up. The farming sector, the agricultural sector, is like a very big boat, and this big boat cannot change course in a glimpse of a moment. Patience is needed. We have to stand by farmers, and I will always keep repeating it. I fully understand what you said, Vice President. Greek farmers feel alone. They feel without a roof over their head. A long time ago, the role of agronomists was upgraded. But at some point, that stopped. In order to transform the Greek primary sector, we need, first of all, strategic plan. And allow me to say that the Agricultural University of Athens, a few years ago, had submitted a full plan for tackling a possible food crisis to the Ministry of Agriculture and to the Central Union of Regions of Greece. There was no response at all, no response whatsoever. Which proves what? Proves the complete lack of interest in the Greek primary sector production. So first of all, we need planning. And planning requires money and human capital as well. Tools are available, funding can be found, but we also need the human resources. And we need a long-term vision. No one can expect results as if it is something which requires just a 3-year plan. No, we need a long-term plan. And of course, adjusting accordingly. That's all on my part. Sorry if I wasted your time. You didn't waste our time at all. Ms. Papadimitriou, the floor to you. I would just like to say something, to repeat something that I already mentioned in my speech. In the agri-food industry, the link to the primary production is very important, and it goes without saying why, because we need safe products, quality products, added value products for our consumers. Therefore, for us it's very important to shape a national strategy that would promote this cooperation between the industry and the primary sector, and the provision of technological and funding developments to farmers is important. The participation and synergy among all relevant stakeholders is necessary. It's not an action or an initiative that can be achieved unilaterally. It is an objective for the achievement of which everybody is necessary. We need the state. Everybody admitted that. We need the state, but we also need all the links of that chain in order to make this transition to more resilient, sustainable food systems. And that's a sine qua non condition for the sustainability of our sector and of the agri-food sector in general. Thank you. Thank you, and we are looking forward to further deepening of the dialogue between us and you. It would be a great pleasure for us. Moving on to the comment by Mr. Alexandru. Can you show us the first slide again, Ms. Tsiforu? The first chart from the survey. What's missing in this chart is the financial system. So in my opinion, the financial institutions should be around the table as well. My answer to your question is what Ms. Papadimitriou actually said. Everybody together, the state, the EU, the CAP, collective schemes, agricultural advisors, and the banking system. The banking system is not just a method to get a loan. It is a credit financial policy. So my position is that it doesn't matter the degree of participation of each one. What matters is this involvement of everybody. And let me say something that I have been thinking about surveys and researches. We can conduct a lot, but how do we implement the results, the findings? How can we find ourselves around the table where we will agree even though we might be disagreeing? Let's go to the second chart, please. I'm very happy for this 42% of financing, but that's not the most important for me. The most important thing for me is that clearly banks finance the idea of green and digital transition. But what schemes are financed? Who is the receiver of the loan? So it's not just about financing a cause. We have to have sustainable schemes to finance. And once we have that, banks will be present. And for me, better information provision and better awareness raising should be a priority, because simply giving money without information, without advisory services, will not be effective. Thank you. Thank you. And let's conclude with Mr. Barlia's comment. I would like to give you an example on what the President said. We have already implemented and we have been using the GAIA Sense devices in Corinthia, in my village. So we have taken steps towards this transition. This is why we have managed to produce the more apricots ever, because the device can predict even the weather conditions, and we managed to reduce cost by around 22%. And I'm not talking about irrigation at all. If I take into account irrigation, we might even reach 25-27% reduction of cost. Therefore, the transformation is the only way forward. Having said that, I repeat that I'm in despair. And I'm wondering why most farmers answered that the state is more important. I guess this is what they hope for, but it's not something that they actually expect. If their question was, do you expect from the state to help you? They would say no. That's all on my part. Unfortunately, the state still is seeking a clientistic relationship with farmers and schemes. So the financing system, the banking system, is the only system that can help us. And I'm grateful for the products of Piraeus Bank. I'm not in very good terms with them, so please don't believe that I'm saying this just to praise them. Thank you. You talked about the apricots. Yes, you do implement GAIA Sense. And allow me to say that it's not just that the production increased. They were very tasty as well. Quality is of essence as well. Let's close this first session. I would like to thank all our panelists. I really enjoyed the panel. We will continue in 10 minutes at 25 to 1. We will continue with 3 panel sessions with important panelists. We will provide important information on the National Strategic Plan. Just a short coffee break and we will be back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
επιτυχημένες εκδηλώσεις. Περισσότεροι από 4.000 συμμετέχοντες. 175 διακεκριμένοι ομιλητές. 7 ενημερωτικές εκδόσεις. 6 σημαντικές συνεργασίες. Πανελλήνιο Συνέδριο για την Ανάπτυξη της Ελληνικής Γεωργίας της ΓΑΙΑ EPICHEIREIN. 8 χρόνια δίνουμε το παρόν στην ανάπτυξη πρωτοβουλειών και υπηρεσιών, αλλά και στον δημόσιο διάλογο για τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη της ελληνικής γεωργίας, έχοντας ως επίκεντρο τη γνώση, την καινοτομία, την επιχειρηματικότητα και τη συνεργασία.
Σε εθνικό επίπεδο, αρρωγός σε αυτή την προσπάθεια είναι πρωτοβουλίες όπως της GAIA EPICHEIREIN, η οποία λειτουργεί ως πρότυπο που αναδεικνύει τη σημασία των συνεργειών και των συμμαχιών πέρα από ιδεολειψίες, στεγανά και προκαταλήψεις του παρελθόντος για την επίτευξη κοινών αναπτυξιακών στόχων στο δύσκολο περιβάλλον της μεταμνημονιακής Ελλάδας, που δεν είναι μακριά.
8 χρόνια συνδιαλεγόμαστε με κορυφαίους θεσμικούς και επιχειρηματικούς εκπροσώπους του αγροδιατροφικού τομέα σε Ελλάδα και Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, συνεισφέροντας ενεργά στη διαβούλευση για το παρόν και το μέλλον της αγροδιατροφής.
Intanto voglio ricordare che molti passi avanti sono stati fatti sulla proposta di riforma che abbiamo sul tavolo. Passi avanti che insieme proprio a GAIA.
And indeed, without you, we wouldn't have had the possibility to enrich our work and to be able today to propose a new CAP.
8 χρόνια βασιζόμαστε στη δύναμη της γνώσης και της καινοτομίας, συμβάλλοντας στον πράσινο και ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό της ελληνικής γεωργίας, αλλά και στην ανάδειξή του σε κορυφαία προτεραιότητα για τον εθνικό αγροτικό τομέα.
Estoy convencido que la innovación y la digitalización es la clave para avanzar en esta transición verde. También somos conocedores de los grandes avances realizados en Grecia gracias a la cultura innovadora de GAIA EPICHEIREIN.
Et je vous félicite de placer le numérique au cœur des débats agricoles dans votre pays.
Peut être maintenant un exemple, un modèle pour l'Europe, et j'espère que nous allons être en mesure d'utiliser cette expérience dans les perspectives que nous allons...
8 χρόνια παρακολουθούμε συστηματικά την πορεία της ελληνικής και της ευρωπαϊκής γεωργίας και σας ενημερώνουμε συνεχώς για τις εξελίξεις της αγροτικής πολιτικής σε Ελλάδα και Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Συνεχίζουμε δυναμικά και σας καλωσορίζουμε στο 8ο Πανελλήνιο Συνέδριο για την Ανάπτυξη της Ελληνικής Γεωργίας. GAIA EPICHEIREIN. Διαμορφώνουμε το αύριο του αγροτικού τομέα.
Στην Τράπεζα Πειραιώς συμβάλλουμε στην επανεκκίνηση του αύριο, στηρίζοντας και τον αγροτικό τομέα με το πρόγραμμα χρηματοδότησης σχεδίων βελτίωσης, παρέχοντας δάνειο προεξόφλησης επιχορήγησης, επενδυτικό δάνειο, δάνειο για φωτοβολταϊκά συστήματα, εγγυητική επιστολή για προκαταβολή. Έχουμε ξεκάθαρη εικόνα των αναγκών σας. Γι' αυτό, αν έχει εγκριθεί το σχέδιό σας, ελάτε τώρα σε ένα κατάστημα Πειραιώς για να βρούμε μαζί την καταλληλότερη χρηματοδοτική λύση για εσάς. Τράπεζα Πειραιώς. Στηρίζει κάθε αύριο.
Ελληνική γη. Συνυφασμένη με το ελληνικό πνεύμα. Καρποφορεί κάτω από τον μεσογειακό ήλιο και φροντίζει για την ευημερία των Ελλήνων. Αυτήν τη γη αγαπάμε και σε αυτήν τη γη στηριζόμαστε.
Η χρήση αυτών των συστημάτων στη σύγχρονη γεωργία είναι μονόδρομος. Έχοντας τα σωστά εργαλεία, μπορείς να έχεις τις σωστές αποφάσεις και να παρακολουθήσεις όλη την παραγωγική διαδικασία, από το χωράφι μέχρι το ράφι.
Εκτιμούμε ότι το GEASense αποτελεί έναν πολύτιμο και αξιόπιστο οδηγό που θα μπορέσει να οδηγήσει τους παραγωγούς στην επόμενη περίοδο.
Πήρα δείγμα από το χωράφι μου, το οποίο δείγμα θα το δώσω στο γεωπόντο συνεταιρισμού και προσδοκώ, αφού γίνει ανάλογη ανάλυση, να μου δώσει όλες αυτές τις οδηγίες για την καλύτερη θρέφση των φυτών μου.
Ο γεωπόνος παραλαμβάνει το δείγμα εδάφους από τον παραγωγό, κάνει καταγραφή στην ειδική ψηφιακή εφαρμογή του GAIA και συμπληρώνει το έντυπο για να στείλει το δείγμα στο εργαστήριο. Με βάση τα αποτελέσματα της εδαφολογικής ανάλυσης και σε συνδυασμό με άλλες πληροφορίες, εκδίδεται η συμβουλή λίπανσης και αποστέλλεται στον παραγωγό. Ενώ, με τον συνδυασμό διαφορετικών δεδομένων και πληροφοριών, εκδίδονται και οι εξατομικευμένες συμβουλές φυτοπροστασίας και άρδευσης.
Για το θέμα του δάκου στην περιοχή, εμείς οι ίδιοι παραγωγοί παρακολουθούμε με παγίδες την εξέλιξη του πληθυσμού και κάνουμε τις επεμβάσεις όταν αυτό κρίνεται αναγκαίο.
Συλλέγουμε δείγματα εδάφους, νερού και φυτικών ιστών για να κατανοήσουμε τις ανάγκες της καλλιέργειας σε αρδευτικό νερό και θρεπτικά στοιχεία. Θέλουμε με αυτόν τον τρόπο να μειώσουμε το κόστος παραγωγής και να περιορίσουμε τις ροές που δεν χρειάζονται και επιβαρύνουν το περιβάλλον.
Οι παραγωγοί του συνεταιρισμού υποδέχτηκαν με πολύ μεγάλη προσμονή έως και έκπληξη το γεγονός ότι ο συνεταιρισμός μέσα από την στρατηγική του συνεργασία για την εφαρμογή των προγραμμάτων του GAIA θα οδηγούνταν στο να μπορέσει να υιοθετήσει όλες αυτές τις τεχνολογίες οι οποίες θα μπορούσαν να τον οδηγήσουν σε νέου τύπου γεωργικές συμβουλές και έδειξαν πάρα πολύ μεγάλο ενδιαφέρον σε απρόσμενα μεγάλο βαθμό που και εμείς οι ίδιοι βρεθήκαμε σε δύσκολη θέση γιατί δεν μπορούσαμε να εξυπηρετήσουμε τόσους πολλούς παραγωγούς ταυτόχρονα.
Από την εφαρμογή του συστήματος της GAIA περιμένουμε την ορθολογικότερη χρήση των φυτοπροστατευτικών σκευασμάτων για την αντιμετώπιση των εχθρών και των ασθενειών στο χωράφι, βάσει των συμβουλών φυτοπροστασίας που έρχεται από το σύστημα. Σίγουρα την διαχείριση των φυσικών πόρων, όπως είναι το νερό, βασιζόμενοι στα μοντέλα άρδευσης του συστήματος. Διαχειριζόμαστε πολύ καλύτερα την άρδευση στο χωράφι, άρα μειώνουμε την κατανάλωση σε νερό. Και οπωσδήποτε αυτό συνεπάγεται πάλι τη μείωση του κόστους παραγωγής.
Καλλιεργώντας βιολογικά, σαν πολυαγρόκτημα, έχουμε ήδη μειωμένο περιβαλλοντολογικό αποτύπωμα. Χρησιμοποιώντας τους αισθητήρες και το σύστημα λήψης απόφασης της GAIA, είμαστε ακόμα πιο βελτιωμένοι όσον αφορά τη σωστή χρήση άρδευσης. Μπορούμε να ξέρουμε πότε η ριζόσφαιρα έχει την μέγιστη ανάγκη σε νερό για να μπορέσουμε να ποτίσουμε τη σωστή ποσότητα ανάλογα με τον τύπο της καλλιέργειας στο σωστό χρόνο.
Η ελληνική γη είναι πολύτιμη. Οι φυσικοί μας πόροι είναι πολύτιμοι. Αυξάνουμε την ανταγωνιστικότητα των προϊόντων μας, μειώνουμε το οικολογικό μας αποτύπωμα, φροντίζουμε για το μέλλον μας.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, γεια σας. Είμαι η Βικτωρία Αποστολοπούλου. Η ΓΕΑ EPICHEIREIN, στο πλαίσιο του προγράμματος Cup to Fork, προς ένα βιώσιμο σύστημα τροφίμων από τον αγρότη στον καταναλωτή, το οποίο υλοποιεί με την υποστήριξη της Γενικής Διεύθυνσης Γεωργίας της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής, έχει σχεδιάσει μια σειρά 5 επεισοδίων Web TV με θέμα πορτρέτα από το αγρόκτημα στο πιάτο. Η στρατηγική από το αγρόκτημα στο πιάτο βρίσκεται στο επίκεντρο της Ευρωπαϊκής Πράσινης Συμφωνίας, με στόχο να καταστήσει τα συστήματα τροφίμων δίκαια, υγιεινά και φιλικά προς το περιβάλλον. Κάθε επεισόδιο της σειράς «Πορτρέτα από το αγρόκτημα στο πιάτο» πρόκειται να επικεντρωθεί σε έναν βασικό παράγοντα της εφοδιαστικής αλυσίδας τροφίμων, ξεκινώντας από το επίπεδο της παραγωγής και φτάνοντας μέχρι την κατανάλωση. Πιο συγκεκριμένα, τα πορτρέτα θα εστιάσουν σε εκπροσώπους του αγροτικού τομέα, της βιομηχανίας τροφίμων, του χονδρεμπορίου λιανεμπορίου τροφίμων, του κλάδου των υπηρεσιών τροφίμων και ποτών και των καταναλωτών. Σκοπός κάθε πορτρέτου είναι να αναδείξει τα ιδιαίτερα χαρακτηριστικά κάθε τομέα της εφοδιαστικής αλυσίδας τροφίμων και τις προκλήσεις που αντιμετωπίζει σε σχέση με τη συμβολή του σε πιο βιώσιμα συστήματα τροφίμων. Σήμερα ξεκινάμε με τη βάση της εφοδιαστικής αλυσίδας τροφίμων, δηλαδή τον αγροτικό τομέα. Στην Ελλάδα, ο αγροτικός τομέας απαριθμεί πάνω από 650.000 επιχειρήσεις, ενώ συμβάλλει κατά 46% στην προστιθέμενη αξία και κατά 38,5% στην απασχόληση της εφοδιαστικής αλυσίδας τροφίμων της χώρας, αποτελώντας το σημαντικότερο τομέα της σε επίπεδο συνολικών οικονομικών μεγεθών. Θα πρέπει να τονιστεί ότι παρά τα εντυπωσιακά αυτά συνολικά οικονομικά μεγέθη, μία σειρά διαρθρωτικών, φυσικών και οικονομικών χαρακτηριστικών του αγροτικού τομέα, όπως ο μεγάλος κατακαιρματισμός των επιχειρήσεων, η έκθεση στα ακραία καιρικά φαινόμενα, η αστάθεια και μεταβλητότητα των αγορών, το χαμηλό εισόδημα, τα υψηλά κόστη παραγωγής, αλλά και δυσλειτουργίες της ίδιας της αλυσίδας, καθιστούν τον αγροτικό τομέα τον πιο αδύναμο κρίκο της. Ωστόσο, οι πολιτικές και κοινωνικές απαιτήσεις για βιώσιμη παραγωγή στο πλαίσιο της νέας κοινής αγροτικής πολιτικής και της Πράσινης Συμφωνίας είναι δεδομένες και μεταφράζονται σε συγκεκριμένους ποιοτικούς και ποσοτικούς στόχους. Οι αγρότες της χώρας μας, όπως και όλοι οι Ευρωπαίοι συνάδελφοί τους, καλούνται σήμερα και στο μέλλον να παράγουν με τρόπο φιλικότερο στους φυσικούς πόρους και το κλίμα, αξιοποιώντας τη γνώση και την καινοτομία. Ας δούμε όμως πώς αντιλαμβάνεται αυτές τις προκλήσεις ο πρώτος μας καλεσμένος.
Είμαι ο Γιώργος Κατσούλης. Κατάγομαι από ένα χωριό του νομού Μεσσηνίας, στο Αβραμιού. Είμαι τεχνολόγος γεωπόνος και παραγωγός. Καλλιεργώ ελιές για την παραγωγή ελαιολάδου ποικιλίας κορονέικη, ελιές καλαμών, μαύρη κορινθιακή σταφίδα και καλλιεργώ επίσης φθινοπορεινή και χειμερινή πατάτα. Επέλεξα να γίνω παραγωγός και να διατηρήσω τα οικογενειακά αγροκτήματα, γιατί κατάγομαι από μια οικογένεια αγροτών, με την προοπτική να μπορέσω να παρακολουθήσω τις εξελίξεις και να περάσω στην επόμενη εποχή όλες αυτές τις καλλιέργειες που σας προανέφερα. Διατηρώ ένα αγρόκτημα στο οποίο μέσα έχω μια μικρή μονάδα η οποία δραστηριοποιείται την περίοδο του τουρισμού και σκοπός μου είναι να δημιουργήσω μια διαδραστικότητα και να μετατρέψω το αγρόκτημα αυτό σε ένα πολυαγρόκτημα, ώστε οι επισκέπτες που έρχονται να κάνουν την αναψυχή τους να έχουν μια διαδραστική επαφή με τις καλλιέργειες, αφενός, αφετέρου να μπορούν να δοκιμάζουν τα προϊόντα αυτά και να τα γεύονται κατά τη διάρκεια της επίσκεψής τους. Την περίοδο της συγκομιδής των καλλιεργειών μου χρησιμοποιώ 7 με 8 άτομα. Οι προκλήσεις και τα προβλήματα που αντιμετωπίζει ένας παραγωγός στη σύγχρονη εποχή είναι το διαχρονικό πρόβλημα του κόστους παραγωγής. Τα τελευταία χρόνια υπάρχει μια εκτόξευση στην αγορά για τα εφόδια και τα φυτοπροστατευτικά προϊόντα. Είναι μια διαχρονική ανάγκη και ένα διαχρονικό πρόβλημα που έχει ο παραγωγός για να μπορέσει να ισοσταθμίσει τα έξοδά του με τα έσοδά του και να μπορεί να είναι κερδοφόρος. Ένα μεγάλο πρόβλημα που έχει λάβει η χώρα την τελευταία δεκαετία είναι η άφιξη, θα μου επιτρέψετε να πω, της κλιματικής αλλαγής, τα ακραία καιρικά φαινόμενα, η παραταμένη ξηρασία που δημιουργεί μεγάλα προβλήματα και στον κύκλο της καλλιέργειας αλλά και στις καλλιεργητικές πρακτικές που θέλει να εφαρμόσει ο παραγωγός. Επίσης, ένα διαχρονικό πρόβλημα είναι η διείσδυση των προϊόντων που παράγουν παραγωγή στην αγορά. Δυστυχώς, τα δίκτυα είναι δύσκολα και απαιτητικά, ο ανταγωνισμός είναι μεγάλος και γίνεται ακόμα μεγαλύτερος όταν γίνεται και αθέμητος. Άρα λοιπόν εδώ πρέπει οι παραγωγοί να ξανακοιτάξουν και να δουν τις συνέργειες και να μπορέσουν να συγκεντρώσουν τα προϊόντα τους, ώστε σε μια ομαδοποιημένη διαδικασία να μπορούν να πετυχαίνουν καλύτερες τιμές και έτσι με αυτόν τον τρόπο να ελέγχεται και η ποιότητα των προϊόντων, αντί το κάθε ένα να κινείται διαφορετικά και με κάθε παραγωγός να παίρνει άλλη τιμή για το ίδιο προϊόν. Στη συνέχεια θα ήθελα να αναφέρω επίσης ένα ακόμα πρόβλημα και μια ακόμα δυσκολία που υπάρχει. Είναι οι απαιτήσεις του καταναλωτικού κοινού. Οι απαιτήσεις του καταναλωτικού κοινού μεγαλώνουν συνεχώς. Ζητούνται προϊόντα παραγωγής τα οποία να είναι ακόμα πιο προσεγμένα, ακόμα πιο ποιοτικά, πιο φιλικά καλλιεργημένα. Αλλά αυτό απασχολεί όλους τους νέους παραγωγούς και προσπαθούν πάνω σε αυτό να μπορέσουν να το πετύχουν, όμως είναι αρκετά κοστοβόρο και είναι δύσκολο να επιτευχθεί. Βιώσιμη παραγωγή για εμένα σημαίνει η παραγωγή η οποία μπορεί να εξασφαλίσει τη σωστή μεθοδολογία, τις καλές πρακτικές, τις φιλικές για το περιβάλλον πρακτικές, οι οποίες βάσει αυτής της διαδικασίας να παράξουν προϊόν το οποίο να είναι υψηλού ποιοτικού επίπεδου και να μπορεί ο καταναλωτής να γεύεται προϊόντα τέτοιας διατροφικής αξίας. Όμως αυτή η διαδικασία απαιτεί στοχευμένη καλλιέργεια, στοχευμένες καλλιεργητικές πρακτικές. Αφενός, όλοι οι νέοι άνθρωποι που έχουμε μείνει στην Ήπεθρο και κάνουμε αυτή τη δουλειά, θέλουμε την βιωσιμότητα του οικοσυστήματος των αγροκτημάτων μας, θέλουμε να μπορούμε να τα διατηρήσουμε και να μην τα καταστρέψουμε, γιατί για μας είναι πηγή ζωής και θέλουμε να τα διατηρήσουμε σε υψηλά επίπεδα ποιοτικού ελέγχου. Όμως απαιτεί και μεγάλα κόστη, τα οποία δεν συμβαδίζουν με τις τιμές που προσλαμβάνει ο παραγωγός για την προσπάθειά του και για την παράδοση ενός τέτοιου προϊόντος. Απ' την άλλη, οι απαιτήσεις του καταναλωτικού κοινού και τα δίκτυα για να φτάσει το προϊόν στον πελάτη είναι μια αρκετά δύσκολη διαδικασία. Τα εργαλεία και τα εφόδια που χρειάζεται ένας παραγωγός στη σημερινή εποχή για να μπορέσει να ανταποκριθεί, πρώτον θα μου επιτρέψετε να πω ότι είναι οι γνώσεις. Όπως σας προανέφερα, είμαι τεχνολόγος γεωπόνος. Είχα την χαρά και την ευτυχία να μπορέσω να έχω τα εφόδια αυτά και από τη σχολή που παρακολουθούσα και τον κύκλο μαθημάτων που έκανα εκεί. Όμως για όσους παραγωγούς δεν το έχουν αυτό, υπάρχουν πολλά σεμινάρια, υπάρχουν πολλές προσπάθειες, κυρίως από συνεταιρισμούς, οι οποίοι προσπαθούν την τελευταία εποχή να δημιουργήσουν κύκλους και σεμινάρια για να μπορέσουν να καταρτήσουν τους παραγωγούς. Άρα λοιπόν, ένα σοβαρό εφόδιο είναι οι γνώσεις και η συνεχής ενημέρωση, η οποία γίνεται πιο εύκολη και πιο φιλική πλέον με την παρουσία του διαδικτύου και όλων αυτών των προσπαθειών που γίνονται μέσα από αυτό για να ενημερώνουν τους παραγωγούς. Στη συνέχεια, είναι ανάγκη οι γεωργικές συμβουλές. Γεωργικές συμβουλές σοβαρές, οι οποίες θα είναι εξειδικευμένες, θα μπορούν να είναι κατανοητές, για να μπορεί ο παραγωγός να τις περάσει στο χωράφι και να πετύχει καλύτερο προϊόν, καλύτερη καλλιέργεια, πιο φιλική στο περιβάλλον. Ένα σοβαρό εργαλείο που χρειάζεται και αυτή τη στιγμή τρέχει και στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση αλλά και στη χώρα μας είναι η διαδικασία της ψηφιοποίησης των καλλιεργειών, με λίγα λόγια η ευφυής γεωργία. Τα έξυπνα συστήματα γεωργίας, τα οποία μπορούν να δημιουργήσουν στοχευμένες δράσεις, είναι μια διαδικασία η οποία βοηθάει πολύ και τις αρδεύσιμες καλλιέργειες, γιατί το νερό, όπως ξέρουμε όλοι, θα γίνει χρυσάφι, είναι χρυσάφι, άρα πρέπει να το χρησιμοποιούμε με σύνεση. Βοηθάει στις στοχευμένες παρεμβάσεις και στις φυτοπροστατευτικές διαδικασίες, όποτε πρέπει να γίνουν, με ποιο τρόπο πρέπει να γίνουν και ποια περίοδο, καθώς επίσης μπορεί να βοηθήσει με την αλλοπρόσαλη κλιματική αλλαγή και με τις αλλοπρόσαλες εξάρσεις που μπορεί να έχουν τα καιρικά φαινόμενα, να βοηθήσουν τον παραγωγό στην παρακολούθηση της θερμοκρασίας, στις διαδικασίες εξάτμισης, στις ημερήσιους βαθμούς ανάπτυξης που χρειάζονται μέσα στην καλλιέργεια, για να μπορεί να παρακολουθεί στη νέα εποχή με το συγκεκριμένο αυτόν τρόπο την καλλιέργειά του. Βέβαια, όλα αυτά προϋποθέτουν και κάποια αυτονόητα πράγματα, τα οποία είναι ότι σε πολλά σημεία της επαρχίας δεν υπάρχει απλά ούτε η χρήση τηλεφώνου, γιατί δεν υπάρχει σήμα. Άρα για να μπορέσουν να υπάρξουν όλα αυτά τα πράγματα, όλες αυτές οι ενέργειες, απαιτείται ένα σύγχρονο δίκτυο, το οποίο ο παραγωγός να μπορεί να παρακολουθεί όλα αυτά τα πράγματα. Επίσης, ένα σοβαρό εργαλείο είναι η παρουσία του παραγωγού σε αυτό που λέγεται ενεργειακή διαχείριση. Το ενεργειακό κόστος έχει εκτοξευθεί, άρα πρέπει να γίνει γρήγορα ένα πλαίσιο το οποίο να βοηθάει τους παραγωγούς στην διαδικασία των ενεργειακών τους αναγκών. Άρα μιλάμε για ενεργειακές κοινότητες ή για παρουσία στο χωράφι φωτοβολταϊκών συστημάτων, τα οποία θα τους δώσουν τη δυνατότητα να ρίξουν το κόστος παραγωγής που είναι τόσο σημαντικό. Για τη νέα ΚΑΠ, αυτό που περιμένω είναι να γίνουν κάποιες χρόνιες απαιτήσεις των παραγωγών πραγματικότητα. Κατά την προσωπική μου άποψη, πρέπει να εξειδικευτεί το επάγγελμα του αγρότη. Πρέπει να μιλήσουμε ποιος είναι και τι κάνει ο αγρότης στη σύγχρονη εποχή. Πρέπει να βοηθηθεί με συγκεκριμένες δράσεις, πρέπει να έχει αυξημένα δικαιώματα και αυξημένη βοήθεια από την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση για το δύσκολο επάγγελμα που έχει επιλέξει να κάνει και για την παρουσία του στην επαρχία και στην Ήπεθρο. Πρέπει να βοηθηθούν οι νέοι αγρότες, πρέπει να δημιουργηθούν σοβαρά κίνητρα για να μπουν και αυτοί στη διαδικασία, γιατί έτσι κι αλλιώς έχουμε ένα γεγονός να μειώνεται δραματικά ο πληθυσμός στις επαρχίες και στην Ήπεθρο, άρα για να μπορέσουμε αυτό να το αναχαιτήσουμε πρέπει να δοθούν σοβαρά κίνητρα στους νέους παραγωγούς να μπουν και να διατηρήσουν τις καλλιέργειες. Απόψη μου είναι ότι πρέπει να ενισχυθούν τα μέτρα της συνέργειας, όπως είπα και πριν, γιατί φαίνεται ότι ο μόνος τρόπος για να μπορέσει ο παραγωγός να αμυνθεί σε όλες τις δύσκολες συνθήκες, στον αθέμητο ανταγωνισμό, στις παράνομες εισαγωγές προϊόντων στη χώρα του ή και εξαγωγές χρησιμοποιώντας την ταυτότητα της χώρας, πρέπει να είναι ένα σοβαρό δίκτυο αναβαθμισμένο συνεταιρισμών και ομάδων παραγωγών, γιατί μέσα από αυτές μπορεί να γίνει καλύτερα και η κατεύθυνση και η κατάρτιση και η συγκέντρωση από την άλλη του προϊόντος και η προώθησή του στην προσπάθεια ανέβρεσης καλύτερων τιμών. Αυτό που βλέπω για το μέλλον και θέλω να μεταφέρω σε ανθρώπους της ηλικίας μου ή και μικρότερους είναι ότι έχουμε επιλέξει να κάνουμε μια δύσκολη δουλειά, την οποία όμως μπορούμε να τα καταφέρουμε, μπορούμε να την περάσουμε στην επόμενη ημέρα. Κάθε διαδικασία έχει τις δυσκολίες της. Έχουμε καθήκον σε αυτή τη χώρα να μπορέσουμε να κρατήσουμε τον πρωτογενή της τομέα, γιατί πιστεύω ότι έχει πολλές δυνατότητες, μπορεί να συνδυαστεί με πολλούς άλλους τομείς της οικονομίας, κυρίως με τον τουρισμό. Βλέπουμε πολλά φαινόμενα να συνδυάζεται. Μπορούμε να περάσουμε όλα τα προϊόντα μας και να τα διαφημίσουμε μέσα από τον τουρισμό και έτσι οι καταναλωτές, οι επισκέπτες που θα έρχονται στη χώρα μας θα μπορούν να έχουν τη δυνατότητα να δοκιμάσουν και να γευτούν προϊόντα μοναδικής αξίας, τα οποία δένονται άρρηκτα ιστορικά με τη χώρα μας, τα οποία έχουμε αναβαθμίσει, έχουμε δημιουργήσει και θα δημιουργούμε το δίκτυο της χνηλασιμότητας για να αποδεικνύουμε τις ετικέτες που χρειάζεται να έχουν τα προϊόντα αυτά για να μπορούν να ταξιδέψουν στον κόσμο.
Μείνετε συντονισμένοι για το επόμενο επεισόδιο.
Επιτυχημένες εκδηλώσεις. Περισσότεροι από 4.000 συμμετέχοντες. 175 διακεκριμένοι ομιλητές. 7 ενημερωτικές εκδόσεις. 6 σημαντικές συνεργασίες. Πανελλήνιο Συνέδριο για την ανάπτυξη της ελληνικής γεωργίας της ΓΑΙΑ EPICHEIREIN. 8 χρόνια δίνουμε το παρόν στην ανάπτυξη πρωτοβουλειών και υπηρεσιών, αλλά και στον δημόσιο διάλογο για τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη της ελληνικής γεωργίας, έχοντας ως επίκεντρο τη γνώση, την καινοτομία, την επιχειρηματικότητα και τη συνεργασία.
Σε εθνικό επίπεδο, αρρωγός σε αυτή την προσπάθεια είναι πρωτοβουλίες όπως της GAIA EPICHEIREIN, η οποία λειτουργεί ως πρότυπο που αναδεικνύει τη σημασία των συνεργειών και των συμμαχιών πέρα από ιδεολειψίες, στεγανά και προκαταλήψεις του παρελθόντος για την επίτευξη κοινών αναπτυξιακών στόχων στο δύσκολο περιβάλλον της μεταμνημονιακής Ελλάδας που δεν είναι μακριά.
8 χρόνια συνδιαλεγόμαστε με κορυφαίους θεσμικούς και επιχειρηματικούς εκπροσώπους του αγροδιατροφικού τομέα σε Ελλάδα και Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, συνεισφέροντας ενεργά στη διαβούλευση για το παρόν και το μέλλον της αγροδιατροφής.
Intanto voglio ricordare che molti passi avanti sono stati fatti sulla proposta di riforma che abbiamo sul tavolo. Passi avanti che insieme proprio a GAIA.
And indeed, without you, we wouldn't have had the possibility to enrich our work and to be able today to propose a new CAP.
8 χρόνια βασιζόμαστε στη δύναμη της γνώσης και της καινοτομίας, συμβάλλοντας στον πράσινο και ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό της ελληνικής γεωργίας, αλλά και στην ανάδειξή του σε κορυφαία προτεραιότητα για τον εθνικό αγροτικό τομέα.
Estoy convencido que la innovación y la digitalización es la clave para avanzar en esta transición verde. También somos conocedores de los grandes avances realizados en Grecia gracias a la cultura innovadora de GAIA EPICHEIREIN.
Et je vous félicite de placer le numérique au cœur des débats agricoles dans votre pays.
Peut être maintenant un exemple, un modèle pour l'Europe et j'espère que nous allons être en mesure d'utiliser cette expérience dans les perspectives que nous allons...
8 χρόνια παρακολουθούμε συστηματικά την πορεία της ελληνικής και της ευρωπαϊκής γεωργίας και σας ενημερώνουμε συνεχώς για τις εξελίξεις της αγροτικής πολιτικής σε Ελλάδα και Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Συνεχίζουμε δυναμικά και σας καλωσορίζουμε στο 8ο Πανελλήνιο Συνέδριο για την ανάπτυξη της ελληνικής γεωργίας. GAIA EPICHEIREIN. Διαμορφώνουμε το αύριο του αγροτικού τομέα.
Καλησπέρα σε όλους σας.
Hello everyone, can you all hear me all right? First of all, before starting, I would like to advise you to procure your headset in order to listen to the interpretation, because we will have 2 online speakers who will not speak in Greek, apparently. My name is Saradis Michalopoulos. I am an editor at the Euractiv Network in Brussels and a correspondent of Mega Channel in Brussels. I'm afraid we don't have much time. We're a little bit running late. This session that we are going to approach over the next 1.5 hours will address a very important issue, which is the National Strategic Plan for the new CAP. It's the so-called elephant in the room, agricultural income and competitiveness. Because, okay, it's good to make the agriculture greener, it's good to make the digital transition, but at the end of the day, it's unless we have enough agricultural income that we will be able to have a robust and sustainable agricultural sector. Now, in this panel, we have Yves Madre, who is the president of the Farm Europe think tank in Brussels. He is joining us online. Camelia Jorfi, who is a senior policy advisor at COPA-COGECA, European Union. Mr. Dimitris Kapnias, who is the CEO of GAIA EPICHEIREIN, as well as Mr. Giorgos Katsoulis, who is the president of the Association of Agricultural Cooperative Organizations and Enterprises of Greece. Now, let's start with the presentation of Yves Madre, who is the president of Farm Europe. He will have 15 minutes for his presentation, and then we hope that we'll have some time for discussion.
Μπορείτε να ξεκινήσετε.
Mr. Madre, you can start. You have the floor. I would like to thank you. Today, I would like to have had the opportunity to be with you. I believe that it is very important even today to discuss and exchange ideas. As we heard before, the topic that we are here to discuss is how we are able to mobilize and capitalize on the new CAP in a way that will allow us to be better prepared and help the farmers and the agricultural sector in general. And we need to realize that the new CAP that will enter into force as of January 1st, 2023, has been underway since 2018, and our world was constantly changing, and this change is still on the agenda. Okay, so things have changed. You do realize that. We have new data, new things, new changes across 3 levels. On the one hand, of course, it's worth talking about the changes that have to do with the health crisis, the health pandemic. We have all experienced that over the past 3 years. And let's not forget that this health crisis, the repercussion of which remains until today. There's an impact and consequences on the agricultural sector, the supply chain, and of course, the health crisis was just added on top of the climate change, or the climate crisis as we call it. We see that things become worse day by day. And of course, I also need to talk about the severe geopolitical crisis, the war in Ukraine and its impact on the Ukrainian population, the Ukrainian agricultural population, and all around the world, all the populations in all countries. And of course, I'm talking about the European farmers. One should also consider the skyrocketing of the energy costs. This means that the prices of fruit and vegetables have skyrocketed as well. This means that the financial conjecture has changed. We have all realized that inflation is very high all around Europe. The purchase power is constantly dropping on specific sectors of the daily life. And all that without considering the fact that this has a direct impact on the supply chain. And we also need to consider the North Africa Convention. Well, this particular crisis will also have another negative impact. Now, apart from the geopolitical, climate and health crisis, we are also now being faced with regulatory uncertainties. You can see that the landscape in Europe is changing as well. We all know that ever since the CAP exists, since 1972, it has become one of the major strengths of the European Union, because the CAP was all about stability. CAP that was common, unique, stable. It adjusted to the developments every 5 or 7 years, even in between the periods, providing some guidelines and offering the necessary stability to the financial context. I'm afraid that today this is no longer the case. And the slide interprets exactly what we are discussing. We're now having a new framework that has to do with the new CAP. On the upper side of the screen, you can see its implementation as of January 1st, 2023. And you can also see how imperative it is for us to realize that in 2025, the European Commission should submit a new proposal, and this proposal should be submitted at the latest early 2025 regarding the CAP after 2027. So we're talking about a reform on top of the reform. This means that everyone, me, you, everyone should, with the support of our European stakeholders and partners, start thinking of what the agri-food sector needs after the year 2025 or even after the year 2027. And this is something that needs to start as of 2023. One might ask, how can we do that when we haven't even seen the way in which the new CAP will be implemented? Because it will start in 2023. And you're asking from us to start brainstorming on what will happen after 2025 or 2027. Okay, and to realize that this conjuncture is paradoxical, but I'm afraid that this is a reality that needs to be carefully considered. We have the health crisis, the climate crisis, the geopolitical crisis. The agri-food sector is very sensitive, so we need to start thinking about their future today. In between the years 2022 and 2024, there are 5 legislative initiatives that the European Commission has proposed. Some of them have been signed, but in this time period, there's an overall of 25 proposals that will have an impact on the European agri-food sector. The new CAP that will enter into force as of January 2023 with the new national strategic plans is at risk. As of 2023 and up until 2025 at least, there's a risk of not abiding by the guidelines, of having it changed due to circumstances that we're unaware of, or due to decisions being made by the Councils of the Ministers for Development. Because at the same time, we're not aware of the new consequences of the health crisis or any new health crisis that might emerge. So the new CAP is considered an important initiative of the European Union that needs to be implemented, regardless of what might come up. And we need to consider what's the best way to implement the National Strategic Plan. Today we're here to talk about a new Green Deal. A new deal that's relevant to the environment and not only. This is a strategy that talks about 50% less pesticides. That's a proposal of the European Commission, as you all know that was recently expressed. A 20% reduction in the use of nitrogen, 10% increase of the use of arable land. Okay, one might ask, how can we achieve this 10% increase if we consider that we need a more enlarged, extensive food security and food sufficiency? Well, this means that we need to opt for a comprehensive strategy. And let us not forget that the same plan provides for 25% of 100% organic crops in the European Union. And those are the imperatives of the European Union. We talk about 3 billion trees that should be planted in the European Union. And all those things fall under the well-known farm-to-fork strategy that is also combined with the biodiversity strategy. And those are proposals of the European Commission. The result of all those proposals will raise questions regarding the enforceability of all those things and the pathway that we should follow in order to meet those goals. Let me now move forward to another slide. This new technology is amazing, but sometimes I keep struggling with that. So I will try to change my slides as a speaker. So now, the impact of those European Commission proposals, as you can see now on your screen, has been quantified by the European Commission and has been quantified thanks to the help of all the universities, either they are in the Netherlands, the US, Greece, and we see that there's a consensus where we talk about a 10% increase of the prices for the end consumer in the European Union, 15% reduction of the production in the European Union with various differentiations depending on the sector and the state. In some other states, maybe we'll have a high reduction. And we also have a 2 to 58% increase in the transportation fees that also has to do with protein. The European Union will continue importing at a percentage that is vast. It might increase by 2 or by 58%. At the same time, the national strategic plans should also consider the need to establish independence of the European Union in terms of the protein. But the problems persist. Okay, we might be talking about a 10% increase of the price for the customer, minus 15% when it comes to the cost of production, reinforcement of imports from 2 to 58%. This means that the European Union will still rely on imports in order to meet their needs in protein. This is also linked to the war in Ukraine, leading to additional things being at stake. And all those processes ensure what? An environmental benefit that should exist. And let's not forget that in order for us to be clear on that level, in order for us to be honest and sincere, I'm afraid that right now we cannot claim that we should all have an agri-food situation that will be carbon neutral by 2035. The question is, how will we get there, and which are the tools that we will use to see if we're going to approach this percentage. So, the proposals of the Commission will have an impact on the planet. However, within the European Union, we realize that there is a reduction in terms of the greenhouse gas emissions, and this reduction is significant. So we are making substantial efforts in order to ensure a better future. But the fact that we'll import more due to the reduction of production within the EU will naturally have an impact on the climate. Which are the repercussions? Well, production outside the EU will follow certain approaches to the European ports that have a climate impact. It is therefore easy to understand that on the one hand we want to import food, but this inputs will be the conclusion of deforestation in other areas of the world. This is why the European Union will reduce its greenhouse gas emissions, but what will happen in other countries, in other continents, and then the burden for the planet will be just a reduction of 1.2%. That's the maximum reduction in emissions, or even an increase, depending on the scenario. Like I said, the climate impact will remain and will be harsh for everyone. So you can see that there's only a minimal benefit for the environment, and your question needs to be asked. And the fact that there is a war raging in Ukraine maybe has led us towards a plan where we should alter our way of thinking. Political decision makers will give orders, will give instructions in their respective countries through the National Strategic Plan, and on the other hand, those decisions need to be approved by the European Union. So maybe is there an agenda in Brussels? Maybe food security should be reviewed. Maybe this should be the right way to go. Maybe we find ourselves amidst a process that will allow us to consider the new CAP and implement that by the 2030. And maybe we will be faced with new circumstances at that point. So maybe what we need is more food security. Maybe we need to achieve the actual social and environmental sustainability. So now the question is clear. Maybe the impact of the war in Ukraine on the way in which we think the European Union is real, or at the end of the day we're just trying to gain some time without changing the proposals of action that had been initially proposed by Brussels. So I don't know, maybe we are just trying to postpone the implementation of the farm-to-fork strategy without considering the new circumstances. And here, there's also a question of daily life. The European Union has submitted a plan regarding the use of pesticides in the European Union. And this is a work that has started considering the food security issue. Okay, that's all good and well. But on the other hand, if we consider the previous editions of this proposal for the approval of pesticides, we didn't see an implementation of any actions, and maybe we are being faced with a question. And the question is how we, as leaders or policy decision makers, need to consider this new context, this new geopolitical context. This is an extremely fragile context, especially if we consider the new political forces that exist in the European Union. So we need to find a way to reconcile our opinions. In the context of the new Green Deal, in 2021, in the European Parliament, let me remind you of that, there was more or less a consensus. And I believe that it was okay, and it was normal considering the political parties that were participating there as well. And of course, there was a positive stance, a 72% positive stance for the implementation of the farm-to-fork strategy. However, see at the bottom of the screen the change that happened in 2022. And particularly after the war in Ukraine, you can see how the political context changed. It changed radically, and we see that now there's a majority in the European Parliament that says that the farm-to-fork policy should be suspended. 51% of MEPs voted in favor of that suspension. So you do realize that we need to reconsider in light of the new circumstances. We cannot be talking about the land that can be cultivated. Therefore, we talk about sustainability, we talk about the farmers, and they are the first to be affected by the environment, so we need to find a new way to combine those opinions. And in order to create this consensus, we need to be co-responsible, because what are we listening to today? I think it's something that you keep listening to what I am listening. Sometimes we're being told that the CAP will address all these issues, anything that has to do with the agricultural production, that they will come up with ways to combine and reconcile economy and environmental transitions, but we don't know. Let's not forget that the CAP was drafted in the middle of negotiations that started back in 2018 and went up to 2021 and late 2021. And when it comes to the income of farmers, when it comes to the environmental conditions of that time, and I want you to think whether this process was reliable and whether we can rely on our hopes and expectations on the new CAP when it comes to the reduction of the use of pesticides. This is something that has been faced with specific issues that should be addressed by the farmers, and of course there are issues that have to do with the production. This means that there will be a reduction in the use of pesticides. And what's the answer given to that? Well, the European Union wants us to move forward, and the new CAP will bring about positive results for everyone, will be properly implemented through the strategic plans. And the right financial incentives, the right financial tools will be provided to cover the additional cost. And of course, this is irrelevant to the use of pesticides that will further boost the investments that are necessary in the agricultural sector in order to move towards this transition and the reduction of the use of pesticides without affecting the agricultural production. The only difficulty in this process is that today the CAP has a specific budget, a limited budget that drops in terms of value every year. And we don't know whether those inflation trends will be reduced or not. Now, the CAP should make sure that the agricultural sector moves towards the right direction. Do we have the right tools in order to help ourselves or benefit from them? Absolutely. And we also need to consider the perspective of the farmer. Because in the case of biomethane, organic methane, for example, we need to find the right way in order to promote that. You might dedicate 12% of this particular budget in order to finance the production of biomethane. And now let me jump into my conclusions. What is necessary here is to focus on the essential, and we need to focus on the aspects where the national strategic plans and every farmer should be able to meet the goals, and not just increase their production by 2030, but be able to be in a position of power for what will follow after 2027, meaning that at a European Union level, we need to have a crisis management tool. And we know that this process, in order to prepare ourselves for the crisis, has been all good and well. There were hundreds of millions that were given for the management of the crisis. But the question remains whether those things will be mobilized in order to help the sector, and this is something that will also have an impact on the national plans and budget. But what we need is to have the right financing tools in the European Union in order to tackle maybe the new upcoming or emerging trends. We want to have a CAP that will be preemptive, that will rely on solidarity, rather than saying, okay, It is up to every country to address this issue and resolve that. They have the mind to do that, all good and well. They don't have to, it's up to them. The point is to have a CAP and national strategic plans that will help people address climate change, meaning that they need to have some safeguards in place about this aspect, and it is up to the member states to set the right conditions. And there's also another aspect, something that I would like to highlight: investments. Dear friends, investment should be injected in the agricultural production. Farmers should be trained and educated. Precision farming should be implemented, and all those things need money. We have three tools available. On the one hand, we need to have a stable financial context. Research is necessary. I'm talking about research on new technologies, genomic technologies that need to be included. And myself, as an agronomist, I would like to say that we also need to follow some new research methods in order to ensure high food security. I'm afraid that you have exceeded your time by far. Anyway, I believe that we should have carbon farming, farming that is digital, that is precision, that should consider the use of alternative source of energy and genetics principles in order to finance all those processes and in order to be able to train the farmers. I believe that that's the only way to move towards this transition. That's the only way in which we will be able to ensure optimal production by all farmers. If this is not a priority, if those priorities mean that money is just wasted, then I'm afraid that the world will move forward. But on the other hand, allow me to say that things will stagnate. And after the stagnation, we will move towards the exact opposite direction. The European Union will shrink. Therefore, the European Union will have to opt for a new strategy, and every time a new circumstance change or comes up, a consultation should happen. This should happen until 2024, always considering new crises, always considering how things can be organized better. And of course, we need to tackle all those things.
Thank you very much, Mr. Madri. You opened up a lot of issues. Practically, you asked for a reality check for the Commission. Let's go very quickly to Ms. Camelia Jorfi, Senior Policy Advisor at COPA COGECA. I would please ask you to stick to your 15 minutes, otherwise there will be no time for discussion at the end.
Very much for the invitation. It's always a pleasure to be with you and to share the work we have done together. My presentation today is a bit more factual and following the objective of today's panel, or the overview of the national choices in the CAP strategic plans, I would try to present you what member states have tried to do in terms of interventions and how this links to income and competitiveness. I will start with a state of play on the CAP, and then I will go into the member state choices for the Pillar 1 measures, interventions, and then into Pillar 2, and finish with the COGECA requests and the measures taken by the Commission. I hope this works. I'm trying to change the slides. Well, okay. So before going into this overview, let's try to recap a bit what has changed compared to, or what will change compared to the current situation. In the future CAP, we will have CAP strategic plan, which will be drafted by all member states. In addition, for Belgium, there will be 2. Which will integrate Pillar 1 sectorial interventions and Pillar 2 measures. The sectorial interventions previously were part of the Common Market Organization regulation, and now they are part of this integrated approach on the Common Agricultural Policy. We will have in the future CAP a new enhanced conditionality, meaning the greening measures which we today have in place have been put into this enhanced conditionality. There has been a new element which has been added, the social conditionality, which means that farmers will also need, and agricultural cooperatives will also need to comply with measures to respect certain directives on labor and employment conditions. There will be these eco schemes, which are the commitments which farmers and cooperatives will conduct in order to be more environmental sustainable. We will have a performance-based model. Today we have a compliance-based model. In the future, we will have objectives, interventions, and indicators, and all the 3 will be linked together. And in addition to that, there will be some specific interventions which have a minimum ring fencing. So member states would need to allocate a specific amount to those particular interventions. Where are we in the process? We are now in the process of the approval by the Commission of the CAP strategic plans, which have been submitted by the member states. For some member states, there have been some delays. For others, in their submission, and while for others, the process was a bit more timely. Now the member states are discussing with the European Commission in order to work on the final plans. So the national strategic plans are not yet approved. Now we are here in the process of the follow-up to the observation letters, and the member states, as I said, are trying to reply to some of the concerns and issues raised by the European Commission when it comes to their own drafting. Now let's go into the overview of the national choices by the member states when it comes to Pillar 1. First, I just want to refer a bit to the way we conducted this analysis together with our members. This was based on the feedback from our members, but also what we found available in the CAP strategic plans. This process was not easy because sometimes this information was in the national language, so you may understand that this is a bit of a challenge. This is the information. We started all the process in January, so this is not based on the CAP, which will be approved, the CAP strategic plans, which will be approved by the Commission. It's just based on the drafts. Therefore, I ask you to look at this data with prudence, because also some data from the member states contain some errors. The Commission has spotted these errors and has asked member states to rectify the situation. Some member states have applied transfers, some others haven't. Yeah, I would ask you to look at this as trends and not as absolute values. We will know better what the situation is once the CAP strategic plans will be finalized and approved. We will go into the eco schemes and the percentage for the period. So we worked with calculating the percentage for the whole period. And as you can see, there are some member states. It's a quite diverse panorama. There are some member states which are below the 25%. But why? We have to remember here that there is this rebate system. The rebate system does not mean that the member states will not allocate enough resources, but it means that the member states can also take into account what they already allocate when it comes to rural development, agro-environmental and climate measures, in order to reduce the allocations which they will provide for eco schemes. So it has to be the eco schemes per se have to be regarded as in conjunction with the Pillar 2 measures, and we have to have this holistic picture on Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 when we assess the environmental ambition of the CAP strategic plans. When it comes to the redistributive support for the whole period, you can see that some member states are more ambitious than the 10% limit, which is 10% minimum allocation, which is set by the European in the proposal, in the regulation. 21 member states will allocate more than 10% to this objective. And other member states have decided to do this redistribution objective, to have this objective achieved through other means, like capping the aggressivity, small farmers, and so on. When it comes to the coupled income support, here the situation stays quite stable also compared to today. And when you see that there are some member states going above the maximum allocation, this means that those member states already benefit from this derogation, and this derogation will be kept in the future. When we look at how member states will achieve the small farmers objective, it seems that only a few member states have chosen to go into this direction. This is probably also because this redistributive effect will also have some implications on the small farmer scheme. The basic income support for sustainability is last to be calculated when it comes to the overall envelope. So first, the member states needed to deduct from their overall allocation the transfers and then the sectorial interventions. And with the adjusted envelope, they have taken out all the other interventions, while leaving last the basic income support for sustainability. And here we can see that around half or more than half of the member states will be below the EU average, which we calculated to be at around 51% of the total amount. Here you have a panorama of the basic income support for sustainability per country, per hectare. This is also to be treated with prudence because of the specificities of the member states. It's just an estimation. We can see that the lowest point is somewhere around 71, while the highest is around 636 euros per hectare. This is in the case of Malta, but there we would need probably some adjustments when it comes to the data which has been provided. These two pie charts give you an indication of where Greece stands compared to the EU, and we can see that the trend for Greece is quite similar to the EU average. So Greece will allocate 25% in the case of eco schemes, around 10% for redistributive support, around 1.61% for young farmers, and somewhere around 12-13% for voluntary coupled support. Here, just to give you an indication of the impact of the interventions one on the other, and you can see that in the case of the yellow line, which is increasing first and then rather stable, so Greece has chosen to increase the amount dedicated to eco schemes from 2023 to 2025 and then follow a pretty stable trend. And this impacts, as you can see, the dark blue line, which is the basic income support for sustainability, which is going down in these 3 years. Now let's move into the allocations for the Pillar 2 measures, rural development. Here again, the figures have to be treated a bit with prudence, because in the case of rural development, Pillar 2, this is a bit more sensitive. They are carryovers from the current programming period into the next programming period, and this can influence the result. But what is important to underline is that the part in dark blue or light blue represents the agro-environmental and climate measures, and we can see that this is quite an impressive part. The yellow part represents the green investments, while the green part represents the investments. So this is a very nice picture to see how the investments and the environmental and competitiveness objectives go together. Green investments, well, somebody might ask what represents green investments. This is we worked with the allocation or with the standardized wording which the Commission has requested member states to allocate to this particular chapter green investments. These are investments which are beneficial for the environment only. But we have to take into account that there might be some investments which are both beneficial for environment but also for the competitiveness of farmers. So there is a very fine line there. Here in green investments, I believe it's only captured this purely environmental angle. And we also have some non-productive investments which are captured, in fact, here. We can't think of an investment being purely dedicated to environmental objectives or purely dedicated to the competitiveness, because one can influence the other. I will now move on to the young farmers support, and here the purpose was to show a bit the allocation in Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. Each allocation out of its particular envelope, and we can see that while Greece plans to allocate 1.60, around 1.60 of Pillar 1 to young farmers, it plans to allocate around 19% of Pillar 2 to these very important objectives. Now we all know what is the context today. After 2 years of pandemic, which is not yet over, we have experienced, farmers and agricultural cooperatives have experienced an increase in their costs, an increase in energy prices, gas, fuel, And there has been a bit of unstable markets even before the war started. The war has exacerbated all this impact, and Copa-Cogeca has taken some action towards the European Commission to ask for concrete measures in terms of cross-compliance, greening requirements, agro-environmental and climate measures, in the flexibility for the dates of payments, in the flexibility for some investment support. And we have supported the initiative of some member states to make use of unused funds in rural development for 2021-2022 to help farmers and cooperatives keep their involvement in the project. And there have been also some requests when it comes to state aids and these decisions not to renew active ingredients of plant protection products. We also have asked to suspend all import tariff barriers for fertilizers, and the overall aim to reduce the administrative burden. The measures which have been taken, the Commission replied to some of these requests, or to the majority of our requests. Broadly, they were pretty much in line with what we have requested. And I would here like to draw a specific attention to the last.
Can you please conclude your speech within 30 seconds because we are running out of time?
I only have one slide left.
Okay, great.
Thank you very much. So the point which I wanted to make is regarding Repower EU. Repower EU, of course, goes to energy efficiency, can have some opportunities for, we can have some opportunities for farmers and cooperatives there, but the impact on rural development funds needs to be considered. And on long term, Copa-Cogeca is looking at the next year. Farmers and agri-cooperatives need planning. They need to know what they can do in terms of the new CAP, and that is why we request to have some derogations when it comes to enhanced conditionality, eco schemes, flexibility of payments. Time is running and decisions need to be taken now. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yes. Thank you for this exceptional analysis on the national strategic plans for CAP throughout Europe. Let's move very quickly to Mr. Kapnias, the CEO of GAIA EPICHEIREIN. The floor to you, Mr. Kapnias. In the survey that was presented, we can see that the majority of farmers are in favor of digital and green transition. What about the national strategic plan? Is it efficient? And can you discern some risks that could derail the ambitions of Greek farmers?
I have a presentation, please. Can you put it on? Until my presentation is uploaded, I will start talking. I will go through that rather quickly because I believe that many of those things have already been mentioned by the various speakers and they have been presented other perspectives. So I will skip some things that I believe have already been covered. The two previous outstanding presentations from the colleagues abroad showed how the framework is all about to the European Union. I will try to talk about what happens in our country. And I believe that we have something that's very relevant to the question that was asked to me. Sometimes we start talking and we tend to forget some important things. The environment protection, the climate protection is a prerequisite for any other supportive measure. All the measures that you might consider to be beneficial for your farm holding, unless it has zero environmental impact, won't be included in the new CAP. A second point to consider. The CAP does not only target agricultural production, it also targets the regions, the outside the city regions, because we know that in most of the countries people tend to concentrate in the urban centers, so the CAP is not only relevant to the farmers, it's also relevant to those who live outside the cities. So when we discuss whether we should consider those who are professional farmers, the question I'm asking is, should the person who runs the coffee shop at the village should receive funding and support? Because I live in a cooperative environment that consists of purely production farmers. So the question of who should get those subsidies keeps coming up. For those of you who don't remember, I would like to remind you that it all started with the support and the aid provided to the price of the products. Then we opted for support to the production, and right now what we want to support is the earth rather than the farmers. The farmers receive the subsidy because they have a land plot that he or she should preserve and maintain at a good condition. It's not compulsory for them to produce in order to get the aid. This is what the BEAS does. It provides a complementary income support to the producer, but the producer should come up with a price for the product, should decide what they should produce, and they need to opt for a price that will allow them to make a living. I'm talking about the principles of the CAP. I don't want to argue. Now, what's the new thing in the new CAP? It differentiates across the things. We have increased subsidiarity, meaning that every member state has the possibility to build its own program. That's what subsidiarity means. It's one of the principles of the European Union. In this CAP, subsidiarity is present even more compared to the previous one. And we also have the new governance model. What does it mean? It means that the CAP is being made and shaped by every member state. It's not a central Brussels-based model where an evil bureaucrat decides on what we will do and implement in Greece. It is up to us to decide more and make more decisions about that. The new model of governance means that this CAP opts for preemption and prevention rather than sanctions. A second goal of this CAP has to do with the production aspect, meaning how we target the policy, climate and environment. Needless to elaborate on that. We need to reinforce and strengthen the competitiveness and introduce new technologies. Why are we talking about that? Because it is for the first time that there is a clear orientation in the new CAP for the introduction of new technologies. In another conference, I had also measured the times that the word innovation appeared in the text. What all member states should do? They need to draft a national strategic plan. Okay. But right now, the national strategic plan means that the member state is the owner of the program. I'm sure that you'll remember from the memorandum what it means to own your own program. They determine and set the ambition of their program. The review that took place in the European Union show that more or less all member states use the tools at the same percentage. But what makes a difference is the way in which those tools are implemented. And the young farmers have another way of thinking and approaching those things. A young farmer is also someone who, in order to get this money, should meet specific requirements, should make sure that they want to stick to this profession and build sustainable business. A state might spend the same budget in all cases, but the results will not be the same. What I'm trying to say is that what you need to do, and this is why I'm talking here about strategic choices, because a strategic plan includes all those things. Okay, we might provide basic support to everyone, but there are some important milestone choices. Okay, you might manage your strategic plan saying that, okay, yesterday I had 8 million, this year I'm going to give 9. I want to allocate small amounts to many people. Do I want to allocate large amounts to a few people? That's a matter of strategic choice. I'm not going to bore you with many details about the environment. I will talk about the environment of the agricultural activity. Farmers are required to produce more food, higher quality food with fewer natural resources, and using new practices that are environmental friendly at a compressed cost. Do you believe that this is an easy equation? No, no one thinks that this is an easy thing to do. And apparently the answer is not to complain about it. The technology I want to talk to you about is a tool, is not a fit-for-all solution. It's not just a tool to make someone feel better. It's here because it can help you solve this equation. Okay, what's our perspective of the solution to this equation? The first, let me start by that. I'm not going to start by technology. Let me start by collective schemes. In Greece, we have specific characteristics and features. Okay, you all know which are the features. I'm not only going to talk about the fragmentation of the land. What should we do? We need to clearly prioritize the funding of collective schemes. Okay, that was also present in the previous CAP, but we want to finance collective schemes on the basis of sustainable business plans, on the basis of multi-annual commitment, systematic supervision, oversight and assessment. Things that will ensure that this will give an added value. And in order to put it a step further, a structured program could get as far as the product marketing part. Do you think that it's easy for a small small agricultural holding to do that? No, it's not easy. Because, of course, small farmers don't have good marketing. So in order for a holding to be created, they need economies of scale. Now, which is the direction to which they should move? Production of high-quality products. I have shared my opinion. Greece can only produce gourmet things. We cannot become Spain, we cannot become Italy, we don't have the size, we don't have the structure. What we can do is to give delicatessen products. Packaging and processing, that's the added value. We already talked about olive oil. Christos talked about that. We sell olive oil in bulk, and then this olive oil sold in bulk is then packaged into small perfume bottles to be sold. When we try to gain added value from your product, you need to look outside, to look towards other markets, because many people, millions of people abroad might be able to pay those prices. Another thing has to do with the introduction of new technologies in the production process. Okay. How can we include that? How can we introduce that? Are we going to discuss about tractors again? Is technology all about high technology, cutting-edge tractors that, okay, are being used by people in the US, but they have farms that are as long as the size of as wide as the size of Greece? And it's not like the farmer commutes to the farm every day in order to put them in motion. No, there are automations there. So we're here to rediscuss digitization through machines that are being purchased by a grower. They buy them, they make the investment, but they use only 3 days a year. What we say is that we need smart farming implemented in a smart way, meaning to adapt it to the requirements and the needs of our country. In our country, we have small producers, small farmers, collective schemes that produce similar products, and it is at this part that we believe smart farming systems, specifically our system and other systems, let's hope that we'll have more and more systems in order to have good competition, and this will help us improve ourselves constantly. What we are asking for? Well, the cost. That's something that has already been discussed. Management of inputs. That's not smart farming. Risk management. That's what it's all about. Management of natural disasters. Management of risks. And when I talk about streamlined inputs management, means a reduction of the environmental footprint. You have a 50% goal. Eve said that before. Reduction of the use of pesticides, reduction of the cost of production, increase the added value of the product. That's something that is frequently overlooked or forgotten. You do realize that the more you reduce the fertilizers, the higher the value of your product, as long as you can place it on the market, as long as you can sell it. So, sense is a smart farming system that respects the environment. Why? Because, first of all, it cannot do anything else. Because those things have a positive impact on the environment. It does not only have to do with whether it finds something or not. We all want to ensure the sustainability of our children, and we want to finance that in a way that will allow us to live rather than having to pay millions of euros for a simple thing. Risk and natural disasters management. What does it mean? It means that you have an alert system, a system that allows you to make decisions. All these things are decision-making systems. This is what technology adds. It gathers, collects data across numerous devices and helps you make a timely decision. Okay, but sometimes a risk becomes a disaster because, okay, you might be aware of all the risks, but you cannot deal with them. Or that's a result of a hail. And you can see here that I have included only 2 pictures. You can see the way in which you can see which are the lands that were affected. Is that interesting? For the producers, I'm not only going to talk about the compensation times for the farmers. Is this something that should be included in our practice? Yes, because natural disasters are happening more and more frequently. The new systems of governance also include. That's my last slide, says the speaker. This new system means that we have a system where the grower says what they grow, where they grow it. It's the IACS, the Integrated Administration and Control System. So this means that the agriculturists abide by the European legislation, and there's a relevant traffic light color. If you see that green, okay, everything is good to go. If it's orange, you need to be cautious. If it's red, there's a problem. It does not comply with that. We need to include those cases. Or the drones, for example. Right now, my colleagues have another background. I'm a land engineer, and my colleagues use drones in order to draft their land plot plans. So this can give you wonderful precision and accuracy, and that's what transformation and reform is all about. It's not just taking details and things from one cloud to put it to the other, where everything is submitted. This might be deregulation, but it's not transformation or reform. Reform is about being able to include such a thing promptly, efficiently, link it to external sources, create an added value for the growers. The IACS data are valuable for the producers. Now, to summarize, CAP was a difficult thing to implement. There are tools that can be used. We have digitalization and collective schemes that should be strategic choices, not just choices, meaning that we need to build structured programs that will guide agriculture towards this direction. And we know that now the market is mature enough. What we need is to make a more open-minded discussion with the state. We need other reflexes. I have also included data from yesterday's research. In your bags, you can see these ratios and what it's all about. 35% believe that the grid stays on the right track. Okay, I'm not saying that they don't do anything right. 35% is okay, but we also have a 47% saying that the Greek state is not on the right track, is not helping to move towards this direction. That's a discussion that needs to be made. Those are the measures that need to be adopted. We need to make decisions, and I would like to conclude by saying that in order for this money to be invested, you need to get that money from somewhere. That's a difficult discussion, and all the relevant bodies need to be honest about that, because again, on the one hand, it's good to want to have technology and greener technologies and everything, but you have money, you have a specific budget, and in order to give that, you need to take this money from somewhere else. That's a slide I had included in last year's conference. Last year, that was an invitation to ride the wave. You can either ride it or drown. In the last conference, I had said that we will try to ride the wave. Right now, we're trying to keep our head outside the water. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kapnias. Now, very quickly, the floor to George Katsoulis, President of the Association of Agricultural Cooperative Organization and Enterprises of Greece, SASOE. Mr. Katsoulis, the message by Mr. Kapnias is clear: technology. Now, the question is, can this happen without you? Yes, I will answer. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation. I would like to congratulate GAIA EPICHEIREIN for organizing this conference. I come from the Association of Messenia, and I represent SASOE, the Association of Agricultural Cooperative Organization and Enterprises of Greece. I will try as quickly as possible to give the perspective of farmers for everything that we have discussed so far. We have found ourselves at a crucial point in time. Geopolitical developments following the Russian invasion into Ukraine, the primary sector has been largely influenced through two aspects, two conditions. The energy cost has reached a point which cannot be afforded by any producer, And on the other hand, starting from last year, there is a skyrocketing of prices for plant protection products as well and fertilizers. Therefore, producers are confused because the EU strategy, as already analyzed, follows the farm-to-fork perspective. At the same time, the EU strategy defends biodiversity, which is an area of interest for producers as well, because they want their farms to be of high quality. They don't want to destroy their land, which is a source of income and a source of life. But on the other hand, there are the consumer needs, which have changed greatly. The speed and market requirements are quicker. So within this context, within this environment, here stand the Greek and EU farmers. But let's talk about the Greek farmers and producers. My personal opinion is that defending the primary sector in our country exists for two reasons and should continue to exist. The first reason is the big problem that the demographic problem. There is a dramatic drop of countryside population because of the lack of incentives. Therefore, our state and the EU should find out the incentives to be provided to young producers to enter the sector, the primary sector, because technologies, yes, are very much helpful, but given the digital illiteracy in our country, it is very difficult for producers to keep track of the developments. So we have to take steps in order to make this transition from the previous CAP to the new ones. They have to make a leap in order to be able to follow. And imagine that in the countryside it is very difficult to implement smart farming and smart solutions, because in many areas it's not even possible to use the mobile phone. There is no connectivity. So there is lack of basic infrastructure. Having said that, let me say a few things about the energy cost. It is more than certain that we need a quick and effective framework. We have to democratize energy participation. Everybody needs to understand that we cannot use all those machines necessary for the producer in the field in order to cultivate their crops. So we need either energy communities or PVs inside the producer's field in order to be able to reduce the energy cost. Moreover, there is an ambivalent state within the producer's mind. They want to take the steps. They want to follow the protocol of the EU policies. But as you can all understand, this leads to a drastic reduction of many plant production products and fertilizers. And we need to understand that on the short term, this will lead to a decrease in production, combined with a lack of field workers, which has turned into a major problem for our country. And until today, there has been no effort at all in order to find a way to handle this issue. Combined with the aging of the countryside population, this creates an explosive mix, a negative outcome which cannot be handled by Greek producers. And the first thing to lead in the reduction of production is the inability of producers to continue with their declared crops. So what Greek producers need to see something happening about the crop cultivation protocol, something happening about the energy cost. Very quickly, let's talk about other issues as well. The major concern of young people in the countryside is to move their crops to the next generation. Since there is no possibility of immediate funding, possibility that will drastically change the current situation, it is more than necessary for farmers to find new methods, such as precision farming, smart farming systems, through which producers will manage water resources. Water is gold, and everyone is interested in how to use it. Targeted actions, targeted measures that can be suggested by smart systems in order to reduce the production cost without making wrong interventions in the field, without using more preparations and products than necessary. So it is a modern and quick way to mitigate the production cost. On the other hand, networks are difficult, and they become even more difficult because there is a bipole. There are the illegal imports into our country, but also illegal exports that take place using our brand names and marks. And I did mention the word mark. My personal opinion is that the wider use of all these smart apps should result into a brand in order to create added value. And that will allow traceability of products. So why don't we take advantage of this potential? To conclude with, time is of essence. I would just like to make a final remark. Two final remarks. We have to link, as already mentioned, the defense of the primary sector in order to tackle, to handle the demographic issue. But on the other hand, in this country and in other EU member states, we have to understand that there are two main economy pillars. The first one is tourism, and I believe that very quickly we can link the primary sector with tourism. For our country, it's more than necessary. The country needs to change course when it comes to its gastronomic proposals. We are waiting for 20 million tourists per year and suggest them gastronomic products of doubtful origin or quality. We have a large variety and range of products that need to be provided through tourism. It's the best certificate, it's the best passport for them to travel throughout the world. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Mr. Katsoulis. Mr. Kapnias, I have a question for you. We talk about subsidiarity. It is clear that EU officials decide about each local government, each central government decides on the tailor-made approach to CAP. My question is the National Strategic Framework decided and submitted by the Greek government efficient or not? No. No, I will be very clear. And why is that? Well, if you heard my presentation, I don't see that happening in the strategic plan. It is a strategic plan purely for managing the CAP. It's not a strategic plan that sets priorities. It just tries to be around the average, to displease as few people as possible. So it is a political choice, in your opinion. Well, I cannot know whether it is a political choice or a matter of ignorance. Well, for example, in the Netherlands, this is not debatable. They have already moved on. We are still trying to figure out where we are heading to. Well, look, the plan has been submitted. It will be redrafted. And the aim of this conference is to contribute as much as possible to a direction that we all feel useful for the primary sector. But do you believe that the Greek state, not particularly this government, the Greek state, is the Greek state listening to you? Do they listen to the producers? Well, this is a very good question. Yesterday, when we presented the survey, the professor that presented the survey started saying precisely this, that usually interventions are top-down and not bottom-up. In Greece, this is very much the case. And it's not an accusation, it's not about criticizing the government. It is about the structure of our country. Everybody who has the power in the country believes that they know the absolute truth and everybody else should just compromise and comply. In my opinion, no, not all voices are heard. Not our voice, yes, voice. The producer's voice is not heard, and we are all responsible for that. It's not just the responsibility of the political system. We all need to be more, we all need to participate in a bolder discussion, in a bolder debate, and we have to set priorities and set aside some other priorities. Mr. Katsoulis, and a question to you about new technologies. Have Greek farmers realized, because you did focus on the reduction of cost, have Greek farmers realized in terms of mindset that they need to act collectively? Well, I will answer the question. Greek farmers keep track of this process of new technologies mainly through synergies, through cooperatives or groups of producers, which seem to go deeper into their effort to communicate with producers and members in order to inform them, raise awareness, and direct them, to allow them to understand the necessity of this approach. Because when there is a direct financing flow to tackle this problem, this is a bypass that will allow producers to reduce their costs and expenses. As already mentioned, what needs to be handled through the right policies by the state is the issue of digital illiteracy, meaning all those involved in the field of smart farming make an effort to make it easier, make it more accessible to producers. On the other hand, it is sure that producers themselves need to realize, to understand that this is a necessity. This is something that's here to stay in the primary sector. And of course, we should keep track of it. My personal opinion is that we should, as producers, be very well informed. And of course, I propose to all cooperatives, all producer groups and synergies to take a very serious look at this technological perspective. They can make all members understand that this is here to stay, and unless we ride the wave, we once again be the last ones, and we will not achieve anything. We will lag behind our EU colleagues.
But
Mr. Katsoulis, I see here that there are farmers who want to make this step, and So maybe, I don't know, whether we find ourselves being faced with two different categories. Well, actually, you see that we have more than two categories in our country. And I believe that we have two age averages. We have two groups of agricultural populations, and gradually we see some younger ages that might have done something different in their lives, but at the end of the day, they opt for their family holdings and family land. It is easier to approach this group, and that's why I said that through synergies we need to keep them constantly updated, meaning that they should become a national policy. If the state cannot find the funding resources in order to strengthen their producers, the producers need to opt for other solutions. And the provision of advice that will be comprehensible and will help them achieve the anticipated results is something that goes without saying. Either you follow it, so either you follow it or you need to wait from the Deus Ex Machina to come and save the farmers. So maybe it's better to start preparing, organizing and targeting those populations in the longer run in order to prevent issues such as the Ukrainian thing with the seed oil, the sunflower oil and the grains. And we need to discuss the issue of food crisis due to the increase of the sunflower oil price when all around Greece we have olive oil about which the scientific community has already expressed its favorable opinion, and we're here discussing that. So we have the possibility to balance some of our costs, to reduce in a targeted way the active ingredients as well as the expenses that we have to meet. So maybe we need to come up with a better balance for the price after all. Okay, I realize that some things are a matter of political decision or choice. I would like to ask more questions, but I'm afraid we have only 5 minutes left. If the Commission allows the Commission actually allowed the member states to draft their own national strategic plan, do you think that it's a matter of political decision or was that a streamlined, rational decision? Because from what I understand, the national strategic plans are not utterly supported by the agricultural population. So which option was the best? Well, I believe that this has been a request of the member states. Maybe they didn't like it when it was introduced, but from my years, my time in the European Commission, I remember that the member states would ask for that indirectly. The member states would say that, no, it's not our fault, it's the red tape from Brussels that obliges us to do so. But okay, right now they have made this decision saying that, okay, it is up to you. You own your own plan. You should set the ambition of your plan. And when this policy arrived, there was struggle within the EU about whether this is the model that you should stick to, because okay, there's one thing complaining, but when you have to be held liable, be the owner, and it's up to you, then okay, some people don't like that either. And I would like to ask the same question to Mr. Madre and Mr. Geoffrey. Ms. Geoffrey, let's start with you.
Yes.
In my view, I think, well, it's not so important if member states agree or disagree with a national strategic plan. What is important is what is the margin of maneuver to adapt the CAP strategic plan at national level according to their needs and based on the SWOT analysis. It's more important to design interventions which are fit to the local ground and which can benefit farmers, the environment, and the social aspect in a balanced way. So this would be my short reply to your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Madre, what do you think? Was that a way to avoid that politically? Was that a right choice?
Comme l'ont dit les intervenants précédents,
well, like the previous speaker said, those national strategic plans have been a choice that was ratified by the ministers and the European Parliament as well. Therefore, everyone had the same intention under two conditions. First of all, those plans should be useful and that they wouldn't create additional problems to the country because a country might compete each other through those NSPs. And secondly, those national strategic plans are clear and tangible in terms of the way they meet the needs of each and every country. And I believe that this is where we should be clear. We need to have specific, tangible priorities. Things that will meet the needs of every country. Priorities should be there. It should be ensured that the money should be given in a productive way to those who need it. Thank you, Mr. Matre. At this point, I believe that we should conclude this session. I hope that we could have had some more time, but I'm afraid that we're running extremely late. At least we offered food for thought, because in the next session that will focus on the green and digital transition, we will address those issues. We'll have a 30-minute break. Thank you for joining us. And now, well, the lunch break will be held upstairs. 30-minute break.
Επιτυχημένες εκδηλώσεις. Περισσότεροι από 4.000 συμμετέχοντες. 175 διακεκριμένοι ομιλητές. 7 ενημερωτικές εκδόσεις. 6 σημαντικές συνεργασίες. Πανελλήνιο Συνέδριο για την Ανάπτυξη της Ελληνικής Γεωργίας της ΓΑΙΑ EPICHEIREIN. 8 χρόνια δίνουμε το παρόν στην ανάπτυξη πρωτοβουλειών και υπηρεσιών, αλλά και στον δημόσιο διάλογο για τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη της ελληνικής γεωργίας, έχοντας ως επίκεντρο τη γνώση, την καινοτομία, την επιχειρηματικότητα και τη συνεργασία.
Σε εθνικό επίπεδο, αρρωγός σε αυτή την προσπάθεια είναι πρωτοβουλίες όπως της GAIA EPICHEIREIN, η οποία λειτουργεί ως πρότυπο που αναδεικνύει τη σημασία των συνεργειών και των συμμαχιών πέρα από ιδεολειψίες, στεγανά και προκαταλήψεις του παρελθόντος για την επίτευξη κοινών αναπτυξιακών στόχων στο δύσκολο περιβάλλον της μεταμνημονιακής Ελλάδας που δεν είναι μακριά.
8 χρόνια συνδιαλεγόμαστε με κορυφαίους θεσμικούς και επιχειρηματικούς εκπροσώπους του αγροδιατροφικού τομέα σε Ελλάδα και Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, συνεισφέροντας ενεργά στη διαβούλευση για το παρόν και το μέλλον της αγροδιατροφής.
Intanto voglio ricordare che molti passi avanti sono stati fatti sulla proposta di riforma che abbiamo sul tavolo. passi avanti che insieme proprio a GAIA.
And indeed, without you, we wouldn't have had the possibility to enrich our work and to be able today to propose a new CAP.
8 χρόνια βασιζόμαστε στη δύναμη της γνώσης και της καινοτομίας, συμβάλλοντας στον πράσινο και ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό της ελληνικής γεωργίας, αλλά και στην ανάδειξή του σε κορυφαία προτεραιότητα για τον εθνικό αγροτικό τομέα.
Estoy convencido que la innovación y la digitalización es la clave para avanzar en esta transición verde. También somos conocedores de los grandes avances realizados en Grecia gracias a la cultura innovadora de GAIA EPICHEIREIN.
Et je vous félicite de placer le numérique au cœur des débats agricoles dans votre pays.
Peut être maintenant un exemple, un modèle pour l'Europe, et j'espère que nous allons être en mesure d'utiliser cette expérience dans les perspectives que nous allons...
8 χρόνια παρακολουθούμε συστηματικά την πορεία της ελληνικής και της ευρωπαϊκής γεωργίας και σας ενημερώνουμε συνεχώς για τις εξελίξεις της αγροτικής πολιτικής σε Ελλάδα και Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Συνεχίζουμε δυναμικά και σας καλωσορίζουμε στο 8ο Πανελλήνιο Συνέδριο για την Ανάπτυξη της Ελληνικής Γεωργίας. GAIA EPICHEIREIN. Διαμορφώνουμε το αύριο του αγροτικού τομέα.
Και τον αγροτικό τομέα με το πρόγραμμα χρηματοδότησης σχεδίων βελτίωσης, παρέχοντας δάνειο προεξόφλησης επιχορήγησης, επενδυτικό δάνειο, δάνειο για φωτοβολταϊκά συστήματα, εγγυητική επιστολή για προκαταβολή. Έχουμε ξεκάθαρη εικόνα των αναγκών σας. Γι' αυτό, αν έχει εγκριθεί το σχέδιό σας, ελάτε τώρα σε ένα κατάστημα Πειραιώς για να βρούμε μαζί την καταλληλότερη χρηματοδοτική λύση για εσάς. Τράπεζα Πειραιώς. Στηρίζει κάθε αύριο.
Ελληνική γη. Συνυφασμένη με το ελληνικό πνεύμα. Καρποφορεί κάτω από τον μεσογειακό ήλιο και φροντίζει για την ευημερία των Ελλήνων. Αυτήν τη γη αγαπάμε και σε αυτήν τη γη στηριζόμαστε.
Η χρήση αυτών των συστημάτων στη σύγχρονη γεωργία είναι μονόδρομος. Έχοντας τα σωστά εργαλεία, μπορείς να έχεις τις σωστές αποφάσεις και να παρακολουθήσεις όλη την παραγωγική διαδικασία, από το χωράφι μέχρι το ράφι.
Εκτιμούμε ότι το GAIA αποτελεί έναν πολύτιμο και αξιόπιστο οδηγό που θα μπορέσει να οδηγήσει τους παραγωγούς στην επόμενη περίοδο.
Πήρα δείγμα από το χωράφι μου, το οποίο δείγμα θα το δώσω στο γεωπόντο συνεταιρισμού και προσδοκώ, αφού γίνει ανάλογη ανάλυση, να μου δώσει όλες αυτές τις οδηγίες για την καλύτερη θρέφση των φυτών μου.
Ο γεωπόνος παραλαμβάνει το δείγμα εδάφους από τον παραγωγό, κάνει καταγραφή στην ειδική ψηφιακή εφαρμογή του GAIA και συμπληρώνει το έντυπο για να στείλει το δείγμα στο εργαστήριο. Με βάση τα αποτελέσματα της εδαφολογικής ανάλυσης και σε συνδυασμό με άλλες πληροφορίες, εκδίδεται η συμβουλή λίπανσης και αποστέλλεται στον παραγωγό. Ενώ, με τον συνδυασμό διαφορετικών δεδομένων και πληροφοριών, εκδίδονται και οι εξατομικευμένες συμβουλές φυτοπροστασίας και άρδευσης.
Για το θέμα του δάκου στην περιοχή, εμείς οι ίδιοι οι παραγωγοί παρακολουθούμε με παγίδες την εξέλιξη του πληθυσμού και κάνουμε τις επεμβάσεις όταν αυτό κρίνεται αναγκαίο.
Συλλέγουμε δείγματα εδάφους, νερού και φυτικών ιστών για να κατανοήσουμε τις ανάγκες της καλλιέργειας σε αρδευτικό νερό και θρεπτικά στοιχεία. Θέλουμε με αυτόν τον τρόπο να μειώσουμε το κόστος παραγωγής και να περιορίσουμε τις ροές που δεν χρειάζονται και επιβαρύνουν το περιβάλλον.
Οι παραγωγοί του συνεταιρισμού υποδέχτηκαν με πολύ μεγάλη προσμονή έως και έκπληξη το γεγονός ότι ο συνεταιρισμός μέσα από την στρατηγική του συνεργασία για την εφαρμογή των προγραμμάτων του GAIA θα οδηγούνταν στο να μπορέσει να υιοθετήσει όλες αυτές τις τεχνολογίες οι οποίες θα μπορούσαν να τον οδηγήσουν σε νέου τύπου γεωργικές συμβουλές και έδειξαν πάρα πολύ μεγάλο ενδιαφέρον σε απρόσμενα μεγάλο βαθμό που και εμείς οι ίδιοι βρεθήκαμε σε δύσκολη θέση γιατί δεν μπορούσαμε να εξυπηρετήσουμε τόσους πολλούς παραγωγούς ταυτόχρονα.
Από την εφαρμογή του συστήματος της GAIA περιμένουμε την ορθολογικότερη χρήση των φυτοπροστατευτικών σκευασμάτων για την αντιμετώπιση των εχθρών και των ασθενειών στο χωράφι, βάσει των συμβουλών φυτοπροστασίας που έρχεται από το σύστημα. Σίγουρα την διαχείριση των φυσικών πόρων, όπως είναι το νερό, βασιζόμενοι στα μοντέλα άρδευσης του συστήματος Διαχειριζόμαστε πολύ καλύτερη την άρδευση στο χωράφι, άρα μειώνουμε την κατανάλωση σε νερό και οπωσδήποτε αυτό συνεπάγεται πάλι τη μείωση του κόστους παραγωγής.
Καλλιεργώντας βιολογικά, σαν πολυαγρόκτημα, έχουμε ήδη μειωμένο περιβαλλοντολογικό αποτύπωμα. Χρησιμοποιώντας τους αισθητήρες και το σύστημα λήψης απόφασης της GAIA Sense, είμαστε ακόμα πιο βελτιωμένοι όσον αφορά τη σωστή χρήση άρδευσης. Μπορούμε να ξέρουμε πότε η ριζόσφαιρα έχει την μέγιστη ανάγκη σε νερό για να μπορέσουμε να ποτίσουμε τη σωστή ποσότητα ανάλογα με τον τύπο της καλλιέργειας στο σωστό χρόνο.
Η ελληνική γη είναι πολύτιμη. Οι φυσικοί μας πόροι είναι πολύτιμοι. Αυξάνουμε την ανταγωνιστικότητα των προϊόντων μας, μειώνουμε το οικολογικό μας αποτύπωμα, φροντίζουμε για το μέλλον μας.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, γεια σας. Η GAIA EPICHEIREIN, στο πλαίσιο του προγράμματος Cup to Fork προς ένα βιώσιμο σύστημα τροφίμων από τον αγρότη στον καταναλωτή, το οποίο υλοποιεί με την υποστήριξη της Γενικής Διεύθυνσης Γεωργίας της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής, έχει σχεδιάσει μια σειρά 5 επεισοδίων Web TV με θέμα πορτρέτα από το αγρόκτημα στο πιάτο. Η στρατηγική από το αγρόκτημα στο πιάτο βρίσκεται στο επίκεντρο της Ευρωπαϊκής Πράσινης Συμφωνίας, με στόχο να καταστήσει τα συστήματα τροφίμων δίκαια, υγιεινά και φιλικά προς το περιβάλλον. Κάθε επεισόδιο της σειράς «Πορτρέτα από το αγρόκτημα στο πιάτο» πρόκειται να επικεντρωθεί σε έναν βασικό παράγοντα της εφοδιαστικής αλυσίδας τροφίμων, ξεκινώντας από το επίπεδο της παραγωγής και φτάνοντας μέχρι την κατανάλωση. Πιο συγκεκριμένα, τα πορτρέτα θα εστιάσουν σε εκπροσώπους του αγροτικού τομέα, της βιομηχανίας τροφίμων, του χονδρεμπορίου λιανεμπορίου τροφίμων, του κλάδου των υπηρεσιών τροφίμων και ποτών και των καταναλωτών. Σκοπός κάθε πορτρέτου είναι να αναδείξει τα ιδιαίτερα χαρακτηριστικά κάθε τομέα της εφοδιαστικής αλυσίδας τροφίμων και τις προκλήσεις που αντιμετωπίζει σε σχέση με τη συμβολή του σε πιο βιώσιμα συστήματα τροφίμων. Σε αυτό το επεισόδιο τον λόγο παίρνουν οι καταναλωτές. Τα ευρωπαϊκά τρόφιμα αποτελούν σήμερα παγκόσμιο πρότυπο ασφαλών, θρεπτικών και υψηλής ποιότητας τροφίμων. Πρόκειται για το αποτέλεσμα της συστηματικής προσπάθειας της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης και της κοινής αγροτικής πολιτικής για την προστασία της υγείας των ανθρώπων, των ζώων και των φυτών, ενισχύοντας μεταξύ άλλων και τις προσπάθειες των Ευρωπαίων παραγωγών προς αυτή την κατεύθυνση. Στο εξής, με την εφαρμογή της στρατηγικής από το αγρόκτημα στο πιάτο, τα ευρωπαϊκά τρόφιμα θα πρέπει να καταστούν και παγκόσμια πρότυπα βιωσιμότητας. Αυτό σημαίνει ότι οι Ευρωπαίοι καταναλωτές θα πρέπει να έχουν τη δυνατότητα να επιλέγουν βιώσιμα τρόφιμα και όλοι οι συντελεστές της εφοδιαστικής αλυσίδας τροφίμων οφείλουν να ανταποκρίνονται σε αυτή την ευθύνη. Ήδη όμως, οι Ευρωπαίοι καταναλωτές αποδίδουν όλο και μεγαλύτερη προσοχή σε ζητήματα που αφορούν το περιβάλλον, την υγεία, την κοινωνία και την ηθική. Παρά την όλο και εντονότερη αστικοποίηση των κοινωνιών, θέλουν να νιώθουν πιο κοντά στα τρόφιμά τους. Θέλουν τρόφιμα φρέσκα, λιγότερο μεταποιημένα και από βιώσιμες πηγές. Επιπλέον, κατά τη διάρκεια της τρέχουσας πανδημίας, οι φωνές για βραχύτερες αλυσίδες εφοδιασμού άρχισαν να πληθαίνουν. Σύμφωνα με πρόσφατη έρευνα του Ευρωβαρόμετρου για τους Έλληνες καταναλωτές, ένα προϊόν είναι βιώσιμο όταν είναι πρωτίστως υγιεινό και θρεπτικό, όταν είναι προσιτό σε όλους και όταν η χρήση φυτοφαρμάκων για την παραγωγή του περιορίζεται στην ελάχιστη δυνατή. Ας δούμε όμως τι έχει να μας πει για όλα αυτά ο προσκεκλημένος του σημερινού επεισοδίου.
Ονομάζομαι Λάμπη Σκότσου, είμαι ο συνιδρυτής της κοινωνικής πρωτοβουλίας των καταναλωτών «Ποιος είναι το αφεντικό, η μάρκα του καταναλωτή». Η πρωτοβουλία δημιουργήθηκε το 2019 από απλούς καταναλωτές πολίτες μας στην Ελλάδα με σκοπό τη στήριξη των παραγωγών της χώρας μας, ώστε να μπορούν να ζουν αξιοπρεπώς από το επάγγελμά τους και βέβαια την βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη στη χώρα μας βασιζόμενη στην βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη του αγροδιατροφικού τομέα. Στην πρωτοβουλία αυτή, οι καταναλωτές δημιουργούμε μόνοι μας τα προϊόντα μας, διαμορφώνοντας τις προδιαγραφές τους από το χωράφι και τη φάρμα του παραγωγού μέχρι και το πιάτο μας. Είναι μια διαδικασία η οποία εμπλέκει ενεργά τους καταναλωτές, ώστε να μπορούν να γνωρίζουν στη συνέχεια τα πάντα για τα προϊόντα τα οποία καταναλώνουν και να συμμετέχουν ενεργά στη βιωσιμότητα της χώρας μας. Η έννοια της βιωσιμότητας είναι πολύ πιο σύνθετη. Για εμάς τους καταναλωτές, συχνά στο μυαλό μας βιωσιμότητα σημαίνει οικονομικό όφελος. Όμως, Σήμερα οι καταναλωτές έχουμε στο μυαλό μας τη βιωσιμότητα σε πολύ περισσότερους πυλώνες, πιο συγκεκριμένα 3. Η βιωσιμότητα λοιπόν για εμάς τους καταναλωτές αφορά την οικονομία βεβαίως, αλλά αφορά και την κοινωνία και το περιβάλλον. Σαν καταναλωτές λοιπόν επιθυμούμε τα προϊόντα μας να καλύπτουν όλες αυτές τις έννοιες, όλους αυτούς τους πυλώνες από το χωράφι μέχρι και να φτάσει στα χέρια μας. Τα προϊόντα τα οποία καταναλώνουμε οι καταναλωτές καθημερινά είναι μια ευκαιρία για τους καταναλωτές να μπορέσουν να συμμετέχουν πιο ενεργά στην δημιουργία, στην στήριξη μάλλον των 3 αυτών πυλώνων της βιωσιμότητας. Κάθε φορά που αγοράζουμε ένα προϊόν οι καταναλωτές, χρηματοδοτούμε ουσιαστικά όλη την πορεία των προϊόντων αυτών. Ουσιαστικά λοιπόν εμείς είμαστε τα αφεντικά, εμείς είμαστε που πληρώνουμε και δημιουργούμε, χρηματοδοτούμε όλη την πορεία αυτή. Θα μπορούσαμε λοιπόν την πορεία αυτή να την καθορίζουμε κιόλας. Και εκεί στηρίχθηκε και η πρωτοβουλία. Σκεφτείτε λοιπόν ότι κάθε φορά που αγοράζουμε ένα προϊόν μπορούμε εύκολα να έχουμε ένα αντίκτυπο στην αμοιβή του παραγωγού, ώστε εκείνος να αμείβεται σωστά. Μπορούμε να έχουμε αντίκτυπο στην κοινωνία, ταυτόχρονα με ένα προϊόν να χρηματοδοτούμε και σκοπούς που επηρεάζουν τους συνανθρώπους μας, αλλά μπορούμε να έχουμε και αντίκτυπο περιβαλλοντικό. Και στην παραγωγή των προϊόντων, περιβαλλοντικό αντίκτυπο μπορούμε να έχουμε στη φάρμα, μπορούμε να έχουμε με τη συσκευασία ή και ακόμη μετά τη συσκευασία, όταν η συσκευασία δηλαδή θα είναι να ανακυκλωθεί. Η μάρκα του καταναλωτή, ποιος είναι το αφεντικό, συμμετέχει πολύ ενεργά στη διαδικασία αυτή. Ο τρόπος λειτουργίας της είναι ο εξής. Οι καταναλωτές ερχόμαστε σε επαφή με τους παραγωγούς και άλλους παράγοντες της αγοράς, μαθαίνουμε όλες τις διαδικασίες για το προϊόν, τον τρόπο με τον οποίο μπορεί να γίνει καλύτερο, πώς μπορούμε να κάνουμε τις πρακτικές καλύτερες, την ζωή του παραγωγού καλύτερο στη φάρμα του, πώς μπορούμε να επηρεάσουμε το περιβάλλον, για παράδειγμα, με τις συσκευασίες και τις διαδικασίες ανακύκλωσης, πώς μπορούμε να επηρεάσουμε τους συνανθρώπους μας και την κοινωνία. Όλες αυτές οι προδιαγραφές κοστολογούνται και στη συνέχεια σε μια online εφαρμογή την οποία έχουμε δημιουργήσει στην πλατφόρμα μας www.imarkatoukatanaloti.gr αναρτούμε το ερωτηματολόγιο αυτό και οι καταναλωτές ψηφίζουμε. Κάθε φορά που ψηφίζουμε ένα κριτήριο μπορούμε να δούμε ζωντανά πώς αυτό επηρεάζει την αμοιβή του παραγωγού, την προτινόμενη τιμή λιανικής και έχουμε προσθέσει και δείκτες χρωματικούς που μπορούμε να δούμε άμεσα και το αντίκτυπο στο περιβάλλον και την κοινωνία. Στη συνέχεια, όταν το ερωτηματολόγιο αυτό ολοκληρωθεί, δίνουμε τα αποτελέσματα αυτά στους εταίρους μας, στους βιομηχανικούς εταίρους, οι οποίοι αγοράζουν την πρώτη ύλη, για παράδειγμα το γάλα, το ελαιόλαδο, από τους παραγωγούς, στην τιμή την οποία όμως ψηφίστηκε από τους καταναλωτές, το συσκευάζουν στις συσκευασίες τις οποίες επιλέξαμε οι καταναλωτές και το διαθέτουν για εμάς στα ράφια των σούπερ μάρκετ. Οι καταναλωτές με αυτόν τον τρόπο, λοιπόν, γνωρίζουμε τα πάντα για τα προϊόντα αυτά και γνωρίζουμε και το αντίκτυπό τους στην τιμή και στην αμοιβή του παραγωγού. Σε όλη αυτή τη διαδικασία, οι καταναλωτές συμμετέχουμε συλλογικά, από την αρχή. Οι καταναλωτές στην Ελλάδα επιλέξαμε τα 3-4 πρώτα προϊόντα να είναι το φρέσκο αγελαδινό γάλα, το ελαιόλαδο, το στραγγιστό γιαούρτι και η φέτα. Έτσι, λοιπόν, πριν από περίπου 2 χρόνια, το πρώτο μας προϊόν, το φρέσκο αγελαδινό γάλα, τοποθετήθηκε στα ράφια γνωστής αλυσίδας στην Ελλάδα. Σήμερα έχουμε ήδη 6 κωδικούς στα ράφια της 2 αλυσίδων σούπερ μάρκετ, της My Market και της ΑΒ Βασιλόπουλος, τα οποία είναι το φρέσκο αγελαδινό γάλα σε ελαφρύ και πλήρες, στραγγιστό γιαούρτι 2 και 10%, ελαιόλαδο ανώτερης κατηγορίας εξαιρετικό παρθένο, συμβατικό και βιολογικό, ενώ σύντομα στα ράφια θα έχουμε και την φέτα των καταναλωτών. Στη διαδικασία αυτή, οι καταναλωτές προσθέσαμε και επιπλέον χαρακτηριστικά για το αντίκτυπο στο περιβάλλον, όπως για παράδειγμα την στήριξη παραγωγών για τη μετάβαση στις βιολογικές καλλιέργειες. Στη φέτα προσθέσαμε επιπλέον στήριξη για τον παιδικό καρκίνο, ενώ και στο μέλι, το οποίο είναι το ερωτηματολόγιο το οποίο ψηφίζουμε οι καταναλωτές αυτή τη στιγμή στην πλατφόρμα μας, θα στηρίξουμε την αύξηση της βιοποικιλότητας για να στηρίξουμε την προστασία των μελισσών. Στα άμεσα σχέδια της πρωτοβουλίας των καταναλωτών για το 2022 είναι η δημιουργία προϊόντων όπως αυτά της πατάτας, των οσπρίων και της ντομάτας. Στα προϊόντα αυτά, μάλιστα, οι καταναλωτές θα έχουμε τη δυνατότητα να στηρίξουμε τους παραγωγούς με δωρεάν εγκατάσταση έξυπνης τεχνολογίας Smart Farming από τη GAIA, χάρη στη συμμετοχή μας στο Ευρωπαϊκό Πρόγραμμα Πλούτος. Το πιο σημαντικό ίσως εργαλείο για εμάς τους καταναλωτές όσον αφορά την διαδικασία αυτή είναι η ενημέρωση. Και εδώ τα ερωτηματολόγια τα οποία δημιουργούμε παίζουν πάρα πολύ σημαντικό ρόλο. Στην εφαρμογή την οποία έχουμε φτιάξει, για το κάθε κριτήριο, το οποίο είναι να επιλέξουμε οι καταναλωτές, υπάρχει ειδικό κουμπί το οποίο έχουμε φτιάξει, που οι καταναλωτές μπορούμε, επιλέγοντας εκεί, να δούμε όλες τις πληροφορίες και όλη τη διαδικασία την οποία πρέπει να γνωρίζουμε πριν κάνουμε την επιλογή μας. Ουσιαστικά, λοιπόν, τα ερωτηματολόγια έχουν ισχυρό παιδαγωγικό εκπαιδευτικό χαρακτήρα και στο τέλος οι καταναλωτές γνωρίζουμε απόλυτα κάθε φορά που ψηφίζουμε γιατί επιλέξαμε αυτό το κριτήριο και ποιο ήταν το αντίκτυπό του. Η ενημέρωση, λοιπόν, η εκπαίδευση των καταναλωτών είναι κάτι το οποίο είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό. Σε αυτό πρέπει να προσθεθεί και η επικοινωνία. Και η επικοινωνία είναι πραγματικά απαραίτητη τόσο από τα μέσα ενημέρωσης, τα οποία πραγματικά πρέπει να αγκαλιάσουν όχι μόνο τις προσπάθειες τις οποίες κάνουμε εμείς εδώ στην πρωτοβουλία σαν καταναλωτές, αλλά και τις προσπάθειες οι οποίες γίνονται από τις αλυσίδες σούπερ μάρκετ, από τις βιομηχανίες, από τους συνεταιρισμούς. Είναι πράγματα τα οποία πρέπει να βγαίνουν προς τα έξω και πρέπει να επικοινωνούνται, ώστε περισσότεροι από εμάς να μαθαίνουν πραγματικά τι σημαίνει βιωσιμότητα και πώς μπορούμε ενεργά να συμμετέχουμε σε αυτήν καθημερινά με πολύ απλές κινήσεις. Η ΚΑΠ συμβάλλει στη βιωσιμότητα του συστήματος τροφίμων και η στρατηγική από το αγρόκτημα στο πιάτο είναι ουσιαστικά αυτό το οποίο εφαρμόζει και η πρωτοβουλία, ποιος είναι το αφεντικό και αυτό που αφορά και η καινούργια ΚΑΠ. Εμείς, λοιπόν, οι καταναλωτές, όχι μόνο στην Ελλάδα, αλλά και στον υπόλοιπο κόσμο, συγκεκριμένα στις 10 χώρες στις οποίες υπάρχει πρωτοβουλία, ακολουθούμε αυτό το σύστημα. Δημιουργούμε προϊόντα για τα οποία αμείβονται σωστά οι παραγωγοί τους, για να μπορούν να ζουν αξιοπρεπώς από το επάγγελμά τους και έτσι εξασφαλίζουμε τη διαδικασία αυτή, ώστε να έχουν τα προϊόντα ασφαλή, υγιή, ποιοτικά και υπεύθυνα. Σε όλες τις χώρες χρησιμοποιούμε το ίδιο λογότυπο, χρησιμοποιούμε τα ίδια σήματα, τους ίδιους κωδικούς χρωμάτων αναπροϊόν. Και αυτό ήταν κάτι το οποίο επιδιώξαμε όλες οι πρωτοβουλίες μαζί, ώστε να ενώσουμε όλους τους καταναλωτές κάτω από το ίδιο σήμα. Έτσι, είτε ταξιδεύουμε στη Γαλλία, στην Ιταλία, είτε στη χώρα μας, είτε όταν κάποιοι μας επισκέπτονται, λοιπόν, όλοι οι καταναλωτές μπορούμε να αναγνωρίζουμε τα προϊόντα και να ξέρουμε ότι είναι προϊόντα τα οποία έχουν δημιουργηθεί με τις ίδιες αξίες, στηρίζουν τους παραγωγούς και τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη στη χώρα μας. Οι καταναλωτές οραματιζόμαστε πραγματικά προϊόντα που θα είναι επιβεβαιωμένα βιώσιμα, για τα οποία θα γνωρίζουμε ότι όντως κάθε φορά που το αγοράζουμε, ο παραγωγός τους αμείφθηκε σωστά για να μπορεί να ζει αξιοπρεπώς από το επάγγελμά του. Ότι όντως τα χρήματα τα οποία δώσαμε, το κάθε μας ευρώ, πήγε προς τη σωστή κατεύθυνση για να στηρίξει το περιβάλλον, την κοινωνία, την οικονομία της χώρας μας και ακόμη περισσότερα. Αυτό είναι κάτι το οποίο πραγματικά οραματιζόμαστε, είτε αυτό αφορά προϊόντα τα οποία παράγονται κάτω από τη σκέπη της πρωτοβουλίας, ποιος είναι το αφεντικό η μάρκα του καταναλωτή, είτε αφορά προϊόντα τα οποία δημιουργούνται και παράγονται από άλλες εταιρείες στον κόσμο.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, ευχαριστούμε που μας παρακολουθήσατε. Ανανεώνουμε το ραντεβού μας για το επόμενο επεισόδιο. Γεια σας. Κυρίες και κύριοι, γεια σας. Η ΓΑΙΑ EPICHEIREIN, στο πλαίσιο του προγράμματος Cup to Fork προς ένα βιώσιμο σύστημα τροφίμων από τον αγρότη στον καταναλωτή, το οποίο υλοποιεί με την υποστήριξη της Γενικής Διεύθυνσης Γεωργίας της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής, έχει σχεδιάσει μια σειρά 5 επεισοδίων Web TV με θέμα πορτρέτα από το αγρόκτημα στο πιάτο. Η στρατηγική από το αγρόκτημα στο πιάτο βρίσκεται στο επίκεντρο της Ευρωπαϊκής Πράσινης Συμφωνίας, με στόχο να καταστήσει τα συστήματα τροφίμων δίκαια, υγιεινά και φιλικά προς το περιβάλλον. Κάθε επεισόδιο της σειράς «Πορτρέτα από το αγρόκτημα στο πιάτο» πρόκειται να επικεντρωθεί σε έναν βασικό παράγοντα της εφοδιαστικής αλυσίδας τροφίμων, ξεκινώντας από το επίπεδο της παραγωγής και φτάνοντας μέχρι την κατανάλωση. Πιο συγκεκριμένα, τα πορτρέτα θα εστιάσουν σε εκπροσώπους του αγροτικού τομέα, της βιομηχανίας τροφίμων, του χονδρεμπορίου λιανεμπορίου τροφίμων, του κλάδου των υπηρεσιών τροφίμων και ποτών και των καταναλωτών. Σκόπος κάθε πορτρέτου είναι να αναδείξει τα ιδιαίτερα χαρακτηριστικά κάθε τομέα της εφοδιαστικής αλυσίδας τροφίμων και τις προκλήσεις που αντιμετωπίζει σε σχέση με τη συμβολή του σε πιο βιώσιμα συστήματα τροφίμων. Σε αυτό το επεισόδιο τον λόγο παίρνουν οι καταναλωτές. Τα ευρωπαϊκά τρόφιμα αποτελούν σήμερα παγκόσμιο πρότυπο ασφαλών, θρεπτικών και υψηλής ποιότητας τροφίμων. Πρόκειται για το αποτέλεσμα της συστηματικής προσπάθειας της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης και της κοινής αγροτικής πολιτικής για την προστασία της υγείας των ανθρώπων, των ζώων και των φυτών, ενισχύοντας μεταξύ άλλων και τις προσπάθειες των Ευρωπαίων παραγωγών προς αυτή την κατεύθυνση. Στο εξής, με την εφαρμογή της στρατηγικής από το αγρόκτημα στο πιάτο, τα ευρωπαϊκά τρόφιμα θα πρέπει να καταστούν και παγκόσμια πρότυπα βιωσιμότητας. Αυτό σημαίνει ότι οι Ευρωπαίοι καταναλωτές θα πρέπει να έχουν τη δυνατότητα να επιλέγουν βιώσιμα τρόφιμα και όλοι οι συντελεστές της εφοδιαστικής αλυσίδας τροφίμων οφείλουν να ανταποκρίνονται σε αυτή την ευθύνη. Ήδη όμως, οι Ευρωπαίοι καταναλωτές αποδίδουν όλο και μεγαλύτερη προσοχή σε ζητήματα που αφορούν το περιβάλλον, την υγεία, την κοινωνία και την ηθική. Παρά την όλο και εντονότερη αστικοποίηση των κοινωνιών, θέλουν να νιώθουν πιο κοντά στα τρόφιμά τους. Θέλουν τρόφιμα φρέσκα, λιγότερο μεταποιημένα και από βιώσιμες πηγές. Επιπλέον, κατά τη διάρκεια της τρέχουσας πανδημίας, οι φωνές για βραχύτερες αλυσίδες εφοδιασμού άρχισαν να πληθαίνουν. Σύμφωνα με πρόσφατη έρευνα του Ευρωβαρόμετρου για τους Έλληνες καταναλωτές, ένα προϊόν είναι βιώσιμο όταν είναι πρωτίστως υγιεινό και θρεπτικό, όταν είναι προσιτό σε όλους και όταν η χρήση φυτοφαρμάκων για την παραγωγή του περιορίζεται στην ελάχιστη δυνατή. Ας δούμε όμως τι έχει να μας πει για όλα αυτά ο προσκεκλημένος του σημερινού επεισοδίου.
Ονομάζομαι Λάμπη Σκότσου, είμαι ο συνιδρυτής της κοινωνικής πρωτοβουλίας των καταναλωτών «Ποιος είναι το αφεντικό, η μάρκα του καταναλωτή». Η πρωτοβουλία δημιουργήθηκε το 2019 από απλούς καταναλωτές πολίτες μας στην Ελλάδα με σκοπό τη στήριξη των παραγωγών της χώρας μας, ώστε να μπορούν να ζουν αξιοπρεπώς από το επάγγελμά τους και βέβαια την βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη στη χώρα μας βασιζόμενη στην βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη του αγροδιατροφικού τομέα. Στην πρωτοβουλία αυτή, οι καταναλωτές δημιουργούμε μόνοι μας τα προϊόντα μας, διαμορφώνοντας τις προδιαγραφές τους από το χωράφι και τη φάρμα του παραγωγού μέχρι και το πιάτο μας. Είναι μια διαδικασία η οποία εμπλέκει ενεργά τους καταναλωτές, ώστε να μπορούν να γνωρίζουν στη συνέχεια τα πάντα για τα προϊόντα τα οποία καταναλώνουν και να συμμετέχουν ενεργά στη βιωσιμότητα της χώρας μας. Η έννοια της βιωσιμότητας είναι πολύ πιο σύνθετη. Για εμάς τους καταναλωτές, συχνά στο μυαλό μας βιωσιμότητα σημαίνει οικονομικό όφελος. Όμως, σήμερα οι καταναλωτές έχουμε στο μυαλό μας τη βιωσιμότητα σε πολύ περισσότερους πυλώνες, πιο συγκεκριμένα 3. Η βιωσιμότητα λοιπόν για εμάς τους καταναλωτές αφορά την οικονομία βεβαίως, αλλά αφορά και την κοινωνία και το περιβάλλον. Σαν καταναλωτές λοιπόν επιθυμούμε τα προϊόντα μας να καλύπτουν όλες αυτές τις έννοιες, όλους αυτούς τους πυλώνες από το χωράφι μέχρι και να φτάσει στα χέρια μας. Τα προϊόντα τα οποία καταναλώνουμε οι καταναλωτές καθημερινά είναι μια ευκαιρία για τους καταναλωτές να μπορέσουν να συμμετέχουν πιο ενεργά στην δημιουργία, στη στήριξη μάλλον των 3 αυτών πυλώνων της βιωσιμότητας. Κάθε φορά που αγοράζουμε ένα προϊόν οι καταναλωτές, χρηματοδοτούμε ουσιαστικά όλη την πορεία των προϊόντων αυτών. Ουσιαστικά λοιπόν εμείς είμαστε τα αφεντικά, εμείς είμαστε που πληρώνουμε και δημιουργούμε, χρηματοδοτούμε όλη την πορεία αυτή. Θα μπορούσαμε λοιπόν την πορεία αυτή να την καθορίζουμε κιόλας. Και εκεί στηρίχθηκε και η πρωτοβουλία. Σκεφτείτε λοιπόν ότι κάθε φορά που αγοράζουμε ένα προϊόν μπορούμε εύκολα να έχουμε ένα αντίκτυπο στην αμοιβή του παραγωγού, ώστε εκείνος να αμείβεται σωστά. Μπορούμε να έχουμε αντίκτυπο στην κοινωνία, ταυτόχρονα με ένα προϊόν να χρηματοδοτούμε και σκοπούς που επηρεάζουν τους συνανθρώπους μας, αλλά μπορούμε να έχουμε και αντίκτυπο περιβαλλοντικό. Και στην παραγωγή των προϊόντων, περιβαλλοντικό αντίκτυπο μπορούμε να έχουμε στη φάρμα, μπορούμε να έχουμε με τη συσκευασία ή και ακόμη μετά τη συσκευασία, όταν η συσκευασία δηλαδή θα είναι να ανακυκλωθεί. Η μάρκα του καταναλωτή «Ποιος είναι το αφεντικό» συμμετέχει πολύ ενεργά στη διαδικασία αυτή. Ο τρόπος λειτουργίας της είναι ο εξής. Οι καταναλωτές ερχόμαστε σε επαφή με τους παραγωγούς και άλλους παράγοντες της αγοράς, μαθαίνουμε όλες τις διαδικασίες για το προϊόν, τον τρόπο με τον οποίο μπορεί να γίνει καλύτερο, πώς μπορούμε να κάνουμε τις πρακτικές καλύτερες, την ζωή του παραγωγού καλύτερου στη φάρμα του, πώς μπορούμε να επηρεάσουμε το περιβάλλον, για παράδειγμα, με τις συσκευασίες και τις διαδικασίες ανακύκλωσης, πώς μπορούμε να επηρεάσουμε τους συνανθρώπους μας και την κοινωνία. Όλες αυτές οι προδιαγραφές κοστολογούνται και στη συνέχεια σε μια online εφαρμογή την οποία έχουμε δημιουργήσει στην πλατφόρμα μας www.imarkatoukatanaloti.gr αναρτούμε το ερωτηματολόγιο αυτό και οι καταναλωτές ψηφίζουμε. Κάθε φορά που ψηφίζουμε ένα κριτήριο μπορούμε να δούμε ζωντανά πώς αυτό επηρεάζει την αμοιβή του παραγωγού, την προτινόμενη τιμή λιανικής και έχουμε προσθέσει και δείκτες χρωματικούς που μπορούμε να δούμε άμεσα και το αντίκτυπο στο περιβάλλον και την κοινωνία. Στη συνέχεια, όταν το ερωτηματολόγιο αυτό ολοκληρωθεί, δίνουμε τα αποτελέσματα αυτά στους εταίρους μας, στους βιομηχανικούς εταίρους, οι οποίοι αγοράζουν την πρώτη ύλη, για παράδειγμα το γάλα, το ελαιόλαδο, από τους παραγωγούς, στην τιμή την οποία όμως ψηφίστηκε από τους καταναλωτές. το συσκευάζουν στις συσκευασίες τις οποίες επιλέξαμε οι καταναλωτές και το διαθέτουν για εμάς στα αράφια των σούπερ μάρκετ. Οι καταναλωτές με αυτόν τον τρόπο, λοιπόν, γνωρίζουμε τα πάντα για τα προϊόντα αυτά και γνωρίζουμε και το αντίκτυπό τους στην τιμή και στην αμοιβή του παραγωγού. Σε όλη αυτή τη διαδικασία, οι καταναλωτές συμμετέχουμε συλλογικά από την αρχή. Οι καταναλωτές στην Ελλάδα επιλέξαμε τα 3-4 πρώτα προϊόντα να είναι το φρέσκο αγελαδινό γάλα, το ελαιόλαδο, το στραγγιστό γιαούρτι και η φέτα. Έτσι, λοιπόν, πριν από περίπου 2 χρόνια, το πρώτο μας προϊόν, το φρέσκο αγελαδινό γάλα, τοποθετήθηκε στα ράφια γνωστής αλυσίδας στην Ελλάδα. Σήμερα έχουμε ήδη 6 κωδικούς στα ράφια της 2 αλυσίδων σούπερ μάρκετ, της My Market και της ΑΒ Βασιλόπουλος, τα οποία είναι το φρέσκο αγελαδινό γάλα σε ελαφρύ και πλήρες, στραγγιστό γιαούρτι 2 και 10%, ελαιόλαδο ανώτερης κατηγορίας εξαιρετικό παρθένο, συμβατικό και βιολογικό, ενώ σύντομα στα ράφια θα έχουμε και την φέτα των καταναλωτών. Στη διαδικασία αυτή, οι καταναλωτές προσθέσαμε και επιπλέον χαρακτηριστικά για το αντίκτυπο στο περιβάλλον, όπως για παράδειγμα την στήριξη παραγωγών για τη μετάβαση στις βιολογικές καλλιέργειες. Στη φέτα προσθέσαμε επιπλέον στήριξη για τον παιδικό καρκίνο, ενώ και στο μέλι, το οποίο είναι το ερωτηματολόγιο το οποίο ψηφίζουμε οι καταναλωτές αυτή τη στιγμή στην πλατφόρμα μας, θα στηρίξουμε την αύξηση της βιοποικιλότητας για να στηρίξουμε την προστασία των μελισσών. Στα άμεσα σχέδια της πρωτοβουλίας των καταναλωτών για το 2022 είναι η δημιουργία προϊόντων όπως αυτά της πατάτας, των οσπρίων και της ντομάτας. Στα προϊόντα αυτά, μάλιστα, οι καταναλωτές θα έχουμε τη δυνατότητα να στηρίξουμε τους παραγωγούς με δωρεάν εγκατάσταση έξυπνης τεχνολογίας Smart Farming από τη GAIA, χάρη στη συμμετοχή μας στο Ευρωπαϊκό Πρόγραμμα Πλούτος. Το πιο σημαντικό ίσως εργαλείο για εμάς τους καταναλωτές όσον αφορά την διαδικασία αυτή είναι η ενημέρωση. Και εδώ τα ερωτηματολόγια τα οποία δημιουργούμε παίζουν πάρα πολύ σημαντικό ρόλο. Στην εφαρμογή την οποία έχουμε φτιάξει, για το κάθε κριτήριο, το οποίο είναι να επιλέξουμε οι καταναλωτές, υπάρχει ειδικό κουμπί το οποίο έχουμε φτιάξει, που οι καταναλωτές μπορούμε, επιλέγοντας εκεί, να δούμε όλες τις πληροφορίες και όλη τη διαδικασία την οποία πρέπει να γνωρίζουμε πριν κάνουμε την επιλογή μας. Ουσιαστικά, λοιπόν, τα ερωτηματολόγια έχουν ισχυρό παιδαγωγικό εκπαιδευτικό χαρακτήρα και στο τέλος οι καταναλωτές γνωρίζουμε απόλυτα κάθε φορά που ψηφίζουμε γιατί επιλέξαμε αυτό το κριτήριο και ποιο ήταν το αντίκτυπό του. Η ενημέρωση, λοιπόν, η εκπαίδευση των καταναλωτών είναι κάτι το οποίο είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό. Σε αυτό πρέπει να προσθεθεί και η επικοινωνία. Και η επικοινωνία είναι πραγματικά απαραίτητη τόσο από τα μέσα ενημέρωσης, τα οποία πραγματικά πρέπει να αγκαλιάσουν όχι μόνο τις προσπάθειες τις οποίες κάνουμε εμείς εδώ στην πρωτοβουλία σαν καταναλωτές, αλλά και τις προσπάθειες οι οποίες γίνονται από τις αλυσίδες σούπερ μάρκετ, από τις βιομηχανίες, από τους συνεταιρισμούς. Είναι πράγματα τα οποία πρέπει να βγαίνουν προς τα έξω και πρέπει να επικοινωνούνται, ώστε περισσότεροι από εμάς να μαθαίνουν πραγματικά τι σημαίνει βιωσιμότητα και πώς μπορούμε ενεργά να συμμετέχουμε σε αυτήν καθημερινά με πολύ απλές κινήσεις. Η ΚΑΠ συμβάλλει στη βιωσιμότητα του συστήματος τροφίμων και η στρατηγική από το αγρόκτημα στο πιάτο είναι ουσιαστικά αυτό το οποίο εφαρμόζει και η πρωτοβουλία, ποιος είναι το αφεντικό και αυτό που αφορά και η καινούργια ΚΑΠ. Εμείς, λοιπόν, οι καταναλωτές, όχι μόνο στην Ελλάδα, αλλά και στον υπόλοιπο κόσμο, συγκεκριμένα στις 10 χώρες στις οποίες υπάρχει η πρωτοβουλία, ακολουθούμε αυτό το σύστημα. Δημιουργούμε προϊόντα για τα οποία αμείβονται σωστά οι παραγωγοί τους, για να μπορούν να ζουν αξιοπρεπώς από το επάγγελμά τους και έτσι εξασφαλίζουμε τη διαδικασία αυτή, ώστε να έχουν τα προϊόντα ασφαλή, υγιή, ποιοτικά και υπεύθυνα. Σε όλες τις χώρες χρησιμοποιούμε το ίδιο λογότυπο, χρησιμοποιούμε τα ίδια σήματα, τους ίδιους κωδικούς χρωμάτων αναπροϊόν. Και αυτό ήταν κάτι το οποίο επιδιώξαμε όλες οι πρωτοβουλίες μαζί, ώστε να ενώσουμε όλους τους καταναλωτές κάτω από το ίδιο σήμα. Έτσι, είτε ταξιδεύουμε στη Γαλλία, στην Ιταλία, είτε στη χώρα μας, είτε όταν κάποιοι μας επισκέπτονται, λοιπόν, όλοι οι καταναλωτές μπορούμε να αναγνωρίζουμε τα προϊόντα και να ξέρουμε ότι είναι προϊόντα τα οποία έχουν δημιουργηθεί με τις ίδιες αξίες, στηρίζουν τους παραγωγούς και τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη στη χώρα μας. Οι καταναλωτές οραματιζόμαστε πραγματικά προϊόντα που θα είναι επιβεβαιωμένα βιώσιμα, για τα οποία θα γνωρίζουμε ότι όντως κάθε φορά που το αγοράζουμε, ο παραγωγός τους αμείφθηκε σωστά για να μπορεί να ζει αξιοπρεπώς από το επάγγελμά του. Ότι όντως τα χρήματα τα οποία δώσαμε, το κάθε μας ευρώ, πήγε προς τη σωστή κατεύθυνση για να στηρίξει το περιβάλλον, την κοινωνία, την οικονομία της χώρας μας και ακόμη περισσότερα. Αυτό είναι κάτι το οποίο πραγματικά οραματιζόμαστε, είτε αυτό αφορά προϊόντα τα οποία παράγονται κάτω από τη σκέπη της πρωτοβουλίας ποιος είναι το αφεντικό ή μάρκα του καταναλωτή, είτε αφορά προϊόντα τα οποία δημιουργούνται και παράγονται από άλλες εταιρείες στον κόσμο.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, ευχαριστούμε που μας παρακολουθήσατε. Ανανεώνουμε το ραντεβού μας για το επόμενο επεισόδιο. Γεια σας. Κυρίες και κύριοι, γεια σας. Η ΓΑΙΑ EPICHEIREIN, στο πλαίσιο του προγράμματος Cup to Fork προς ένα βιώσιμο σύστημα τροφίμων από τον αγρότη στον καταναλωτή, το οποίο υλοποιεί με την υποστήριξη της Γενικής Διεύθυνσης Γεωργίας της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής, έχει σχεδιάσει μια σειρά 5 επεισοδίων Web TV με θέμα πορτρέτα από το αγρόκτημα στο πιάτο. Η στρατηγική από το αγρόκτημα στο πιάτο βρίσκεται στο επίκεντρο της Ευρωπαϊκής Πράσινης Συμφωνίας, με στόχο να καταστήσει τα συστήματα τροφίμων δίκαια, υγιεινά και φιλικά προς το περιβάλλον. Κάθε επεισόδιο της σειράς «Πορτρέτα από το αγρόκτημα στο πιάτο» πρόκειται να επικεντρωθεί σε έναν βασικό παράγοντα της εφοδιαστικής αλυσίδας τροφίμων, ξεκινώντας από το επίπεδο της παραγωγής και φτάνοντας μέχρι την κατανάλωση. Πιο συγκεκριμένα, τα πορτρέτα θα εστιάσουν σε εκπροσώπους του αγροτικού τομέα, της βιομηχανίας τροφίμων, του χονδρεμπορίου λιανεμπορίου τροφίμων, του κλάδου των υπηρεσιών τροφίμων και ποτών και των καταναλωτών. Σκόπος κάθε πορτρέτου είναι να αναδείξει τα ιδιαίτερα χαρακτηριστικά κάθε τομέα της εφοδιαστικής αλυσίδας τροφίμων και τις προκλήσεις που αντιμετωπίζει σε σχέση με τη συμβολή του σε πιο βιώσιμα συστήματα τροφίμων. Σε αυτό το επεισόδιο τον λόγο παίρνουν οι καταναλωτές. Τα ευρωπαϊκά τρόφιμα αποτελούν σήμερα παγκόσμιο πρότυπο ασφαλών, θρεπτικών και υψηλής ποιότητας τροφίμων. Πρόκειται για το αποτέλεσμα της συστηματικής προσπάθειας της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης και της κοινής αγροτικής πολιτικής για την προστασία της υγείας των ανθρώπων, των ζώων και των φυτών, ενισχύοντας μεταξύ άλλων και τις προσπάθειες των Ευρωπαίων παραγωγών προς αυτή την κατεύθυνση. Στο εξής, με την εφαρμογή της στρατηγικής από το αγρόκτημα στο πιάτο, τα ευρωπαϊκά τρόφιμα θα πρέπει να καταστούν και παγκόσμια πρότυπα βιωσιμότητας. Αυτό σημαίνει ότι οι Ευρωπαίοι καταναλωτές θα πρέπει να έχουν τη δυνατότητα να επιλέγουν βιώσιμα τρόφιμα και όλοι οι συντελεστές της εφοδιαστικής αλυσίδας τροφίμων οφείλουν να ανταποκρίνονται σε αυτή την ευθύνη. Ήδη όμως, οι Ευρωπαίοι καταναλωτές αποδίδουν όλο και μεγαλύτερη προσοχή σε ζητήματα που αφορούν το περιβάλλον, την υγεία, την κοινωνία και την ηθική. Παρά την όλο και εντονότερη αστικοποίηση των κοινωνιών, θέλουν να νιώθουν πιο κοντά στα τρόφιμά τους. Θέλουν τρόφιμα φρέσκα, λιγότερο μεταποιημένα και από βιώσιμες πηγές. Επιπλέον, κατά τη διάρκεια της τρέχουσας πανδημίας, οι φωνές για βραχύτερες αλυσίδες εφοδιασμού άρχισαν να πληθαίνουν. Σύμφωνα με πρόσφατη έρευνα του Ευρωβαρόμετρου για τους Έλληνες καταναλωτές, ένα προϊόν είναι βιώσιμο όταν είναι πρωτίστως υγιεινό και θρεπτικό, όταν είναι προσιτό σε όλους και όταν η χρήση φυτοφαρμάκων για την παραγωγή του περιορίζεται στην ελάχιστη δυνατή. Ας δούμε όμως τι έχει να μας πει για όλα αυτά ο προσκεκλημένος του σημερινού επεισοδίου.
Ονομάζομαι Λάμπη Σκότσου, είμαι ο συνιδρυτής της κοινωνικής πρωτοβουλίας των καταναλωτών «Ποιος είναι το αφεντικό, η μάρκα του καταναλωτή». Η πρωτοβουλία δημιουργήθηκε το 2019 από απλούς καταναλωτές πολίτες μας στην Ελλάδα με σκοπό τη στήριξη των παραγωγών της χώρας μας, ώστε να μπορούν να ζουν αξιοπρεπώς από το επάγγελμά τους και βέβαια την βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη στη χώρα μας βασιζόμενη στην βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη του αγροδιατροφικού τομέα. Στην πρωτοβουλία αυτή, οι καταναλωτές δημιουργούμε μόνοι μας τα προϊόντα μας, διαμορφώνοντας τις προδιαγραφές τους από το χωράφι και τη φάρμα του παραγωγού μέχρι και το πιάτο μας. Είναι μια διαδικασία η οποία εμπλέκει ενεργά τους καταναλωτές, ώστε να μπορούν να γνωρίζουν στη συνέχεια τα πάντα για τα προϊόντα τα οποία καταναλώνουν και να συμμετέχουν ενεργά στη βιωσιμότητα της χώρας μας. Η έννοια της βιωσιμότητας είναι πολύ πιο σύνθετη. Για εμάς τους καταναλωτές, συχνά στο μυαλό μας βιωσιμότητα σημαίνει οικονομικό όφελος. Όμως, σήμερα οι καταναλωτές έχουμε στο μυαλό πολύ περισσότερους πυλώνες, πιο συγκεκριμένα 3. Η βιωσιμότητα λοιπόν για εμάς τους καταναλωτές αφορά την οικονομία βεβαίως, αλλά αφορά και την κοινωνία και το περιβάλλον. Σαν καταναλωτές λοιπόν επιθυμούμε τα προϊόντα μας να καλύπτουν όλες αυτές τις έννοιες, όλους αυτούς τους πυλώνες από το χωράφι μέχρι και να φτάσει στα χέρια μας. Τα προϊόντα τα οποία καταναλώνουμε οι καταναλωτές καθημερινά είναι μια ευκαιρία για τους καταναλωτές να μπορέσουν να συμμετέχουν πιο ενεργά στην δημιουργία, στη στήριξη μάλλον των τριών αυτών πυλώνων της βιωσιμότητας. Κάθε φορά που αγοράζουμε ένα προϊόν οι καταναλωτές, χρηματοδοτούμε ουσιαστικά όλη την πορεία των προϊόντων αυτών. Ουσιαστικά λοιπόν εμείς είμαστε τα αφεντικά, εμείς είμαστε που πληρώνουμε και δημιουργούμε, χρηματοδοτούμε όλη την πορεία αυτή. Θα μπορούσαμε λοιπόν την πορεία αυτή να την καθορίζουμε κιόλας. Και εκεί στηρίχθηκε και η πρωτοβουλία. Σκεφτείτε λοιπόν ότι κάθε φορά που αγοράζουμε ένα προϊόν μπορούμε εύκολα να έχουμε ένα αντίκτυπο στην αμοιβή του παραγωγού, ώστε εκείνος να αμείβεται σωστά. Μπορούμε να έχουμε αντίκτυπο στην κοινωνία, ταυτόχρονα με ένα προϊόν να χρηματοδοτούμε και σκοπούς που επηρεάζουν τους συνανθρώπους μας, αλλά μπορούμε να έχουμε και αντίκτυπο περιβαλλοντικό. Και στην παραγωγή των προϊόντων, περιβαλλοντικό αντίκτυπο μπορούμε να έχουμε στη φάρμα, μπορούμε να έχουμε με τη συσκευασία ή και ακόμη μετά τη συσκευασία, όταν η συσκευασία δηλαδή θα είναι να ανακυκλωθεί. Η μάρκα του καταναλωτή, ποιος είναι το αφεντικό, συμμετέχει πολύ ενεργά στη διαδικασία αυτή. Ο τρόπος λειτουργίας της είναι ο εξής. Οι καταναλωτές ερχόμαστε σε επαφή με τους παραγωγούς και άλλους παράγοντες της αγοράς, μαθαίνουμε όλες τις διαδικασίες για το προϊόν, τον τρόπο με τον οποίο μπορεί να γίνει καλύτερο, πώς μπορούμε να κάνουμε τις πρακτικές καλύτερες, την ζωή του παραγωγού καλύτερο στη φάρμα του, πώς μπορούμε να επηρεάσουμε το περιβάλλον, για παράδειγμα, με τις συσκευασίες και τις διαδικασίες ανακύκλωσης, πώς μπορούμε να επηρεάσουμε τους συνανθρώπους μας και την κοινωνία. Όλες αυτές οι προδιαγραφές κοστολογούνται και στη συνέχεια σε μια online εφαρμογή την οποία έχουμε δημιουργήσει στην πλατφόρμα μας www.imarkatoukatanaloti.gr αναρτούμε το ερωτηματολόγιο αυτό και οι καταναλωτές ψηφίζουμε. Κάθε φορά που ψηφίζουμε ένα κριτήριο μπορούμε να δούμε ζωντανά πώς αυτό επηρεάζει την αμοιβή του παραγωγού, την προτινόμενη τιμή λιανικής και έχουμε προσθέσει και δείκτες χρωματικούς που μπορούμε να δούμε άμεσα και το αντίκτυπο στο περιβάλλον και την κοινωνία. Στη συνέχεια, όταν το ερωτηματολόγιο αυτό ολοκληρωθεί, δίνουμε τα αποτελέσματα αυτά στους εταίρους μας, στους βιομηχανικούς εταίρους, οι οποίοι αγοράζουν την πρώτη ύλη, για παράδειγμα το γάλα, το ελαιόλαδο, από τους παραγωγούς, στην τιμή την οποία όμως ψηφίστηκε από τους καταναλωτές, το συσκευάζουν στις συσκευασίες τις οποίες επιλέξαμε οι καταναλωτές και το διαθέτουν για εμάς στα αράφια των σούπερ μάρκετ. Οι καταναλωτές με αυτόν τον τρόπο, λοιπόν, γνωρίζουμε τα πάντα για τα προϊόντα αυτά και γνωρίζουμε και το αντίκτυπό τους στην τιμή και στην αμοιβή του παραγωγού. Σε όλη αυτή τη διαδικασία, οι καταναλωτές συμμετέχουμε συλλογικά, από την αρχή. Οι καταναλωτές στην Ελλάδα επιλέξαμε τα 3-4 πρώτα προϊόντα να είναι το φρέσκο αγελαδινό γάλα, το ελαιόλαδο, το στραγγιστό γιαούρτι και η φέτα. Έτσι, λοιπόν, πριν από περίπου 2 χρόνια, το πρώτο μας προϊόν, το φρέσκο αγελαδινό γάλα, τοποθετήθηκε στα ράφια γνωστής αλυσίδας στην Ελλάδα. Σήμερα έχουμε ήδη 6 κωδικούς στα ράφια της 2 αλυσίδων σούπερ μάρκετ, της My Market και της ΑΒ Βασιλόπουλος, τα οποία είναι το φρέσκο αγελαδινό γάλα σε ελαφρύ και πλήρες, στραγγιστό γιαούρτι 2 και 10%, ελαιόλαδο ανώτερης κατηγορίας εξαιρετικό παρθένο, συμβατικό και βιολογικό, ενώ σύντομα στα ράφια θα έχουμε και την φέτα των καταναλωτών. Στη διαδικασία αυτή, οι καταναλωτές προσθέσαμε και επιπλέον χαρακτηριστικά για το αντίκτυπο στο περιβάλλον, όπως για παράδειγμα την στήριξη παραγωγών για τη μετάβαση στις βιολογικές καλλιέργειες. Στη φέτα προσθέσαμε επιπλέον στήριξη για τον παιδικό καρκίνο, ενώ και στο μέλι, το οποίο είναι το ερωτηματολόγιο το οποίο ψηφίζουμε οι καταναλωτές αυτή τη στιγμή στην πλατφόρμα μας, θα στηρίξουμε την αύξηση της βιοποικιλότητας για να στηρίξουμε την προστασία των μελισσών. Στα άμεσα σχέδια της πρωτοβουλίας των καταναλωτών για το 2022 είναι η δημιουργία προϊόντων όπως αυτά της πατάτας, των οσπρίων και της ντομάτας. Στα προϊόντα αυτά, μάλιστα, οι καταναλωτές θα έχουμε τη δυνατότητα να στηρίξουμε τους παραγωγούς με δωρεάν εγκατάσταση έξυπνης τεχνολογίας Smart Farming από τη GAIA, χάρη στη συμμετοχή μας στο Ευρωπαϊκό Πρόγραμμα Πλούτος. Το πιο σημαντικό ίσως εργαλείο για εμάς τους καταναλωτές όσον αφορά την διαδικασία αυτή είναι η ενημέρωση. Και εδώ τα ερωτηματολόγια τα οποία δημιουργούμε παίζουν πάρα πολύ σημαντικό ρόλο. Στην εφαρμογή την οποία έχουμε φτιάξει για το κάθε κριτήριο, το οποίο είναι να επιλέξουμε οι καταναλωτές, υπάρχει ειδικό κουμπί το οποίο έχουμε φτιάξει, που οι καταναλωτές μπορούμε, επιλέγοντας εκεί, να δούμε όλες τις πληροφορίες και όλη τη διαδικασία την οποία πρέπει να γνωρίζουμε πριν κάνουμε την επιλογή μας. Ουσιαστικά, λοιπόν, τα ερωτηματολόγια έχουν ισχυρό παιδαγωγικό εκπαιδευτικό χαρακτήρα και στο τέλος οι καταναλωτές γνωρίζουμε απόλυτα κάθε φορά που ψηφίζουμε γιατί επιλέξαμε αυτό το κριτήριο και ποιο ήταν το αντίκτυπό του. Η ενημέρωση λοιπόν, η εκπαίδευση των καταναλωτών είναι κάτι το οποίο είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό. Σε αυτό πρέπει να προσθεθεί και η επικοινωνία. Και η επικοινωνία είναι πραγματικά απαραίτητη τόσο από τα μέσα ενημέρωσης, τα οποία πραγματικά πρέπει να αγκαλιάσουν όχι μόνο τις προσπάθειες τις οποίες κάνουμε εμείς εδώ στην πρωτοβουλία σαν καταναλωτές, αλλά και τις προσπάθειες οι οποίες γίνονται από τις αλυσίδες σούπερ μάρκετ, από τις βιομηχανίες, από τους συνεταιρισμούς. Είναι πράγματα τα οποία πρέπει να βγαίνουν προς τα έξω και πρέπει να επικοινωνούνται, ώστε περισσότεροι από εμάς να μαθαίνουν πραγματικά τι σημαίνει βιωσιμότητα και πώς μπορούμε ενεργά να συμμετέχουμε σε αυτήν καθημερινά με πολύ απλές κινήσεις. Η ΚΑΠ συμβάλλει στη βιωσιμότητα του συστήματος τροφίμων και η στρατηγική από το αγρόκτημα στο πιάτο είναι ουσιαστικά αυτό το οποίο εφαρμόζει και η πρωτοβουλία ποιος είναι το αφεντικό και αυτό που αφορά και η καινούργια ΚΑΠ. Εμείς λοιπόν οι καταναλωτές, όχι μόνο στην Ελλάδα, αλλά και στον υπόλοιπο κόσμο, συγκεκριμένα στις 10 χώρες στις οποίες υπάρχει η πρωτοβουλία, ακολουθούμε αυτό το σύστημα. Δημιουργούμε προϊόντα για τα οποία αμείβονται σωστά οι παραγωγοί τους, για να μπορούν να ζουν αξιοπρεπώς από το επάγγελμά τους και έτσι εξασφαλίζουμε τη διαδικασία αυτή ώστε να έχουν τα προϊόντα ασφαλή, υγιή, ποιοτικά και υπεύθυνα. Σε όλες τις χώρες χρησιμοποιούμε το ίδιο λογότυπο, χρησιμοποιούμε τα ίδια σήματα, τους ίδιους κωδικούς χρωμάτων αναπροϊόν και αυτό ήταν κάτι το οποίο επιδιώξαμε όλες οι πρωτοβουλίες μαζί, ώστε να ενώσουμε όλους τους καταναλωτές κάτω από το ίδιο σήμα. Έτσι, είτε ταξιδεύουμε στη Γαλλία, στην Ιταλία, είτε στη χώρα μας, είτε όταν κάποιοι μας επισκέπτονται, λοιπόν, όλοι οι καταναλωτές μπορούμε να αναγνωρίζουμε τα προϊόντα και να ξέρουμε ότι είναι προϊόντα τα οποία έχουν δημιουργηθεί με τις ίδιες αξίες, στηρίζουν τους παραγωγούς και τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη στη χώρα μας. Οι καταναλωτές οραματιζόμαστε πραγματικά προϊόντα που θα είναι επιβεβαιωμένα βιώσιμα, για τα οποία θα γνωρίζουμε ότι όντως κάθε φορά που το αγοράζουμε, ο παραγωγός τους αμείφθηκε σωστά για να μπορεί να ζει αξιοπρεπώς από το επάγγελμά του. Ότι όντως τα χρήματα τα οποία δώσαμε, το κάθε μας ευρώ, πήγε προς τη σωστή κατεύθυνση για να στηρίξει το περιβάλλον, την κοινωνία, την οικονομία της χώρας μας και ακόμη περισσότερα. Αυτό είναι κάτι το οποίο πραγματικά οραματιζόμαστε, είτε αυτό αφορά προϊόντα τα οποία παράγονται κάτω από τη σκέπη της πρωτοβουλίας ποιος είναι το αφεντικό ή μάρκα του καταναλωτή, είτε αφορά προϊόντα τα οποία δημιουργούνται και παράγονται από άλλες εταιρείες στον κόσμο.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, ευχαριστούμε που μας παρακολουθήσατε. Ανανεώνουμε το ραντεβού μας για το επόμενο επεισόδιο. Γεια σας! Κυρίες και κύριοι,
επιτυχημένες εκδηλώσεις. Περισσότεροι από 4.000 συμμετέχοντες. 175 διακεκριμένοι ομιλητές. 7 ενημερωτικές εκδόσεις. 6 σημαντικές συνεργασίες. Πανελλήνιο Συνέδριο για την Ανάπτυξη της Ελληνικής Γεωργίας της ΓΑΙΑ EPICHEIREIN. 8 χρόνια δίνουμε το παρόν στην ανάπτυξη πρωτοβουλειών και υπηρεσιών, αλλά και στον δημόσιο διάλογο για τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη της ελληνικής γεωργίας, έχοντας ως επίκεντρο τη γνώση, την καινοτομία, την επιχειρηματικότητα και τη συνεργασία.
Σε εθνικό επίπεδο, αρρωγός σε αυτή την προσπάθεια είναι πρωτοβουλίες όπως της ΓΑΙΑ EPICHEIREIN, η οποία λειτουργεί ως πρότυπο που αναδεικνύει τη σημασία των συνεργειών και των συμμαχιών πέρα από ιδεολειψίες, στεγανά και προκαταλήψεις του παρελθόντος για την επίτευξη κοινών αναπτυξιακών στόχων στο δύσκολο περιβάλλον της μεταμνημονιακής Ελλάδας, που δεν είναι μακριά.
8 χρόνια συνδιαλεγόμαστε με κορυφαίους θεσμικούς και επιχειρηματικούς εκπροσώπους του αγροδιατροφικού τομέα σε Ελλάδα και Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, συνεισφέροντας ενεργά στη διαβούλευση για το παρόν και το μέλλον της αγροδιατροφής.
Intanto voglio ricordare che molti passi avanti sono stati fatti sulla proposta di riforma che abbiamo sul tavolo. Passi avanti che insieme proprio a GAIA
And indeed, without you, we wouldn't have had the possibility to enrich our work and to be able today to propose a new CAP.
8 χρόνια βασιζόμαστε στη δύναμη της γνώσης και της καινοτομίας, συμβάλλοντας στον πράσινο και ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό της ελληνικής γεωργίας, αλλά και στην ανάδειξή του σε κορυφαία προτεραιότητα για τον εθνικό αγροτικό τομέα.
Estoy convencido que la innovación y la digitalización es la clave para avanzar en esta transición verde. También somos conocedores de los grandes avances realizados en Grecia gracias a la cultura innovadora de GAIA EPICHEIREIN.
Et je vous félicite de placer le numérique au cœur des débats agricoles dans votre pays.
Peut être maintenant un exemple, un modèle pour l'Europe, et j'espère que nous allons être en mesure d'utiliser cette expérience dans les perspectives que nous allons...
8 χρόνια παρακολουθούμε συστηματικά την πορεία της ελληνικής και της ευρωπαϊκής γεωργίας και σας ενημερώνουμε συνεχώς για τις εξελίξεις της αγροτικής πολιτικής σε Ελλάδα και Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Συνεχίζουμε δυναμικά και σας καλωσορίζουμε στο 8ο Πανελλήνιο Συνέδριο για την Ανάπτυξη της Ελληνικής Γεωργίας. GAIA EPICHEIREIN. Διαμορφώνουμε το αύριο του αγροτικού τομέα.
Μπορούμε να ξεκινήσουμε.
We may start. Good afternoon. My name is Adonis Konomikakis. I'm a journalist at Ipethros Hora. I believe that we have gained strength from our lunch. So let's go to the core of our topic, green and digital transition. Conferences such as this particular one give us a great privilege to engage in a dialogue with the policymakers at the EU when it concerns the Common Agricultural Policy and the green and digital transition. Without further ado, I will give the floor to our first speaker, Pierre Bascou, Director at the Directorate for Sustainability, Directorate General for Agriculture and Rural Development of the European Commission. Mr. Bascou, it is an honor to be welcoming you in this conference. We will listen to Mr. Bascou's presentation. He has prepared a presentation focusing on the green aspect of the transition. And Mr. Bascou, the floor to you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry, I will have to speak in English in order to express myself. I will not speak in French. I will focus on English. First of all, I would like to thank GAIA EPICHEIREIN, I think, for the invitation. I'm very honored to be here. This is already the 3rd time, I guess, and I hope one day I will be able to pronounce your name, correctly in Greek. More seriously, I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak about the role of the CAP strategic plan in supporting the green and digital transition. Supporting this transition, and I would like to start by that, I think is, in our view, absolutely fundamental if we want to address, I think, the 2 of the most important challenges of our time, namely climate change, and second, I think, the degradation of environmental resources, and in particular, the loss of biodiversity. This is absolutely fundamental, and if we want to ensure food security in the future, both in Europe and at global level, we need to address these challenges, and the farmers have a real and positive role and contribution to make in this endeavor. So I would really insist that I think for us, I think there's no way out. I think this green and digital transition is an absolute necessity. It is clear, and it has been repeated several times this morning, that there is a new geopolitical context has disrupted a little bit, I think, this path, I think, this long-term prospect and orientation that we want to put in place. But please make no mistake, in our view, we will have to adjust. and we have already started to take some decision at Commission level in order to address, I think, the difficulty linked to this war in Ukraine, difficulty linked with the uncertainty, difficulty linked with the economic impact, difficulties which are going to stay there for another 2, 3, 4 years, because clearly the commodity markets are expected to remain disrupted, I think, by the war in Ukraine, even if the war was to finish, I think, within the next few days. But it is clear that I think for us, the long-term orientation, I think the direction of travel remains that if we want to ensure food security, we need to ensure sustainability and climate neutrality. What will be important is to build on the synergy between the green transition and the digital transition, and of course, at policy level, I think to address when there are some tensions, when there are some difficulties, I think we will have to address that. So in the presentation today, what I would like to start, I think, by recalling a bit, I think, the broader picture about where we stand and why we are engaging into this transition, the dual transition, green and digital. And after that, I will focus a bit more, I think, on the CAP strategic plan, and I would like also, as it has been done, I think, earlier this morning, give some information related, I think, to the proposal of the member states in the context, I think, of the draft CAP strategic plan, which have been submitted to the Commission in the first quarter, to show you basically how things, I think, could be put in place in this green and digital transition. So let's start, I think, by the broader picture and by recalling that this green and digital transition is being framed, and it is done in line, I think, with the Green Deal and the Farm to Fork strategy. As a reminder, the Green Deal is basically the new growth, and I insist on the word growth, is a new growth strategy that the EU is promoting in order to reach sustainability, resource efficiency, and climate neutrality by 2050. And it's this growth strategy, the Green Deal, is covering all the different sectors of the economy, and its translation for agriculture and the food sector, the food system, is the Farm to Fork strategy. It has four main, I think, objectives of this Farm to Fork strategy, and it's good to remind them: reducing the environmental and climate footprint of the food system. Second objective, which is extremely important as compared to what has been mentioned this morning, is to lead a global transition towards competitive sustainability from agriculture to the consumption of food. This is very important. I think the EU does not want to make, I think, this journey towards climate neutrality and sustainability on its own. It would not make any sense. And as Monsieur Madre has mentioned this morning, if we do it on our own, we're just going to export our, environmental and climate footprint of our food consumption. We need to do it, I think, with all our trading partners. And I have to say that if at the beginning of the journey it was a bit difficult with our trading partners on the other side of the Atlantic, now with the new US administration, I think the cooperation is much better. Third objective of this Farm to Fork is to what we call to tap into new opportunities. And by new opportunities, I mean carbon farming and the development of circular bioeconomy. We want to launch, and we have started already 2 years ago, to launch initiatives in order to better valorize all the different elements which makes, I think, biomass. We now a lot of co-product and byproduct are not valorized by the farm sector, by the food sector, by final consumers. We want to better valorize all this, and we want to create new opportunities to develop biofertilizers, to develop plant protection products of biological origin, etc. We want to develop also the potential of carbon farming. So there's a lot of economic opportunities also to develop, and that will benefit, I think, the farm sector. And the fourth objective, and it was designed in 2020, and I think it revealed, I think, to be quite relevant, is to build a robust and resilient food system in the EU. We had the difficulty linked with COVID. Now we have the difficulty linked with the war in Ukraine. And I think this shows that I think we need to put in place a food system in the EU which is robust and which is resilient. So far, we didn't have too many problems, but still at regional level, we have seen over the last 2 years sometimes some difficulty of supply of food for consumers, or difficulty for the farmers to have access to fertilizers, to have access to labor, in order to harvest, etc. So this element is extremely important. And all this orientation is important to achieve sustainability, resilience, competitiveness, because sustainability is not only about environment and climate, it's about also socio-economic objectives, competitiveness, and climate neutrality. And what is important, and I would like to really underline that, is that we do not want to focus, and this morning we talked mainly about the primary sector, we do not want to focus only on the agricultural sector. We want to broaden that and to look at the whole food system. So we need to change how we produce agricultural product, how we process food product, how we and how these food products are being transported and put, I think, on the retail store. But we need also to change how we consume. And Mr. Matt this morning was referring to some analyses which have been undertaken, even within the Commission. And this analysis didn't take into account, for instance, what we want to achieve in terms of changes in food consumption. Second element which is important is that we want to build on research and innovation. It was very interesting this morning again by the rector. We heard, I think, about what happened, in Europe, in agriculture in Europe in the 50s, 60s, 70s, etc. And we have seen that we have managed to increase very significantly, I think, the level of productivity thanks to the product of research, thanks to the product of, to the result of innovation. We want to do the same. I think it is more than time that, the use of knowledge, new technologies, but it's not only an issue of new technologies. There's a lot of new knowledge related to agronomic practices that we need to better exploit and that we need to diffuse. Because now they are used, I think, by this new knowledge is being used by a few lucky and happy farmers. It is more than time, but I think that we diffuse, that we spread, I think, this knowledge in order to have, quantum leap in achieving sustainability and competitiveness. And the last point that I would like to mention is that in order to achieve this overall objective of sustainability, resilience, competitiveness, and climate neutrality, we need also to have a kind of enabling policy framework. And this concerns, I think, a series of actions in the food sector, but also ambitious, CAP strategic plan. This is absolutely critical. Many initiatives for the food supply chain. I will go very, very quickly because it's not directly, I think, the topic of today, but this is important to mention them. The Commission has started already 6 months ago to present a series of policy initiatives and legal initiatives related to the environment, related to climate legislation. They are called the Fit for 55. They are related to nature restoration, nature protection, legislation. We are going to come up with new legislation in the field of soil, for instance. We are going to come up, we have come up with a new regulation related to the use of pesticide and the necessity to achieve, sustainable use of pesticide. It does not mean that we want to abandon the use of pesticide. We want to reduce the dependency of farmers on the use of chemical pesticide, and we want, I think, to reduce significantly the risk associated with this pesticide. There are other ways to treat and to address, I think, pest infection, integrated pest management, production methods, etc., new genomic techniques. I think the Commission is quite open to that. We are also going to come up with some new initiatives related to the bioeconomy, to animal welfare, to also a series of legal initiatives next year in order to promote the shift in food consumption towards more healthy and sustainable diet. And this morning also, I think somebody mentioned, I think, this new initiative related to labeling, nutritional labeling, labeling of origin, etc. So they, towards the end of the second semester of 2022, towards the end of this year and next year, the Commission is going to launch a series of initiatives in order to really, I would say, broaden, I think, the scope of our activity, and not only focusing on agriculture, but focusing on the whole food sector. For the agricultural sector, and I would say, I think, for the primary sector, we have also presented in the Farm to Fork, I think, some what we call aspirational targets, and one of them, the reduction in the use of pesticide. I should stay close to the micro. The reduction in the use of pesticide, I think, has already been translated to some extent into a legal proposal. But all the other, objectives that you see, I think, on the screens are there in order to illustrate the level of ambition of what we want to achieve. Less synthetic pesticide, less use of antimicrobials, less also excessive use of fertilizers. And I think this is very different from talking about a reduction of 20% of fertilizers. What we want to do is to reduce substantially, I think, the excessive use of fertilizers that we see very often in relation to intensive animal production, when there's a lot of co-product from the animal sector. This is spread, like manure, this is spread on the soil, and we want to reduce the nutrient losses, I think, coming, I think, from the sector. But in some countries, we will see an increase in fertilizer use over the next few years. We want also to re-establish some ecological infrastructure. And the last element, which is important, I think, for our discussion, is that we want to reach 100% access to fast broadband internet in rural area, and this by 2025. It's a big challenge, let's face it. In some countries, we will not make it by 2025, but this is absolutely critical in our view in order to develop the economy of rural areas, and also it is important in order to provide farmers with, I think, the right tool and having access, I think, to the digital tools in order to improve the competitiveness and sustainability. So at the level of the agricultural sector, the CAP and the CAP strategic plan will be the main vector, the main policy framework in support of the farm sector. Three key objectives, I think, for the future CAP that will be implemented in the beginning of next year. First, what we are discussing today is a green transition toward sustainable agriculture with the improvement of the environmental and climate footprint of the activity. But also, second objective, the strengthening of the competitiveness and resilience of the sector with a specific focus on the family farm. This is very important. I think we want to refocus and rebalance, I think, the granting of public support towards family farming. And the third objective, which is also one of the key topics of our discussion today, is the modernization of agriculture and rural areas by improving the sharing and the diffusion of knowledge, by promoting innovation, and also by promoting substantially the digitization of the sector. So how do we intend, I think, to improve the environmental footprint of agriculture? Is we are proposing to act, I think, and to use, I think, three leverages. The first one is to have, what we call a more strategic and coherent approach. Coherent, I think, between what we will do in the CAP and what exists under environmental and climate legislation. There's no point in asking a member state to prepare, a climate and energy plan with some commitment in reducing greenhouse gas emission, etc., with a chapter on agriculture, and to do something totally different under the CAP with other types of financial incentives, etc. So this is the first, I would say, element. The second element is that I think we will have a new policy toolkit with a new system of conditionality. So this set of mandatory standards of production by the farmers, and we have raised, I think, the level of ambition of these mandatory standards, like, I think, crop rotation, protection of peatlands, etc., and also new financial incentives. All of them. I think this is the famous eco scheme. And the last element, I think, on the right-hand side of the slide is very important, is that I think we want also to ensure the alignment of what is being done on the CAP with the objective of the Green Deal, but also with the upcoming initiative of the Green Deal that I just mentioned. Upcoming initiative related to animal welfare, to soil protection, to pesticide, etc., etc. So I would like to, this was, I think, for this kind of broader picture and the context and the key features, I think, of the strategic plan. What I would like now to show you is basically the proposal, what have been proposed by the member states in the context of the strategic plan that they have submitted to us towards the end of last year or the beginning of this year. This strategic plan, we have all received them, by the beginning of March. Some member states, I think, were a bit late. Now, all these proposed strategic plan have been published on the website address, which is mentioned on the screen. The Commission has evaluated this plan. The Commission has prepared and put all these comments, I think, in what we call, observation letters. All these observation letters have been approved. They have been published. And at the end of May now, we have 28 observation letters. And what we are doing now is that we have entered into negotiation with the member states, because our ultimate goal is first to have an ambitious strategic plan that do address the needs of farmers in the context of this long-term orientation towards sustainability and competitiveness. But also, we would like to have this strategic plan, adopted as soon as possible, because farmers, and most of you are farmers, need to know basically what will be the rules that they will have to comply with in order to receive the financial support. So I tried, I think, on this slide, I think, to summarize the main messages, I think, that we have put in this in the observation letters, I think, for all the member states in relation to the environmental and climate ambition. And clearly, we acknowledge that many efforts have been done by member states in order to ensure, I think, this travel towards sustainability for the environment and climate objective. But clearly, more work is needed. And I would say for some countries, including Greece, much more work is needed in order to meet the expectation and what we want to achieve in terms of environment and climate ambition. And this relates to different elements, different dimensions. The first one is that we have realized that I think there's not enough contribution and alignment between what is being proposed in the strategic plan with the environmental legislation. So in many strategic plans, the river basin management plan, I think, for water, for the Water Framework Directive, are not taken into account. There's not enough, taking into account, I think, of the commitment that member states have taken in terms of reduction of greenhouse gas emission, et cetera, et cetera. So we are going to ask, I think, member states to revise that and to increase the level of ambition. Ring fencing requirements, so this minimum level of spending, this has been more or less respected by everybody. And this morning we saw from the COPA presentation, I think, the ring fencing respect for eco scheme and second pillar. Conditionality layer. This is maybe, I think, the most important element in the whole environmental architecture. This is the fundamentals. This is the set of standards that a farmer will have to respect that you will have to respect in order to receive the financial support. And for some of these new standards related to the protection of peatland, to the implementation of crop rotation, to the implementation also of the biodiversity standard, we believe that I think they need to be reinforced in many countries, and I would say this is the most contentious element in all the negotiation with the member states: conditionality. In terms of environmental practices, eco schemes, etc., I think there's quite a broad coverage of environmental dimensions, and also the last point, which is important, is that the targets are too low. What do I mean by target? Is that in terms of impact indicators and also commitment. I think the area covered, I think, by environmental commitment, for instance, are too small. The level also of impact in terms of reduction of greenhouse gas emission, in terms of improvement, I think, of soil erosion, etc. I think the level of ambition which have been set by the member states are too low. So I think we are asking almost all the member states to revise, I think, the level of ambition. I can tell you, I think, with some member states, it is a very difficult exercise, but we are hoping to finalize all this negotiation by the summer. A few slides, I think, to illustrate all that. This is the minimum level of spending in the second pillar. As you can see, all member states have to respect a minimum 35% of the second pillar, rural development, but need to be allocated to environment and climate. And as you can see, I think 2 member states are still not yet there. And depending on the country, you have some countries like the last column on the right, I think Denmark, Hungary, Ireland, and Luxembourg, that will allocate more than 2/3 of rural development budget to the environment and climate ambition. You can see Greece, I think, is in the range, I think, of between 35 and 45. So Greek public authorities have done, I would say, I think they respect, I think, the obligation, but without, overdoing it, if I may say so. In terms of spending, I think, in the second pillar for environment, you can see that 2/3 of the spending will be absorbed, I think, by what we call agri-environment and climate commitment. So basically, we are supporting, member states want to support, I think, the introduction or the maintenance of certain practices with this payment. 18% will be used to pay for these areas facing natural constraints, typically mountains, and 18% also for what we call, I think, green investment. So all the investment support that will be used for environment and climate purpose. 3 slides regarding, I think, the GAEC, and I think I would say, I think, these standards that need to be respected, and which are new GAEC. The first one relates to the protection of peatland and wetland. It concerns a bit less Greece, but I think you have, some wetland and peatland, I think, to protect. As you can see, many countries have decided, I think, they have proposed to the Commission to delay the introduction of this protection of peatland and wetland towards, I think, 2025. And we are trying to, I would say, to encourage, to invite the member states, I think, to be a bit more ambitious, because we should make no mistake. Wetland protection is very important, I think, for biodiversity, but wetland and peatland are extremely important, I think, for as a carbon sink. Something like 40% of carbon in the soil in the EU, but at world level, they are in the soil of peatland and wetland. So there's no point, I think, in putting a lot of obligation and constraints for farmers with permanent grassland if, at the end, I think, we don't protect the soils where the carbon is ready. Second GAEC, and this is, I think, the most contentious one, and I think this is what has been I've been working for the last 6 weeks, almost day and night, is the implementation of the obligation by farmers to introduce a crop rotation from 2023 onwards. It is an obligation which exists under the GAEC number 7. As you can see, the first row, 11 member states have introduced, I think, this obligation. By rotation, we mean a change of crop at parcel level year after year. Some countries are trying to use, and this is the second row, are trying to use one possible derogation, which is only, legally speaking, which is only possible, I think, at regional level, and they're trying to use it across, I think, the whole country, so 8 member states. So you can imagine that we have, intensive discussion with these member states, and in particular one, I think, that I know extremely well. So this is, I think, the most contentious issue, because clearly, for farmers, the introduction of this obligation for crop rotation, I think, will lead necessarily, in the arable crop sector, of course, will lead necessarily to some significant changes. And some countries like Greece, we have put Greece in blue. Greece, I think, has proposed, the Greek public authorities have proposed to have the alternative, crop rotation in certain sectors and regions, and crop diversification in others. But if you want to retain one thing from this presentation, is that this is what we are going to discuss, basically, until the last minute, I think, with each member state. The other GAEC that I would like to mention is the GAEC number 8, which is a standard related to the protection of biodiversity on the farm, with a new provision for the future CAP is to allocate 4% of arable land to the protection of biodiversity with what we call non-productive elements, edges, ponds, terraces, etc., etc. And farmers will have to respect this under different conditions, and I think the conditions, I think, have been identified, I think, on this slide. But you can see that Greece, I think, in the last column here, is one of the 11 member states that will offer the 3 different options for farmers to fulfill, I think, this important standard, which is good for biodiversity. And this is something which is very positive, because, for instance, Czech Republic and Hungary have chosen, I think, to fulfill this obligation only, well, partially, I think, with some productive elements, which are, of course, less effective for biodiversity protection. This was for the mandatory part. If we look now at the financial incentives in order to promote and support the green transition, we have we have both. Eco-scheme in the first pillar and agri-environmental measures in the second pillar. I think in the first pillar with the eco-scheme, you can see, I think we have tried, I think, on this table to list according to the different themes, biodiversity, soil, organic farming, natural management, precision farming. We have tried to list, I think, the main, I think, themes, and list, I think, the number of countries which are proposing, which are giving the possibility to the farmers to use, I think, this financial incentive for a specific scheme. And you can see Greece is in blue. Greece has proposed, I think, to support the introduction of precision farming, which is very positive. It can also propose, I think, to support, I think, the protection of biodiversity, the maintenance of permanent pasture. Greece has proposed also the development of organic farming. But you can see that across member states, I think there's a wide range of choices which have been made, which is normal. Through the strategic plan, we want to give the possibility to member states, I think, to tailor, what they want to support on the basis of the needs. This was for eco-scheme. For rural development, I didn't go into all this detail because we have more than 300 different types of commitment, but you can see that climate change, the protection of natural resources and biodiversity are basically representing the bulk of what member states wants to support through the second pillar. Maybe a last slide, I think, on the environmental part, I think, is the support to organic farming. As you have seen, I think, on this aspirational target, there is one target, and this is the only one that concerns directly your production system. The Commission would like, I think, to promote the development of organic farming, because first, I think, it is a production system which is good for the environment and climate, and also a production system that addresses, I would say, a need, I think, from the consumer side. And we have proposed 25% by 2030 of land in the EU farmed under organic farming. As you can see, this is the level of ambition of the different countries. I think so far, on the basis of the proposal of the member states, we are going to double the area covered by organic farming, so to go from 9 to 10% to 20%. Of course, now we have engaged into negotiation with the member states, and we are inviting them to do a bit more. And we hope, I think, to go from 20 to maybe 22, 23% by 2027. As you can see, then for Greece, I think the green bar now is at 10% as compared to the gray bar. I don't know if you can see it, which was at 5% before. So basically, Greece has proposed to double the rate, I think, the level of land that will be supported, I think, for organic farming over the next, programming period. Let's move now quickly to the objective of knowledge sharing, innovation, and digitization. And I tried on this slide also to summarize, I think, all the findings and observations that the Commission has made, I think, to the 27 member states. Clearly, I think the Commission has raised, I think, the issue that we need to strengthen the digital strategy in the proposed national strategic plan. And I think we need to increase, I think, the coherence in this respect in the strategic plan. We need to optimize, there's a need also to optimize, I think, the use of these digital technologies, not only to improve the economic situation and the level of competitiveness of the farm sector, but also to address, I think, the environmental and climate impact of this of the sector. We want also to address, I think, some kind of constraints, some elements, I think, which are, impeding, I think, the development and the upscaling, I think, of the use of these digital tools. This relates, I think, to the digital divide between rural areas and urban areas. And I was talking about this target on the access, I think, to fast, broadband internet. We want also to develop, skills, data availability, all these, ingredients which are, absolutely necessary if we want, I think, to develop the use, I think, for the farming community of all these digital tools. And one element that we have also raised is that because some countries have told us we're not going to do too much in terms of digitization because there's not enough money in the CAP. And what we would like to underline is that there's a possibility, even within the strategic plan, to refer to other funding sources, either national or either EU sources, like regional fund, like the new fund for recovery and resilience fund. So there are other types of funding that can be used in order to support the digitization in the farming sector. Some element also, in particular, with regard, I think, to the synergy between the green and digital transition, is clearly that, in our view, I think the increased use of both digital sensing, in situ, and the use of, information, I think, coming from space. This can be used, I think, through, smart farming to improve the production efficiency, to improve the management of pesticide, to improve the management of nutrient, also to improve, I think, the processing and the marketing of product. So there's a lot of benefit, I think, to digital technology rather than only, I think, the issue of the competitiveness. And to be noted, once again, that only 6 member states have proposed, I think, to support, I think, the introduction and the development of precision farming at member state level, which is, in our view, a problem. One element concerning the proposed level of spending, I have only 2 or 3 slides left. The first one relates, I think, to the budget dedicated to knowledge exchange and information. So really, I think, the spreading, I think, of the knowledge at farm level. As you can see, I think many member states have proposed, I think, to allocate a very small share of the budget from the second pillar to this diffusion of knowledge and the promotion of information. And Greece is one of the good pupils, I think, of the class, if I may say so, since Greece is proposing, to allocate between 3 and 4% of the second pillar, I think, to this promotion action. But I think this is something which is extremely important. There's a lot of new knowledge, there's a lot of new technologies, and we're asking farmers to change sometimes practices, in other times, production system. It is absolutely fundamental that farmers are better accompanied, I think, in this journey, in this transition. If we don't manage, I think, to use the CAP to promote, I think, the provision of advisory services, to promote the access to farmers, I think, of this new information, I think we can provide a lot of financial incentive to pay for certain practices. It will not work. So I think this is one element which is absolutely key, and I'm very happy that this morning we talk about that. Yesterday in the discussion, in the debate that we had, I think we also mentioned that. This is one element which is absolutely fundamental, and I would like to underline that in the letter of observation that we have sent to Greece, we have stressed, I think, the need also to better use what we call the operational program under the European Innovation Partnership. This operational program basically puts together farmers, advisors, public authorities, sometimes the food industry, I think researchers, etc. And I think they try to basically either find a solution to one issue and diffuse it, or try to use one specific practice, one specific production system, one solution which has been discovered and put in place in one country, in one region, and to diffuse it in another region. And these operational groups under the European Innovation Partnership are extremely powerful. It's a very powerful element. We have more than 2,000 of them in the EU. And if we want, I think, to really promote the potential of all this new knowledge, this is through this European Innovation Partnership and through this operational group. So we have recommended to Greece to put a specific focus on this knowledge and this European Innovation Partnership. A slide concerning the share of farms that would benefit, I think, from support for digital farming technologies through the CAP. And clearly, as you can see, we don't have information from a lot of member states, but you can see even for Greece, I think less than 1% of farm would benefit, according to the proposal of the Greek public authorities, would benefit from support, I think, for introducing and using digital farming technology, so which is, in our view, I think, too low, much too low, and this seems to be in contradiction with all the efforts which have been undertaken at national level in order to promote digitization. So, concluding slide, just to say that I think the Green Deal and the future CAP, I think, will very much focus on the support, I think, this green and digital transition in order to enhance, I think, the sustainability, the competitiveness, and climate neutrality. Again, not only for agriculture, but also, I think, for the whole food system. And for this, and this is what Dimitris was mentioning this morning, there will be, I think, at the disposal of member states and farmers, I think, a much more flexible tool called, I think, the strategic plan. It is clear that after that, this is for each country, each region, with all the stakeholders to make the most, I think, to optimize, I think, the use of the strategic plan. It is clear that this is not Brussels, this is not me in my office in Brussels to tell the Greek public authorities what is best for them in terms of water management or nutrient management. But I would say that beyond the legal framework and beyond the financial incentive, and it is my last word, what we need is a change of mindset. It is absolutely fundamental. We know that changes is difficult for everybody, for the farming community, for us, for everybody, but in my view, I think in this journey towards climate neutrality and sustainability, I think we need, beyond, I think, all the mandatory elements and the financial incentive, we need to have a change of mindset, I think, of the farming community and of the whole food system if we want to make this journey, a success. And this doesn't need, a lot of financial support. It needs, promotion. It needs conviction. And for this, we also need to rely, I think, on the whole food chain. This morning we heard about the state, about, ministries, about the banking sector, about, I think, farmers' organization, cooperatives. Everybody wants to move into this direction together if we want to make this journey a success. Thank you very much, and apologies for being a bit long.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Thank you very much, Mr. Baskou. Τον ευχαριστούμε ιδιαίτερα. Μπορεί να...
Thank you, Mr. Baskou. Yes, you might have taken a bit more time, but we received great feedback in relation to where strategic plans are right now. The Commission has high objectives so far, Mr. Baskou. A lot of countries are below the bar, let's say, when it comes to the targets they have set. I was impressed by your reference that just 6 member states have included in their strategic plans digital farming. Is that right? Yes. Because, as you said, it is crucial in order to reduce inputs, reduce the cost of production, as we all know. Thank you very much. Let's move on to our next speaker, to our next panelist. I think it's Panagiotis Kakafikas. He's a manager of the Co-op Scheme Ag Cluster and chairman at Aiforiki. Mr. Kakafikas, thank you for joining us. Good afternoon. I would please ask you, both Mr. Kakafikas and the next speakers, to keep the time allotted to them. You will talk to us about the Ag Cluster. The floor to you. Thank you for the invitation. Unfortunately, due to COVID restrictions, I couldn't be physically there. Can you please upload my presentation? The CAP has 2 main objectives: the modernization of the primary sector and the adoption of sustainable practices to tackle climate change. Enhancement of the environmental and climate performance of CAP. One of the indices that help us understand and tackle climate change and allow us to determine climate performance is the carbon footprint. This index has gained acceptance and attention by the audience when it comes to the mitigation of climate change impact, and it has become an acceptable index to measure contribution to global warming, on the premise that everything that can be measured can be managed as well. What is equally important is agricultural advisory services to farmers, and a sine qua non condition for the modernization of the Greek farming sector is the provision of these advisory services to producers. A very quick flashback. In the past, this type of advice was provided by agronomists, mainly in the relevant retail stores for agricultural supplies. Today, there has been an effort to create the national system of consultancy, which includes researchers, state bodies, consultants, advisors. And to this end, we have also measure number 2, which funds for 2 years the provision of free of charge advice to producers. And then, of course, we have AKIS, and through AKIS, the exchange of knowledge and advice is promoted between the research and innovative practices to the primary sector. The advisory services are the heart of AKIS. The new CAP states clearly that the quality and effectiveness of advice must be improved and obliges every member state to include public and private advisors and advice provision networks in the acquis systems. Greece, unfortunately, has the weakest and most fragmented knowledge and innovation system in Europe. These advisors must provide contemporary technological and scientific information based on research and innovation. I already mentioned that in Greece, the advice in the past was provided by agronomists and the companies that marketed plant protection products. However, such type of advice was mostly experiential and it was not based on technology. So plant protection and irrigation could not be targeted, and as a result there was natural resources waste. Our cluster has used technology in order to provide plant protection, nutrition and irrigation advice. It is an innovative partnership scheme. And a few words about our scheme. It was developed within the framework of a co-funded project of the European Union and the region of Central Macedonia. It includes primary production bodies, it includes advisors, also mechanisms for the promotion of local products. We have partnered with an university institute as well, and also digital technology companies, in our case, New Republic. Partnership schemes and are innovation clusters that involve codependent bodies that link to each other within a joint activity sector. Our aim is to develop an innovative system to determine and reduce carbon footprint in peach cultivation and kiwi cultivation in the prefecture of Imathia, and also use a label to indicate this reduced carbon footprint on products. Our methodology. We conducted a zoning of areas based on their soil and climate characteristics, and we grouped the results. We also used earth observation tools and we collected land samples. A second part of our methodology involves data collection using telemetric data, using digital tools and technologies, and also we used forms to record inputs. We provided these forms to the farmers included in the pilot project in order to record all the inputs used for the cultivation of their crops. Then we translated the data into environmental indices. So we have a dedicated software that analyzes the life cycle in terms of 100 CO2 equivalents per product kilo. Last year was the first year and 2022 is the second year, which will allow us to compare. We also identified the sources of CO2 emissions. We characterize the main vulnerability points in relation to the environmental parameters. And we didn't just wanted to record the carbon footprint but also provide advice in order to reduce it. That's what we do this year, to reduce the inputs that create an increased carbon footprint. We provide advice in relation to the rational use of fertilizers and the management of diseases for peach and kiwis, the two crops for which this system has been developed. Moreover, we use and provide advice on practices of reduced soil processing, strip tillage. We provide advice on the use of renewable energy sources. All these are proposals that would help mitigate and reduce or even completely neutralize the carbon footprint. At the end of this year, at the end of December, we will distribute this certification of reduced carbon footprint. This pilot scheme, we want to further extend it so that all products in the area be certified, acquire an identity, and have an added value in the international markets. Thank you.
Πρώτα απ' όλα που ήσασταν μαζί μας, παρότι νοσείτε, σας ευχόμαστε.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kakathekas, for your participation here, although you are not feeling very well. So you gave us a very good overview of how we can combine the advisory services, how we can implement knowledge and innovation in order to ensure the best possible and positive results for Greek farmers. I believe that I'm tempted to make a comment about the AKIS. The previous speakers have already talked about it, so there's no point in saying that there is a delay in the exchange of knowledge and innovation. However, Mr. Bascu, on the basis of our new strategic plan, characterized us as good pupils because he said that we have a well-respected share of the budget in our new strategic plan for the exchange and diffusion of knowledge and innovation. Mr. Bascu, I would like to say that we're not good pupils. We try to become good pupils, and we try to get the engine, the agricultural engine of this country going, because we know that research and technology is an important part, and we want that to be integrated in our country. Let's move on now to our next speaker, Mr. Dimitris Tsesmelis. He's a Product and Services Technology Director at New Republic, and he's going to talk about the digital aspect of this transition. Thank you. We're looking forward to listening to your presentation. Hello, thank you for this invitation. I would like to congratulate GAIA for this conference, and I must say that this is a valuable conference in the post-COVID era. Let's start with the environment. The environment is a self-centered concept, as you know it. People is at the heart of it, and everything surrounds them. If we change this approach and we put the natural resources at the center, and all of us, the population, the various other factors surrounding the natural resources, maybe the results will be different. We keep listening to things about the undermining of natural resources. Why is that? Because they are all of human origin. I believe that the primary sector suffers, and suffers because it fails to produce. The more we let this problem continue, the reaction will inevitably happen, and this reaction will be a conflict. Is conflict a solution? I think not. The solution would be to adopt preventive measures, preventive planning, for example. And by preventive planning, I mean all the measures, the tools that we have in our toolkit, in order to do what? Come up with solutions, in order not to have to tackle the same problem again and again. we have different scenarios, and smart farming is one of those tools. And I would like to say that smart farming is the technology that we have today, the attempt to combine it with the latest knowledge. And this is a knowledge that had been transferred by our grandparents, our parents. We at the university today, we have obtained knowledge from our teachers, professors, etc. We have combined, yes, and deriving data from all available sources. We talk about drones, satellites. We want to become more precise, and that's why we use the infrastructure placed in situ in order to take stock of what happens in the soil and the air. The farmer is an inextricable part of this equation. And, okay, the farmer's experience is equally important. Here are some photos from the equipment we installed and use now. I would like you to remember of that image. Look at the extensive network we have developed in our country, as well as some areas beyond Greece. Now, I would like to show you some examples in terms of how we use smart farming. The choice of Cyprus is not random because, you know, it's a highly dry area. And what's the problem there? We have water scarcity. That's a major problem. When it comes to this chart, I would like you to take a look at a couple of things. Here, you can see the upper limit. What's that? Can you see this straight line? That's the limit of the capacity of the soil to retain humidity. The second red line is the drying level, the drying limit, and then you can see the average moist of the soil. What do you see? You see that farmers who have not implemented the year sense information, it's the first year, we took the history of the field, they keep irrigating their field, and actually they're over-irrigating it. Isn't it controversial for an area such as Cyprus, where they suffer from water scarcity right now, to over-irrigate? You can then see those two limits. GeoSense was implemented, so you see that as soon as the irrigation strategy changed, the farmer saved on natural resources. You can see how much this line has dropped and falls within the limits. And I'm mentioning that because we don't want to move on to the other extreme where we will be faced with problems in the production. We are saving on water resources. A similar case happens with plant protection. I have the same case, and you can see here this index for this special case, also considering the susceptible phenological types. To make the long story short, we know when people can spray to prevent potato blight. And here you can see that in 2020 we had 12 sprayings, in 2021 we had 8 spraying, 2 only in extreme cases. There was extremely high risk. The same happens with fertilizers. The practices that are used by the farmer are the ones according to the advice he has got from the store that sells the fertilizer because he wants to increase the production. But there's a limit. We also have overuse of fertilizers. In the first year where we helped them towards this direction, we saw that the production did not drop. It increased, because we might talk about reduction of inputs, but this does not mean that everything will be discontinued. We need to know the extent of this reduction and when we need to step in and intervene. Either we talk about water, spraying, or anything else. Okay, the similar charts regarding the reduction of inputs. And now, another pillar that we are focusing on is the forecast. Can you remember of the previous image I showed regarding the meteorological weather stations that we have installed. That's how we can obtain forecasts, and we can send those forecasts to the farmers. You'll remember Ianos floods in 2020 and how detrimental that was for the agricultural production. Here you can see that 48 hours earlier we had predicted this fact. Next day the sky was clear, so we were able to obtain a sentinel photography to show that floods are quite extensive. You can see the pictures from inside the city. And a previous speaker had said that the damage assessment is critical. How easy it is to assess the damage when you don't have any tools? It's difficult. It might require extremely much time. And you can see data from our devices. You can see what was like before the damage and after the damage. So you realize that now the coverage is practically inexistent. And that's our approach to the risk assessment map. But we don't only collect data when there is an emergency or a crisis or anything else. We constantly collect data because we want to see what changes per land plot, per region, and throughout the country, or where we run our projects. As you can see, 3 indices for the year 2021, for vegetation, as well as the water availability. On the basis of what I presented before, one could say that the benefit from the GAIA sense is due to reduced inputs, because we save on those things, we save on those inputs, and products are of higher value because they use fewer inputs, and like you saw, we have higher production and the quality is better. So at the end of the day, the producer saves more money, and we keep listening to the term environmental benefit. We become greener. The benefits of GAIA sense: it's an integrated system. All data available right now are collected, processed and used. It is a cost-efficient system because producers don't have to make any investment on their fields. We make the investment on their behalf. Precision is of the essence. I'm talking about precision per land plot. I'm not only talking about big, vast areas. We not only use satellites, we also go on site to the field. Like I said, it's adapted per field. Since last year, we also have the application that is available, and farmers can obtain valuable information even at the first level. They can see NDVIs, vegetation index, where it is applicable. We can have the water indices, weather forecast and extreme conditions that can happen. They get a 40-hour early alert when they can go and spray, and of course they can also obtain information regarding the developments. And there's also a guide that can teach them, that can guide them through the application and all those things without having the farmer to ask advice from another specialist. The latest update has to do with the digital calendar. I believe this is very important because in that way producers can say that, okay, I irrigated this or then, or that did this or the other thing, and when it comes to the land plot, they can also see what happened. At the end of the year, the farmer can obtain data in order to realize which are the weaknesses or the strengths of their land. When it comes to the benefits for the producer, that's a slide that summarizes all the benefits. It shows that given we have inputs reduction, targeted inputs reduction, we can also improve the competitiveness of all the farmers. At the same time, environment and natural resources are protected and preserved. farmers that adopt our proposal will be ready for the new CAP programming period, as it has already been presented. And thanks to the digitization tools where you can take stock of all the data from your land, apart from the fact that this provides information to the producer, this is also a piece of evidence that can be used in the future for numerous uses. And of course, weather forecast, like I said, is an important part. We invest in that. And we believe that there is still room for improvement and development. On the basis of our data, you can see how much reduction of inputs is achieved. I think that's all I had to say. Thank you very much for your attention. I would like to thank Mr. Tsesmelis because he presented a comprehensive smart farming system. I'm talking about the essence as well as the various benefits. I would like to make a brief comment. We have heard about the usefulness of smart farming systems, Mr. Tsesmelis, in terms of the increase of productivity and reduction of costs. However, due to the climate change, we have seen the importance of preventing destruction from weather conditions or weather phenomena. That's an aspect that you very well presented. Now, let's move on to our last panelist. Of course, he's last but not least. It's Mr. Peveretos. He is the president of the Hellenic Livestock Breeders Association. He will share with us the latest developments in Greek livestock breeding.
Thank you for the invitation and for providing me this opportunity to present to you our views on the green and digital transition in livestock breeding. But before going to our proposals, I would like to present the state of livestock breeding today in Greece. I receive quite often school visits in my holding, and a lot of children don't know what livestock breeding is. They have never seen a calf, a sheep, a goat, especially children from urban areas. So they are quite stressed, and we want to present what livestock breeding is and what is its value at economic, employment, and environmental level. What's the status right now? Animal production is a sector of a particular economic, social, and environmental value, not only for the agricultural economy, but the general economy of the country, with positive impact on the protection of agricultural landscape, cultural heritage, and environmental heritage. It employs more than 500,000 people in our country, and thousands of businesses, mainly SMEs, are engaged with thousands of workers in the manufacturing, trade, transport of animal production products. It is a main pillar of our national economy, producing food of high quality and natural biological value, meat, milk, honey, eggs. A big part of our agricultural production, about 1/3 of it, is absorbed by livestock breeding. So, unless it was for livestock breeding, there wouldn't be so many crops cultivated in our country. What we produce in Greece, when it comes to meat, in poultry, we produce 165,000 tons, and our sufficiency is 75%. So we import 25%. When it comes to pork, we produce 95,000 tons, and our sufficiency is 28%. 12 years ago, it was the other way around. We produced 75% and we imported 25%. When it comes to ovine and carpine, we produce about 108,000 tons, and our sufficiency is 88.5%. When it comes to bovine, we produce 59,000 tons and our sufficiency is 20%, including 5-month calves that arrive in Greece and then they are slaughtered in Greece. When it comes to milk, in cow milk we produce about 668,000 tons and our sufficiency is 40%. When it comes to sheep milk, we produce 710,000 tons with 94% sufficiency. And when it comes to goat milk, we have 100% sufficiency. Now, other dairy products. Cheese, led by feta cheese, of course. We produce 134,000 tons of feta cheese, out of which 90,000, and it keeps increasing this number. We started from 65,000, now 90,000 tons are exported. Exports of feta cheese amount to about 464,435,000 euros. Yogurt is an upcoming product, mainly cow yogurt. Brings 230 million euros in our country. So more than 500 million euros are arriving in the country thanks to yogurt and cheese. What are the problems of the sector? The course of livestock bringing towards destruction, and I'm using this word very consciously. We are on a downward spiral over the last year, especially after having crossed many tunnels since 2008 and we managed to survive. Since last year, there is again a downward spiral. The cost of production skyrocketed starting from the first months of 2021. And now, after the war, of course, the situation is worse. The main feed products, such as corn, barley, soya, have seen their prices increased. And I'm talking about an increase by 65 to 70%, when the total cost of production for meat and milk has increased by 70 to 100%. So the price of feed has increased, the price of energy has increased, the price of milk has increased in order to manufacture yogurts. And currently, thousands of productive animals go to the slaughterhouse with minimum price, a lot of cows and sheep and goats. More than 600 productive cows per week go to a slaughterhouse. And I'm talking about recorded slaughters, not the ones that go abroad. Because livestock breeders don't have money to pay for the feed for these animals. A colleague committed suicide a few months ago, and we are afraid. I'm truly afraid that we will keep going down this spiral unless measures are taken. the entire sector will collapse. And imagine how much we contribute to the country's economy. And it's not just us. Imagine all the other industries that use these products. The role of contribution of live breeding. When it comes to human diet, those animal products have a high biological value thanks to their high content in protein, vitamins, anorganic salts and minerals that are necessary for the physical and mental health of people. And allow me to add something that diversifies us from the rest of Europe. In Greece, never ever have we fed our animals with dioxins. Imagine that 75% of the feed given to porks is cereals. So we do have quality products. This is why we have quality products. So now the contribution of livestock breeding in food security. The global food security and the support of primary sector, particularly of livestock breeding, due to the sharpened increase of the cost of inputs, is an imperative today because of the crisis we have experienced. And if we add to that the climate crisis, then the situation becomes dramatic. The contribution to the national economy. There is a misunderstanding. We might calculate that livestock breeding accounts for about 2.5% of our national GDP. Nevertheless, its overall contribution is much higher if we take into account the thousands of businesses, mainly SMEs, that are engaged in the manufacturing, trade and transport of the products we produce, and also any services that immediately depend on the production of animal products that are not taken into account for the calculation of the agricultural GDP. And also we have to take into account the contribution of exports in our trade balance, the trade balance of the country. Now, contribution to the environment and to the countryside. Livestock breeding has traditionally been one of the most important productive activities. Together with agriculture, it supports the countryside. Extensive livestock breeding in Greece is a very important tool in order to conserve many ecosystems within the framework of our country's adjustment to climate change and the mitigation of uncontrolled wildfires that mainly influence abandoned areas, meaning that those that are no longer pastures. It is widely accepted that pasture in protected areas of the Natura network is the most efficient way to manage and conserve these areas. When it comes to the contribution of livestock breeding in climate change, usually an oversimplified image is presented, and we tend to ignore its huge contribution to biodiversity, bioenergy, and agricultural economy. The increase of the relevant greenhouse gases, such as methane and CO2, comes from all human activity sectors, and it is a result of the increase of the Earth population. The participation of livestock breeding is very small. And there are a lot of voices out there saying that we have to stop livestock breeding, destroy livestock breeding to save the planet. And my question is this the preamble for synthetic meat which is probably underway. It is already in a pilot mode and promoted with 25 grams of a meat from a calf, they can create 800 kilos of meat. We will find out. I would like to know that. Otherwise, we have to abandon our jobs and do something else. In cooperation with the Agricultural University of Athens and Elgo Dimitra, we participate in an effort to produce livestock feed that will utilize agri-industrial residues, mainly vegetal residues, that will include mushroom protein in order to produce feed that reduces the carbon footprint and is much cheaper. So our association participates in this research project. The influence of climate change on farming and livestock breeding is a serious issue. Animal production will be negatively influenced because in the areas where there will be less rainfall or more drought, there will be reduced production of feed and pastures. This, of course, applies to the island of Crete, but not only. Some people even talk about Macedonia and Thrace. Now, when it comes to digital transformation, the speed of broadband services is very low in our rural areas, and moreover, there is no availability in these areas where it is necessary for smart farming solutions, or where broadband internet is available, it is very expensive. And I will conclude with the measures we propose within the framework of the new CAP, but also the Recovery and Resilience Fund. First of all, we have already submitted a countryside restructuring plan. Our countryside in Greece is being deserted. There are very few people left. And according to Eurostat, by 2050, the population of primarily agricultural areas is expected to reduce by 7.9 million. In Greece, I'm afraid that compared to our overall population, the change will be even more dramatic. This is why we need a restructuring plan in order to make life in the countryside more sustainable or even more attractive. Attract young people. We, the older ones, are not replaced by young people. My children graduated from university and they are leaving the countryside because they cannot find any jobs. Very briefly, we need infrastructure that will allow us to have health services, healthcare centers that will be upgraded. Young people will not go to the countryside unless life is attractive, unless they are able to receive healthcare services and everything necessary. Also, educational needs. Where will children go to school? They will have to move away from their village for a 4-hour trip in order to go to school and go back. So we need a plan that will include smart villages as well. And what are smart villages? Villages towns, small towns around which all villages will be able to find the necessary services. Quick internet connection. According to the European Commission report, Greece and Slovakia have a very low internet speed. In Greece, the speed is more than 15 megabps in our villages. We don't have quick internet in order to implement these nice systems and devices. Implementation of innovative services such as smart farming, as already mentioned. And finally, genetic improvement of our animals. This is a very crucial issue to safeguard our breeds, those that are acclimated to the Greek environment. But it is also important to increase our competitiveness, to increase their performance and boost their health. This is what genetic improvement is all about. Together with GAIA EPICHEIREIN, Europublic, the University of Thessaloniki, and cooperatives from Crete and our association, we have been preparing a proposal for the Recovery and Resilience Fund in order to save animal breeds that exist in Crete. They can be found in Crete and other islands of the Aegean. And that will help us provide animals to other areas of the country as well. And when it comes to the development of new feed, of high nutritional value, I have already talked about this research project that we are involved in. And finally, we believe that there should be a project for PV stations that will meet the needs of livestock breeders close to the grid of the Power Public Corporation. And also we can use battery PVs funded by the Recovery and Resilience Fund for those that are not close to the grid. This will help a lot livestock breeders. Our overall objective should be to protect and conserve our natural environment through the rational management of resources, rational use of inputs, implementation of environmental friendly cultivation and breeding methods, rational management and improvement of pastures, which have to be given to those that have animals. And finally, targeted investments, as previous speakers said. And I'm going to talk about electronic meal calculation. This will allow us to know which animals we will keep in order to create nuclei, but also this will allow us to monitor the health and the well-being of animals. It allows us to know which animal is not very well in order to treat it. So these are just few of the proposals submitted to our ministers.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ τον Πρόεδρο.
I would like to thank the President of the Hellenic Livestock Breeders Association. I believe that he shared a very emotional image of the situation faced by livestock breeders today. His comments are off the microphone and therefore unable to be translated. I'm sorry. We hope that the Ministry will consider what you said today, Mr. Peveretos. Thank you very much. The discussion on the strategic plans is inexhaustible, but I'm afraid that I need to conclude this session. We didn't have the opportunity to make it as interactive as we would have liked it to be. I would like to thank Mr. Baskou, Mr. Tsesmelis, Mr. Peveretos. Thank you all.
Επιχειρήν. 8 χρόνια δίνουμε το παρόν στην ανάπτυξη πρωτοβουλειών και υπηρεσιών, αλλά και στον δημόσιο διάλογο για τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη της ελληνικής γεωργίας, έχοντας ως επίκεντρο τη γνώση, την καινοτομία, την επιχειρηματικότητα και τη συνεργασία.
Σε εθνικό επίπεδο, αρρωγός σε αυτή την προσπάθεια είναι πρωτοβουλίες όπως της GAIA EPICHEIREIN, η οποία λειτουργεί ως πρότυπο που αναδεικνύει τη σημασία των συνεργειών και των συμμαχιών πέρα από ιδεολειψίες, στεγανά και προκαταλήψεις του παρελθόντος για την επίτευξη κοινών αναπτυξιακών στόχων στο δύσκολο περιβάλλον της μεταμνημονιακής Ελλάδας που δεν είναι μακριά.
8 χρόνια συνδιαλεγόμαστε με κορυφαίους θεσμικούς και επιχειρηματικούς εκπροσώπους του αγροδιατροφικού τομέα σε Ελλάδα και Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, συνεισφέροντας ενεργά στη διαβούλευση για το παρόν και το μέλλον της αγροδιατροφής.
Intanto voglio ricordare che molti passi avanti sono stati fatti sulla proposta di riforma che abbiamo sul tavolo. Passi avanti che insieme proprio a GAIA.
And indeed, without you, we wouldn't have had the possibility to enrich our work and to be able today to propose a new CAP.
8 χρόνια βασιζόμαστε στη δύναμη της γνώσης και της καινοτομίας, συμβάλλοντας στον πράσινο και ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό της ελληνικής γεωργίας, αλλά και στην ανάδειξή του σε κορυφαία προτεραιότητα για τον εθνικό αγροτικό τομέα.
Estoy convencido que la innovación y la digitalización es la clave para avanzar en esta transición verde. También somos conocedores de los grandes avances realizados en Grecia gracias a la cultura innovadora de GAIA EPICHEIREIN.
Et je vous félicite de placer le numérique au cœur des débats agricoles dans votre pays.
Peut être maintenant un exemple, un modèle pour l'Europe, et j'espère que nous allons être en mesure d'utiliser cette expérience dans les perspectives que nous allons...
8 χρόνια παρακολουθούμε συστηματικά την πορεία της ελληνικής και της ευρωπαϊκής γεωργίας και σας ενημερώνουμε συνεχώς για τις εξελίξεις της αγροτικής πολιτικής σε Ελλάδα και Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Συνεχίζουμε δυναμικά και σας καλωσορίζουμε στο 8ο Πανελλήνιο Συνέδριο για την ανάπτυξη της ελληνικής γεωργίας. GAIA EPICHEIREIN. Διαμορφώνουμε το αύριο του αγροτικού τομέα.
Ακουγόμαστε. Ακουγόμαστε. Όχι. Λοιπόν, γεια σας. Είμαι ο Γιάννης.
Hello, this is Yannis Saras. I am a journalist from Ipethros Hora. Those who are still with us in this room might be the luckiest of this conference because we're here to discuss an interesting topic. It's the last session. We are here to discuss about the green and digital transition of the food system. And of course, I would like to give the floor to the younger generation. Given that the words green and digital are inextricably linked to the new generation, and if we also add research, innovation, and if we add innovation, then we create a good substrate. If you add collective schemes in that, then we have the right combination to take the next steps to the future for the Greek agri-food sector. Let's now move on to the reality, and the reality is the people of the rural areas. Either they're involved in agriculture or other activities, they are the ones to provide the information. Now, Mr. Nikos Pavlonasios, he's the president of the Panhellenic Association of Young Farmers, PENA, he is with us. Hello, Mr. Pavlonasios. We also have Thanasis Chiotinas, who is the president of the Agricultural Livestock Cooperative of Arcadia and member of the advisory board of the Association of Agricultural Cooperative Organizations and Enterprises of Greece. Mr. Minas Pelekanos, he's a pre-sales manager and training support at New Republic. Mr. Dimitrios Efthimiopoulos, procurement manager and sustainable sourcing manager at Minerva. And Mr. Labris Kotsos, he's the co-founder of the Greek initiative Who's the Boss? The Consumer Brand. So that's a new scheme that is extremely dynamic in the food production and promotion. Let's start with the president of the Panhellenic Association of Young Farmers, Mr. Pavlonasios. President, maybe it would be better if you sat on your chair because this will be discussion. You will only have 5 minutes so that we can gain some time. This will be a casual chat. And I would like you to share with us your perspectives regarding new CAP in your sector as it has been formed over the past times, and we also have issues that have to do with the greening of our food industry, as well as the digital transition that has a critical role to play in the agri-food sector. Okay, thank you. I would like to thank you for this invitation. It is an honor for us to find ourselves among the speakers in this beautiful conference. And we all realize that the agri-food system and agriculture require transformation. We know that young farmers are being faced with numerous challenges, and young farmers want this transition. We have the action in climate change, environmental protection, biodiversity, circular economy, and production of products where fewer pesticides and fertilizers have been used. In 2019, we earned our first award at the European contest organized by the European People's Party. in the field of environmentally sustainable agriculture with Pavlos Tsakiris from Thessaloniki. And I want to mention that because Pavlos implements circular economy and environment protection in his business. Of course, we want to opt for new and digital technologies. We encourage and welcome the changes with smart farming and precision farming throughout the supply chain. However, on the other hand, we need to ensure that there is an equitable income for young farmers, and we want to ensure that their competitiveness is boosted. The new agricultural world in Greece is invited to do more with less. And on the other hand, we also have international competition who have looser rules for food security and animal welfare. So this is a very difficult equation. We have to address that in our country, and the same applies to the European Union. Now, from that point and on, I would like to say that we're going through a transition, and we need to tackle all those challenges amidst the fierce press tension of our times. We hope that in order to tackle the increased cost, we need to better embrace those policies. We need to have a clear vision in order to ensure the convergence of those areas with the right coherence, the right consistency. And we need to give incentives to young farmers. And our goal is to ensure the recovery of our country and the fair compensation and remuneration of young farmers, because we want to ensure that the rural areas will not be deserted and abandoned. We know that the young farmers can implement the priorities of the Green Deal and the new CAP, but in order to do that, young farmers need support. And of course, we want to have a green environment. Of course, we want to be able to work in a green environment. That's something that is to the benefit of us and our families. And of course, we want to enjoy the support of the new means, the new technologies. But the young farmers are the ones who pay the price. And consumers will resort to imported goods of lower income. We all realize that in our country there's no education. That's something I've been talking about for the past years, for some time now actually. And we cannot have a 200, 300-hour training of young farmers. We believe that this training should last at least 2 years, or they should also start from the elementary school, because in that way young kids will see whether they want to keep operating that. After a 2-year-long training, young farmers will be able to better realize whether they can make it, whether they're interested in that, and then register in a young farmers program. And rural areas suffer, and if you look into the mountainous areas, you do realize that things are even more difficult there. At Agrafa of Evrytania, we have young farmers who want to stay there, but they cannot because they're being faced with too many difficulties and challenges in terms of infrastructure. That's all I had to say. Thank you so much. Yes, knowledge plays an important role. And like the poet said, the sun alone is not enough. More things are required. Knowledge on top of them all. Mr. Tsotinas, President of the Agricultural Livestock Cooperative of Arcadia, you do realize that the new CAP also brings forward things that have to do with a digital transition and making it greener. All those things play an important role. What's your opinion on that? When it comes to the fact that I'm here as a representative of the cooperative as well as a member of the advisory board of the Station Agricultural Cooperative Organization Enterprise of Greece, I would like to congratulate the board of directors of GAIA as well as all those who struggled in order to put together this conference in difficult circumstances. We know that this transition is necessary. And I'm afraid that if we don't do what should be done, this transition will become in an abrupt and violent way, meaning that the sustainability of Greek farmers is threatened. We need to have better overview. You can consider that a majority of greenhouse gas emissions comes from the agriculture. And that's an alarm that is rung by the climate change. Mr. Beveretos had said that the Peloponnese will become Crete. Those are the scenarios that maybe we won't have the opportunity to experience at a later stage, but we see that. And we are part of the continental Greece. Those changes are apparent. Things change. I believe that we're at point zero right now. So what needs to be done? We need to reinforce the production, processing, and manufacturing for this transition. This is how I like to call it. This is what we should do in order for the Greek farmers to survive. The same applies to all the farmers and all the consumers. We need to ensure that technology is installed, and we need to build a program and strategy that will allow us not to sell American tractors. A rural development program means that we can capitalize on the highly robust businesses we have operating in chemicals, and this means that the rural development program can embrace technology in order to reduce the cost, which is a big impediment if you consider that over the past 9 months fertilizer has increased by 60%. We need to reduce the cost of water. You know that the power bill has increased. We need to avoid unnecessary changes in the field. So the rural development program needs to pave the way in order for young farmers to stay in their homelands. We need to implement the right measures. For example, nitrate pollution is a very important project that needs to continue. The same applies to irrigation methods. This should continue, but these things need to be promoted. Farmers are not aware of that. In my cooperative might have an employee. Might send an Excel sheet, and they say that in 1 meter you should install 50 from that, or you should inform 50 more people. Okay, how can you do that? That's a beginning. That's something to build on. The cooperative will do that because we as a cooperative have the board of directors. We are active farmers. We are seeking to find what's the best. We are very young people. And the same applies to Arcadia and other areas, because we are young and we're willing to run such projects. From that point and on, incentives should be provided to collective schemes. I am afraid that when it comes to Macedonia, actually I don't want to talk about Macedonia because they do have strong and robust collective schemes there. When it comes to the Peloponnese, we don't have that there. We have a different mindset. But where those collectivities, where those collective schemes operate, they realize that they're stronger together. If you're on your own, there you might be exploited. If you are supported by others, well, then you're in another position of power. Like I said, in the case of collective schemes, they should be included in the recovery fund. I'm talking about changes in terms of photovoltaics, net metering. I don't want to talk about what Mr. Beveretto said, that changes should be paid for. Okay, they can have a 15% deviation or not by the producers, or maybe they can also link that to their IACS so that they know what's their power consumption rates. So there's no point in exaggerating about that. A panel might be removed. This measure could be included in the recovery fund so that they pay 30 or 40 or 50%, and so they will no longer have to bore themselves with the PPC. A personal story I'd like to share. Me and my brother would pay 11,000 euro per year. That was the discounted price for farmers for the power, and last year I paid 24,000 euro PPC, and at some point we will literally not be able to pay those amounts. Well, I don't want to bore you anymore. We will elaborate on that later on. My hopes rely on the new CAP. The new CAP will pave the way. We as a cooperative have executives, and there are people who are willing to listen, both members and not members, who are willing to run those things. Thank you.
Very interesting views, Mr. Todina. Yesterday, somebody talked about the catalytic role of the agronomists that can transfer knowledge and innovation into producers, Mr. Pelekanos. So we talked about the greening or digital farming, and their agronomists can play an even greater role. And through your contact with younger people, some issues are raised that are related to this data. What's your take on that? I believe that the role of the agronomist, not because I am one, but because I have engaged in farmer training for many years, and especially since over the last year. We have to clarify some confusions among producers about what smart farming is. Some people believe that they will resolve all the problems through a drone, or by installing a station in the field there will be no problems at all. Even if you have the best tool in the world, you have to utilize it in the best possible way, and as Mr. Pavlonasiou says, this can be achieved through guidance, through the provision of advice. What we have observed is that smart farming runs through sense over the past years in Greece, and we have tangible results in many areas of the country and many different crops. Well, definitely what's needed is a close monitoring and a close relationship with the producer. Clearly, our advice is just recommendation. We do not substitute their experience. We are there to enhance it and improve it. You talked about the costs before, which are very important indeed. Dimitris Sesmelis showcased many examples in Cyprus, in Greece, cotton in Thessaly, peach in Macedonia, olive oil and olive trees in many areas of the country. We have tangible results through sense, and people have to know about them. Producers would like to have such systems yesterday, But the nice thing about GAIA is that no big investment in the field is needed currently. It is a system tailor-made to the Greek context. It is a service, a subscription service that can give very quick results, especially to producers that have no idea what they use, when they use it, and how much they use. So this is why the role of the agronomist is so vital. We don't just provide a service and then let the producer do whatever they want. The role of the agronomist and of the agricultural advisor is further enhanced under measure number 2. We want to maximize the benefit for the producer. Every single year they participate and they subscribe to our service. Therefore, I believe that the role of the agronomist is a very crucial, a very decisive one. Technology will help us in the green transition. It will help us modernize our farming sector, but the human factor, this interaction, this experiential work on the field, the tangible results that we see through the successful partnerships we have forged for many crops, are considered a success for the program. But we have to stand by the producer, disseminate these results, allow the producer to understand that they will visit their field less frequently, there will be less risk for diseases, we will maximize the production, but yes, it will take time. Producers will realize the positive results over time. Nothing there to add on my part. We have to be in the field next to the producers. It's not something that can be done sitting in an office. We have to train our producers, as Mr. Pavlonasiou said. And we should provide the right tools and allow them to use them in the most efficient way. Now, the floor to the food industry. And let's see a sustainable farming system that links the field to manufacturing. Of course, the farm-to-fork strategy is another particular case. The green and digital policy, can it play an important role to the agri-food industry? Mr. Efthimiopoulos. Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. At Poumaro, for 10 years, we have been trying to cultivate in a sustainable way industrial tomatoes. We have already done everything, or at least many of the things mentioned today. And I believe that organized and modern farming has to adopt modern techniques and practices that mitigate our environmental impact, but at the same time contribute to the economic growth and development of local societies, because we do support local societies as well. I will mention certain characteristics of the techniques that we have been using in the Peloponnese. We work together with local producer groups. First of all, our model is 100% contract farming. We fund the investments of the farmers in mechanical equipment and supplies. We provide them with seeds, fertilizers, plant protection products, and there is guidance and surveillance of the crop, either from it is undertaken by our agronomists. Our model is sustainable, which means that we have developed and implemented actions that bring about the best possible outcome with maximum and the most efficient use of our resources. We consume the minimum what used in order to practically train the farmers, provide them with hands-on training, and we will attract new farmers in order to explain to them how tomato can be cultivated in a sustainable manner. We are very happy because we have already used digital means, and we are very happy because our methods are indeed included in the new CAP and the new Green Deal. There are tools that can help us ensure this new digital and green transition. But speaking of consumers, I would like to go to Mr. Skodos, who is the co-founder of the Greek initiative, who is the boss, the consumer brand. What do consumers want? What do consumers need?
You are discussing all the systems that are but at the end of the day, the income of the producer sale price. So when supermarket chains sell this product, contains a lot of things. But since we talk about the digital transition, this means that we should all have the possibility of offering those applications to everyone. So through those questionnaires, we started the installation at legumes and potato growers that will be supported through this initiative of digital solutions, technical solutions from GAIA Sense. This is something that will be extremely beneficial for the producers because this means that they can save on resources when it comes to the use of inputs, but at the same time it will offer to us, the consumers, higher transparency and traceability across more data that have to do with the products that we are going to consume. There is a QR code on the products under this initiative. A mobile app has also been created so that consumers are the bosses. They are in charge and they're controlling the process, and now they can have access to more data. Things are more transparent. And the last comment I have to make about this initiative, something that's very important, is, of course, communication. And communication means that we, from this initiative, visit the producers at least once a year, saying that, okay, we are here in order to make sure that those specifications are being met. But the fact that we go there, they transfer know-how, we see this product and we see the process according to which it reaches the shelf. That's very important because communication needs to be further accentuated. It should be highlighted by supermarket chains. Consumers should have the knowledge, must have knowledge of everything that has to do with what they consume because they finance everything. They finance the products, the economy of the state, policy, they finance tomorrow. And when we talk about tomorrow, sustainability is something that has to do with society, environment, all the actions undertaken today are of course relevant to the future of sustainability, and given that we are just passing by this planet, the actions of today will have an impact on the generations of tomorrow. So it is important to keep undertaking such actions, and all industries, all supermarket chains should support those innovative activities and initiatives such as ours, because this is something that ensures the sustainability of the producer as well as the economy of the state. And the last point I'd like to make, when I became involved in this initiative, I had read an article saying that in Greece we import 60% of the milk we need from other countries. This is something that is shocking. And more than 50% of the farms that had for milk production shut down throughout a decade. This is something that's even more shocking, and I believe that we could, by ensuring fair compensation for the producers, we could have more young farmers who would operate in the primary sector. This means that the primary agri-food sector would have been boosted and strengthened, and we have been more self-sufficient in our country. Thank you so much, Mr. Kotas, and through online we now have the possibility to vote, and rather than being passive recipients of agri-food choices of others, we can now become active participants. Yes, it's true, and today is the last day where you can find online on 3W, the consumer brand.gr, a questionnaire about honey. Apart from supporting the producers of honey, also ensures the protection of bees through support of biodiversity. And shortly we will have feta cheese on the shelf that supports childhood cancer. With strained yogurt, we support the transition to organic farming, and our choices can finance those things. Thank you so much.
Include new technologies that can be ensured at a lower cost, so that they are able to reduce their production costs, they are able to change their mechanical equipment with new one that will be less energy intensive and more precise. And this, of course, will allow us to comply with the new CAP, which sets as a priority environmental protection. Farmers are ready, and already many young farmers have included the technology in their life and in their everyday practice. Mr. Tsiotinas, on that last subject, can the cooperatives play that role through the rural development program? If the producers are able to learn, in fact, to listen to their crops, to their plant, to stop watering or spraying uncontrollably, this is what the green impact is. And there are several related actions that apply to livestock breeding as well. Forward. The new we want the new CAP to support producers that work in order to meet our food needs. We want the new CAP to support producers that respect the environment. We want the new CAP to attract younger farmers to the farming sector. We want the new CAP to allow the states to provide support to products and companies that use the natural resources in the most efficient way. And we want to ensure informal dissemination to producers. That's a sine qua non condition in order to stop the waste of resources, and also increase productivity per parcel and the quality of products. We want the new CAP to support recycling and the use of biodegradable materials, and encourage producers to use more environmental friendly practices, and support the efforts for renewable energy sources and reduce the production and energy cost of products. Cost has been mentioned many times today as the main obstacle. Mr. Kotsu, you have a value chain through the agri-food sector. There are the producers, manufacturers, and retailers. What are your expectations through this chain of value? Even the phrase that we keep repeating today, farm to fork, is precisely what is encapsulated in our model. So our expectations as consumers are precisely that. We want the producers, we want the industry, we want the retailer, the supermarkets to actively participate.
Is that when they have a cooperative, take my cooperative for example. At Arcadia, we don't have someone reducing or dropping the price of the barley. They're all waiting from the cooperative. There's no trader apart from the hard wheat, but the cooperative is not involved there. In all the other cases of cereals, there is no trader saying that, okay, I will go for 35. Everyone will wait for the cooperative. That's good, because when a cooperative is healthy and they strive for the benefit of the consumer and the producer, that's a good thing. This is something that should be done. And our growers know that our cooperative will do this or the others. The other farmers who grow sour cherries or anything else know that they have their own cooperative, but in general there is a mindset among the younger and the older farmers that, okay, if the cooperative gave me this price, pay me something more and I will sell it to you. That's the lack of culture that the president of PENA mentioned before. That's the lack of training and education, because I believe that when someone moves away from the family of the cooperative in order to sell at a higher price to the trader, who will not help him in the case of destruction, who will not give him a credit until he harvests his crop. Okay, you will meet the trader as soon as you sell your product, and then you will not see them for another year. Whereas in the case of the cooperative, we don't have such relations. Like the President of PENA said before, in the agricultural universities, they need to have cooperative education subjects. And now the problem of the cooperatives is the ministry. In November, I celebrate my 8th anniversary as president of the cooperative. We have changed our Articles of Association 3 times. We have changed our Articles of Association as per the ministerial decisions 4 times. And we are waiting for the ministers to see what they're going to do. Okay, we will applaud them if they want to change the law, but we don't know whether they're going to make the right changes. And why should we expect that they have changed their mindset or mentality? In France, they have a very robust cooperative system. A minister, a prime minister, cannot change an article of law regarding the SAs or the limited liability companies. They will not remain in office for quite long. Now, we talked about advisory services. Those services are very important through the new CAP. Mr. Pelikanos, how can that contribute towards this direction and reinforce the advisory services in the agri-food sector? Well, actually, in the CAP, we have some horizontal goals for agriculture, the digital transition, and we also have some vertical goals regarding what the member state should define. We listened before the representatives of the EU. They don't have any specific provisions in the plans. The tools that should be incorporated need to be simple, need to be easy to be understood by the producers. We have seen something that is good for the Greek reality. Of course, we are looking forward to finding out how measure number 2 will help towards this direction, and we're ready to include that in our services. We need training. And it's good to have the tools and we want to have advisors who are properly trained, because if they're not, they cannot help. Okay, when those things become more established and consolidated, we will get back to you with some comments. Over the next months, we will make sure that we have the right tools, and up to that point and on, it's about the willingness of the producer to take this leap forward. Only a few of them are using that. And it is true that it's something that it works, it's effective, and it will help them to navigate through the difficulties of the future due to climate change and the cost. Okay, climate change. This is a wonderful pass for Mr. Efthimiopoulos. When it comes to industrial tomato, given the data that we have, either we talk about climate change, like Mr. Pelekana said, or the production cost, or the current landscape of production. Do you think that industrial tomato and its crop is promising for our country, and which are the circumstances in order for this to be achieved?
These products have an increased demand for more than 20 years. These products meet the dietary needs of the developed world, but also the needs of the population in countries with the lack of infrastructure and low income. The cultivation of industrial tomato in Greece has a future. If you consider that 2 decades ago our production was 1,200,000 tons, now our production is 400,000 tons, while the global demand has increased. But the product needs to remain competitive, and it should be compatible with the need for a clean, sustainable product, using the new sustainable practices that respect the environment and regenerate our lands. The industry of industrial tomato in Greece has a long history of supporting local economies and producers. Our company has increased its production over the last years, and we want to further grow. Our strategies are consistent with the new CAP strategies. We want to support small and medium-sized holdings in order to become more competitive. We want to support the actions for the protection of the climate and of the environment, and reduce and mitigate climate change. We want to provide incentives, especially to young farmers, for environmental friendly practices, climate friendly techniques, and techniques that support circular economy. We want to make innovative investments into the primary sector and further develop digital tools as a decision-making process. We have digitalized all parcels cultivated for our company. We use 2 apps, and we are able to make targeted support visits to our producers. Therefore, Mr. Kotsu, this digitalization can it be helpful for consumers? Can digital technologies be helpful to consumers? I think this has already been said. Consumers need more transparency and traceability. And the digital transition is very important in that respect for us and for producers as well. Because consumers are also interested in the sustainability of the farming sector and of farming businesses and holdings. So we have to find the resources, the funds that will allow producers to use such technologies. We will publish certain questionnaires about potatoes and legumes, and we will make our contribution, financial contribution, in order to support such technological solutions for producers. This will allow consumers to have access to more data regarding the cultivation of the producer, when something it was used, and how, whether there was an environmental footprint. So traceability through these processes is of crucial importance to us. I would like to believe that as time goes by, future generations will have more access to such technologies, and consumers will be there to support young farmers as well. Because nowadays it becomes even more evident that producers are not on their own. Consumers want to actively participate and help them survive and have a better future. Thank you. I would like to thank you all. I do hope that we have made even a small contribution to allow you to understand how the younger generation, what the younger generation thinks. Are there any comments from the audience? Mr. Kapnias. I have a very quick question to Mr. Kotsu. Can you please elaborate on the profile of consumers and producers that are involved in this effort? What's the profile of the people involved in your initiative? We have selected not to limit at all the profile of consumers. We want everybody to be able to participate in this initiative. And this is why today members of the initiatives include all ages, even minors. And this new tool that we have developed was built in order to be easy to use, much more intuitive, using color sensors. It is a nice game to shape a product, and it allows families to even involve their children in this process. And this allows younger generations to understand sustainability and how a product reaches their hands. When it comes to producers, there are several producers of an elder age among our lists, but we are happy because many of them transfer their farms to younger generations. Or when it comes to potatoes, we recently held an open day in Messenia region, and among the guests there were many young farmers highly interested in this entire process. Let's not kid ourselves. The active participation of consumers is necessary for the survival and a better future for producers. In milk, for more than 2 years, we give 48 cents to milk producers, while the average price in Greece is much lower. A young farmer who will join us today is looking for such a solution. They say that, okay, I have this farm from my father, from my grandfather. I want to survive. Maybe I will survive through what you offer. So there is no strict profile. Everybody is welcome. Everybody who loves their profession and wants to continue being a farmer, they can join our initiative. And of course, the same applies to all consumers. Everybody who has access to a laptop or to a mobile phone or join us in farm visits and industries can become members of the initiative. The question is off the microphone. No.